Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted for calm, sleep-friendly listening, truth preserved, atmosphere enhanced. Like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new releases. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then it plays clean. Literary horror narration for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I found the markings because a sheet of corrugated metal shifted under my boot and exposed a stairwell that should not have been there. The building was an old plating plant on the edge of town. A squat brick rectangle with broken window frames and a roofline sagging like a tired back. I'd walked through dozens of places like it. Paper mills, shuttered schools, cold warehouses. Once you know the pattern of abandoned structures, you start recognizing the way neglect arranges itself. Dust piles where the wind pushes it. Water stains blooming under broken gutters. Graffiti layered in years like tree rings. This place looked ordinary. It was daylight, the kind of clear afternoon where sunlight makes every piece of shattered glass sparkle like frost. I had parked my truck down the service road and slipped through a chain link gap that someone had widened with bolt cutters months before. The weeds in the lot were waist high. A rusted forklift sat tipped on its side like it had been dropped there and forgotten mid-shift. Inside, the air smelled like old metal and dry insulation. Urban exploring is mostly patience. You walk slowly. You watch your footing. You let your eyes adjust to what shouldn't be there. My camera hung on a strap against my chest, bumping lightly as I stepped through the open loading bay. The first floor was empty except for old tanks and racks of pipes that had long since been stripped of anything valuable. Sunlight poured through broken windows and lit up drifting dust. Somewhere deeper in the structure, a loose panel knocked softly in the breeze. I started photographing the usual things. Peeling warning signs, a ladder bolted into a wall, the skeleton of an overhead crane track, nothing unusual. Then I noticed the floor. Factories are built with repetition, straight lines, regular spacing. Even when things collapse, the geometry usually remains obvious. But one section of the concrete had been cut and patched at some point. The rectangle was subtle but visible once I saw it, maybe 10 feet across. The edges slightly raised. I crouched to examine it. The concrete wasn't just patched. It had been removed and poured again, then scored with faint grooves that looked deliberate. Not letters, not numbers, just shallow lines forming shapes that repeated in a pattern that felt organized but not immediately readable. I photographed them. At first I thought maybe they were some kind of industrial guide marks, alignment references for equipment that used to sit there. But the deeper I looked, the less sense that made. The lines intersected at angles that didn't match anything in the building. Then my boot nudged the sheet of metal. It had been leaning against the wall nearby, partly buried in dust. When it slid aside, it exposed a narrow seam in the patched concrete. A rectangular plate. My pulse picked up a little. Explorers get used to hidden spaces. Maintenance hatches, storage pits, crawl tunnels under old plants, but they're usually obvious once you spot them. This one had been disguised. I brushed dirt away with my glove until I could see the edges clearly. There was a recessed handle barely visible in the center. The plate was heavy. It took both hands and a slow pull to lift it. The hinges groaned softly as the lid tipped upward. Underneath was a stairwell descending into darkness. It wasn't part of the original building. The concrete down there was smoother, newer, poured with tighter seams. A metal ladder had been bolted along one wall. I turned on my flashlight and pointed it down. The beam revealed a small chamber maybe 15 feet below. No pipes, no machinery, just walls and markings. They covered the concrete in dense rows. Dark lines etched directly into the surface, looping and branching in ways that reminded me of diagrams more than graffiti. I climbed down. The air in the chamber felt cooler than the factory above. Still and dry. My footsteps echoed in a tight, hollow way that suggested solid concrete on every side. The markings were everywhere, thousands of them. Some looked like geometric clusters, triangles intersecting with curved lines, shapes repeating in different orientations. Others resembled grids that had been distorted or folded inward. I photographed everything: close-ups, wide angles, sections of wall, the floor, even the ceiling. The strangest part wasn't the symbols themselves, it was the precision. Whoever carved them had used careful tools. The grooves were consistent in depth and width. The spacing between rows was exact. It looked less like vandalism and more like documentation. One wall had a large panel of markings arranged in a rectangular block about the size of a whiteboard. The shapes were denser there, layered over one another as if someone had revised the pattern multiple times. I took nearly 50 photos before climbing back up. Standing again in the sunlight felt strange, like surfacing from underwater. I closed the metal hatch the way I had found it, and leaned the sheet of corrugated metal back into place. Not because I was trying to hide it, more because explorers tend to leave places the way they found them. By the time I drove home, I was already thinking about who might recognize the markings. I posted a handful of the photos that evening in a private exploration group online. It was a small community, mostly people who traded location tips and structural warnings. The response came faster than I expected. People zoomed in on the images, cropped them, rotated them, compared them with other patterns. Someone suggested they looked like surveying diagrams. Someone else thought they resembled old control schematics. A few people said they'd never seen anything like them. Within a day, the photos had spread outside the group. I started receiving messages from accounts I didn't recognize, asking for the exact location of the building. Some sounded like curious hobbyists. Others were more direct. One message simply asked if I had removed anything from the site. I hadn't. By the second day, rumors had started. Someone claimed the chamber looked like a mapping grid. Someone claimed it resembled data encoding patterns. Someone else suggested the markings weren't human writing at all. That was when things changed. On the third morning, I drove back to the plating plant. I had planned to bring measuring tools and document the chamber more carefully. Maybe trace a few sections of the wall patterns. But when I turned onto the service road, I saw the trucks. 3 of them, large white vehicles parked along the fence line with temporary barricades set up across the entrance. Men in plain work jackets stood near the gate talking to each other. The chain link gap had been closed with fresh fencing. A sign hung from the barricade: structure condemned, demolition scheduled. I pulled over about 50 yards away and watched. No company logos, no construction branding, just blank vehicles and workers moving with quiet efficiency. A crane truck rolled into the lot not long after. From where I sat, I could see them entering the building through the same loading bay I had used. They carried equipment cases and tool bags. No one was taking photographs. No one was documenting anything. They worked fast. By early afternoon, the crane had started pulling sections of the roof down. The sound of tearing metal echoed across the empty fields. Dust rose in thick clouds. I stayed there longer than I should have, watching, trying to understand the timing. The building had been abandoned for years without anyone caring. But 3 days after those photos appeared online, it was suddenly scheduled for immediate demolition. As the outer wall collapsed, I wondered what they were doing inside first, whether they had opened the hatch, whether they had seen the chamber. I never got close enough to know. Security vehicles arrived before sunset and began pushing everyone back from the road. By the next morning, the structure was gone, just a flattened lot of rubble and twisted steel. A week later, the entire property was surrounded by fresh fencing and warning signs. Heavy equipment moved across the ground, leveling everything flat. I drove by again a few days after that. The rectangle where the patched concrete had been was buried under a mound of gravel and compacted soil. No trace of the building remained. Online, the conversation about the markings faded quickly. Posts disappeared from a few forums. Some accounts that had asked me questions went silent. The photos still exist on my hard drive. Sometimes I open them and zoom in on the wall patterns from the chamber. The shapes still don't resolve into anything familiar, just rows of careful lines carved into concrete under a factory floor that no longer exists. And every time I look at them, I remember how quickly the place vanished once people started paying attention to what was hidden beneath it. The first time I saw it, I was coming back from a late shift at the marina. The kind of shift where the smell of diesel and salt sticks to your clothes, and the night feels thicker than it should. The highway that runs along the marsh outside town is empty after midnight. Just a thin ribbon of pavement raised above miles of black water and reeds. I had driven it so many times that I could recognize every bend by the angle of the guardrail and the way the wind moved through the grass. That night the fog sat low over the marsh, not dense enough to hide the road, but thick enough to blur the horizon. My headlights pushed into it like dull cones of chalky light. The tide had come in and the marsh pools reflected the sky, which meant everything beyond the road looked like dark water. I remember easing off the accelerator because the wind had picked up. You could hear it pushing through the reeds even with the windows closed. The truck rattled the way old trucks do when they've been driven longer than anyone planned. About halfway through the marsh stretch, something moved on the right shoulder. At first I assumed it was a deer. That happens a lot out there. The animals wander out of the grass and freeze in the headlights. I lifted my foot from the gas and let the truck roll slower, but the shape didn't freeze. It stepped. The motion was upright. That was the first thing that didn't sit right in my mind. The shape lifted one leg and placed it down in a deliberate stride across the narrow gravel shoulder toward the road. For a moment, the fog thinned and the headlights caught the side of it. It was tall, taller than any person I knew around town. The body was covered in dark hair that moved in the wind. My hands tightened on the steering wheel before my brain had time to decide what I was looking at. The thing stepped onto the asphalt. The truck's headlights hit it fully then, and the details came through in pieces, the way things do when you're startled. Long arms, shoulders that seemed too wide, a head that sat forward on the neck. The hair was thick and uneven, dark brown or black. It walked across the lane in front of me, not running, not scrambling, walking. I hit the brakes hard enough that the tires chirped. The truck stopped crooked in the lane. The engine rattled and idled while the shape continued across the road. For a second it turned its head. The light caught the side of its face. I couldn't make out clear features. What I saw was the suggestion of a brow and a flat plane where a cheek should be. Then it stepped off the pavement and disappeared into the reeds on the far side. The grass closed behind it. The fog swallowed the rest. I sat there gripping the wheel with both hands, while the engine ticked and the headlights lit the empty road. The marsh wind hissed through the reeds the same way it always had. I told myself it had to be a person. Maybe someone in a heavy coat, maybe a hunter crossing the marsh after dark. That explanation lasted about 5 seconds. No one walks across that marsh at night. The ground is mud and tidal channels. If you step wrong, you sink to your knees. I drove home slowly after that, checking the shoulder the entire way as if the thing might step back out again. I didn't sleep much. The next morning I convinced myself I had misjudged what I saw. Night driving does that. Fog and headlights can distort shapes. By noon I had mostly decided it was some kind of tall animal moving at an odd angle. Then the reports started. Around lunchtime someone posted on the town message board asking if anyone else had seen a large hairy person near the marsh highway. The post was written by a couple from 2 towns over who had driven through around the same time I had. They described a tall figure crossing the road near mile marker 17. They said it walked upright. By evening 2 more posts appeared. One came from a truck driver who claimed he saw something large moving along the guardrail around midnight. Another came from a fisherman who had been heading home from the inlet. He said something big stepped out of the reeds ahead of his car and vanished before he could stop. All of them described roughly the same thing. Tall, hair covered, walking on 2 legs. That's when the town started talking. The marsh highway had always been quiet. But now people were pulling over during the day and looking out across the reeds as if they expected something to stand up and wave. Local authorities checked the road the following morning. A couple deputies walked the shoulder and scanned the marsh edge. They didn't find anything. No tracks in the gravel, no disturbed grass that they could point to with certainty. One deputy told me later, the marsh ground was too wet and tangled to preserve prints anyway. Still, the sightings kept coming. For 3 nights straight, drivers reported seeing something large moving along the edge of the marsh or crossing the road. None of them got photographs. None of them got close. The description stayed oddly consistent. Always upright, always tall, always covered in hair. I drove that road again on the 4th night because it's the only route back from the marina. Part of me wanted to see if the reports would stop once people calmed down. The fog came back that night. The marsh looked exactly the same as before, wide and flat and black beneath the sky. My headlights skimmed across the reeds while the truck rattled over the old asphalt seams. I slowed near mile marker 17 without meaning to. The road ahead was empty. The wind pushed the grass in long waves. I watched the shoulder as I rolled forward. The first sign of movement came from the left this time. Something shifted inside the reeds about 20 yards from the pavement. I eased the truck to a stop. The engine idled. The fog drifted across the marsh in thin sheets. Then the grass parted. It stepped out slowly, as if it had been standing there watching the road. This time I saw it longer. The thing was easily taller than the hood of my truck. The shoulders were broad and sloped slightly forward. Long arms hung beside its body. The hair covered everything except a patch of skin around the face. Even through the fog, I could see the color difference. It turned its head toward the truck. For a moment, it just stood there. The wind lifted the hair along its shoulders. Then it walked forward onto the road. The movement was steady and controlled. No rush. No panic. It crossed the center line and passed directly through the beam of my headlights. I saw the length of its stride. I saw the thickness of the legs. I saw the way the arms swung naturally as it moved. It looked real, completely physical, and completely out of place. The moment stretched long enough for my brain to start listing possibilities again. Someone in a costume, a trick of light, a bear standing upright. None of those explanations fit what my eyes were seeing. The thing reached the far shoulder and paused. It turned slightly. For a second, it faced the truck fully. Its eyes reflected the headlights. Then it stepped into the marsh grass and vanished. I waited there a long time before moving. The fog drifted back across the road, and the reeds swayed the way they always had. When I finally drove home, I realized my hands were shaking. The next day, a group of local volunteers organized a search along the marsh. A couple deputies joined them. They walked the highway shoulders and pushed through sections of reeds where the ground allowed it. They found nothing. No footprints, no hair, no broken branches that couldn't be explained by wind or wildlife. The marsh returned to its usual quiet within a week. The sightings stopped almost as suddenly as they had started. People moved on. But sometimes, when I drive that stretch late at night, I slow down near mile marker 17 and look out across the marsh. The reeds still move in the wind. The fog still drifts across the water. And every now and then I think about how several people, all driving different vehicles on different nights, describe the same tall figure walking calmly across that road. A consistent sight, seen clearly, by more than one set of headlights, with nothing left behind in the mud or grass to prove it was ever there at all. Midday in our town has a certain stillness to it. Not quiet exactly. The highway hum carries across the hayfields, trucks downshifting as they take the bend near the grain elevator. Wind pushes dust along the shoulder roads. The bell over the door of my shop rings every now and then when someone comes in for a tire patch or a tow chain, or just to talk while their engine cools. I built the place with my brother 15 years ago. A small roadside garage and service desk just outside town limits. Close enough for the farmers to reach, but far enough that travelers usually spotted us first when something went wrong. The sign out front said Madsen Roadside and Repair, hand-painted and weathered. People in 3 counties knew if they were stuck I would come. That was my problem, according to my wife. I never let the phone ring out. That day started the way most of them did. The sky was flat blue and wide. No clouds. Just wind dragging over the prairie grass. I had the big service door open and a pickup on the lift, draining oil into a metal pan. The radio was murmuring farm prices. My hands smelled like rubber and solvent. Just before noon, I wiped my palms on a rag and stepped into the office to log the job. The phone rang. I remember noticing the sound because it echoed oddly in the room. Not loud, just hollow, like it was coming from farther away than the wall. I picked it up. The voice on the other end was a man's, low and careful, not frantic the way people usually sound when they're stranded. He said his car had gone off the county road near a stretch of river west of town. Said he was fine but stuck in soft ground. He'd tried calling a couple numbers, but mine was the one he reached. That part didn't strike me as strange. My number was painted on 3 billboards in the side of my truck. What I remember now is how specific he was about where he was. He described the road by the old irrigation ditch, mentioned a broken fence post and a narrow cattle gate, said he'd slid near the riverbank trying to turn around. It was a place I knew. Most locals avoided that stretch because the ground got soft near the water, especially in spring. But tourists and out-of-town hunters sometimes wandered down there. I asked if he was hurt. He said no, just embarrassed and needing a pull. I told him I'd be there soon. I hung up and stood in the office for a moment looking out the dusty window toward the highway. The wind had picked up. I could see grass bending in waves. Calls like that came in every week. Someone stuck in sand. Someone slid off a ranch track. Nothing unusual. Still, I remember writing the location down in my small notebook before leaving. I always kept one in the truck glove box, a habit I picked up after getting turned around on dirt roads years ago. The note looked like this when they found it later. River Road past ditch. Broken post gate. I locked the shop door, grabbed my tow chain, and drove out. The route took me through town first, past the diner where lunch crowds were starting to gather, past the school playground, then west along the highway until the pavement ended and gravel took over. Once you leave the highway out there, the land changes. Fields open wider. Houses disappear. You start seeing long irrigation arms and windmills instead of fences. The road becomes pale dust and scattered stones. I drove with the windows down. The air smelled like dry earth and river mud somewhere far ahead. The turnoff he described came exactly where I expected it. A narrow dirt road, barely wider than a truck, running alongside a ditch that carried snowmelt from the foothills. The broken fence post was there too. That detail stuck with me even then. The man had described it perfectly. I turned down the track and drove slowly. The ground was uneven, and the truck bounced over old tire ruts hardened by the sun. The river came into view after a few minutes. Not wide, just a slow green bend cutting through cottonwoods. I kept looking for a car in the ditch or stuck near the bank. There wasn't one. I pulled to a stop and let the engine idle. The wind moved through the cottonwood leaves in a steady whisper. Grass brushed against the truck doors. A hawk circled somewhere overhead. I remember stepping out and standing beside the truck, scanning the road both directions. No vehicle, no person, just the track running along the river. I walked a little farther down the road, expecting maybe the car was around the bend. Sometimes drivers exaggerate how close they are to a landmark, but the road curved ahead empty. The mud near the bank showed old tire tracks and cattle prints. Nothing fresh. I stood there long enough that the truck engine ticked as it cooled. Eventually, I went back to the cab and tried calling the number that had appeared on the shop phone display. It rang once. Then the line went dead. I told myself the man had probably managed to get out on his own. Maybe he'd flagged someone else down. Maybe he'd walked toward the highway. That explanation felt reasonable enough that I climbed back in the truck and started the engine again. I drove another mile along the river before turning around. Even then, I kept watching the road ahead for a stranded car. There was nothing. Later, when the investigators retraced the route, They said there were no new tire tracks except mine. What happened after I turned around is harder to piece together. The last clear thing anyone knows is that my truck left the dirt road and drove toward the river crossing farther downstream. The crossing is an old concrete ford. Water sometimes flows over it when the river rises. That day, the river was low. No one saw the truck enter the water. The nearest house is nearly 2 miles away through fields and trees. My family started worrying when I didn't return to the shop that afternoon. By evening, my brother went looking along the usual service roads. He drove the same path I had taken. He reached the broken fence post. He drove along the river. He never saw the truck. Law enforcement searched that night and into the next day. They checked ditches and culverts and fields. They followed the dirt track along the river several miles. Deputies walked the banks, looking for disturbed mud. Nothing. My truck had vanished from a road with no side trails and no cover except cottonwoods. The search widened. Helicopters flew over ranch land. Volunteers walked fence lines and creek beds. My family told investigators about the phone call. The number on the caller ID traced back to a prepaid phone that had never been registered to anyone. They never found the man who made the call. Weeks passed. The case shifted slowly from search to investigation. People in town speculated about accidents, about someone needing help farther down the road, about robbery or a fight or something gone wrong near the river. But there were no signs of any of those things. No blood, no broken glass, no tire marks leading off the road. Just the last place my truck had been seen heading. Over the years, the story settled into the kind of quiet mystery rural towns carry. Folks mentioned it when they passed the river road. Some stopped driving that route entirely. My family kept hoping something would surface. 5 years later, it did. A drought lowered the river enough that parts of the bank exposed mud that hadn't seen daylight in decades. A fisherman walking the bend noticed metal under the water near the old ford crossing. Divers came out the next morning. They pulled my truck from the river slowly, the winch cable creaking as it rose, dripping into the sunlight. The vehicle was intact, windows closed, doors locked. Inside the cab, they found my notebook in the glove compartment. The page still folded where I'd written the directions. River Road past ditch. Broken post gate. There were no remains inside. No evidence anyone had been in the truck when it entered the water. Investigators said the vehicle had rolled into the river sometime that afternoon years earlier. Maybe the brakes failed. Maybe the ground gave way near the bank. Maybe something else happened along that road. No one could explain why the truck had been found miles downstream from where I turned around. No one could explain why there were no tracks leading toward the crossing that day. And no one ever found the man who called asking for help. My wife kept one of the papers the deputies left behind during the search. It had a list of procedural notes and constraints the investigators followed while reconstructing the timeline, the kind of document written quietly before reports are finalized. She said the strangest part wasn't what the paper contained. It was the empty space in the timeline where my life simply stopped. Midday, clear sky, a helpful man driving down a rural road towards someone who needed assistance. A call answered, a truck leaving a shop. Then the river bending through cottonwoods and dust drifting across the road where no other vehicle had passed, as if the land itself had watched the truck roll slowly into the water and close over it, without leaving any trace at all. The morning they opened the gate for me, the air smelled like wet concrete and old paper. I remember standing just inside the sally port, my hands loose at my sides because there was nothing left to hold. For years, I had imagined that moment in loud, dramatic ways. Shouting, crying, collapsing. Instead, I just watched a guard slide a clipboard across the metal counter and tap the line where my name was already printed. The ink from the pen looked watery when I signed. I had been inside long enough that my handwriting felt like someone else's habit. My hand moved carefully, slowly, like I was forging my own name. The guard watched without expression. He had probably seen 100 men leave through that door. Behind me, the inner gate closed with a hollow clang that echoed through the narrow concrete chamber. The outer door buzzed. Freedom arrived as a mechanical sound. No one said congratulations. No one said good luck. The guard simply nodded once and opened the last door. The sky outside was flat gray. I had forgotten how big it looked. I stepped across the painted yellow line and onto the cracked pavement beyond the gate. The air was colder than I expected. It carried the smell of distant traffic and damp asphalt from the parking lot. That was how I left prison after 27 years. Not because anyone decided I was innocent, but because the state and my lawyers agreed it was safer to let me go than to argue about what had been done wrong. They called it a conditional release. The paperwork said my conviction still stood. The record said the case was solved, and officially the man who committed the crime was still me. I was 23 when they arrested me. At the time, I worked nights unloading trucks behind a grocery warehouse near the river. The job was simple and dull, but it paid enough to keep my apartment and a used pickup running. The night everything changed began like any other shift. Rain had started just before midnight. The docks were slick and shining under yellow lights, and water ran in thin streams across the cracked pavement. I remember pulling my jacket tight while waiting for the next trailer to back in. Around 2 a.m, the police cars arrived. At first, I thought they were there for someone else. The lot was busy, and officers sometimes came through chasing something unrelated to us, but they came straight toward me. The question started immediately. Where had I been earlier that evening? Who had I seen? Whether I knew a man whose name I had never heard before. The officers spoke calmly, but their eyes stayed fixed on me in a way that made the air feel tight. Within an hour, I was sitting in the back of a cruiser watching rain beat across the window. A man had been found dead in a parking lot across town. Someone had said they saw my truck nearby. That was the first link in a chain that eventually locked shut. The investigation moved quickly. Too quickly, as it turned out. But when you are the person sitting under bright lights in a small interview room, you do not see the gaps in the process. You only see the questions coming one after another, each one more certain than the last. I told them where I had been. I told them who could confirm it. The detectives wrote things down, then asked the same questions again later. Like they were listening for cracks in my answers, they brought photographs. They pointed at times and locations on a printed timeline. Somewhere in the middle of it all, the assumption hardened. Once that happened, everything else seemed to arrange itself around it. A witness became more confident after seeing my photograph. A partial fingerprint found on a car door was described as consistent with mine. The truck someone thought they saw became my truck without much hesitation. My lawyer later explained that investigations sometimes move like gravity. Once a theory forms, every piece of information falls toward it. At the time, I believed the truth would straighten things out. It did not. The trial lasted 4 days. I remember the courtroom more clearly than I remember most of my 20s. The wood benches, the faint smell of dust and old carpet, the quiet scratching of pens whenever someone testified. People spoke about me as if I were an object placed in the center of the room. The prosecution presented their version of the night in confident, careful language. Each witness added another small brick to the wall forming around me. The man who said he saw my truck pointed toward the defense table without hesitation. A technician described the fingerprint match in technical terms that sounded certain enough to stop argument. My lawyer cross-examined everyone. He asked about lighting conditions, about the distance of the witness from the parking lot, about the incomplete nature of the fingerprint, but questions do not carry the same weight as answers. By the 4th afternoon, the jury looked tired. The verdict took less than 3 hours. Guilty. I remember watching the judge fold his hands while the foreperson spoke. The room seemed very still, like the air had thickened. The sentence came later that day. Life with the possibility of parole. Prison compresses time in strange ways. Years move slowly when you are living them. But when you look back, they collapse into a few fixed images. The first winter inside, the day I learned which stairwells to avoid, the quiet routine of mornings spent in the prison library where old legal books sat in leaning rows. I did not start studying my case immediately. For the first few years, I assumed the appeal process would work on its own. Lawyers filed documents. Courts reviewed transcripts. Motions appeared and disappeared in paperwork I barely understood. Each denial arrived with language that sounded polite and distant. No reversible error. Sufficient evidence. Conviction affirmed. Eventually, the lawyers stopped writing. That was when I began reading. The prison library was a narrow room with humming fluorescent lights and metal shelves that bowed slightly in the middle. Most of the books were outdated, but the legal volumes still carried the weight of official authority. I spent afternoons copying passages onto yellow pads, procedures, evidence rules, appeals. The more I read, the more the trial began to look different in my memory. Small things stood out. The fingerprint technician had never examined the full print. Only a partial smudge lifted from a wet car door. The witness who identified my truck had first described it as dark green. Mine was faded blue. None of that had seemed important when the trial was moving quickly, but in a quiet room filled with law books, those details began to gather meaning. Years later, a legal clinic took interest in the case. They sent a young attorney to meet me in a small visiting room, separated by thick glass. He carried a stack of files that looked heavier than they should have been. He explained the phrase procedural integrity in patient terms, evidence handling, disclosure requirements, documentation standards. The investigation in my case, he said carefully, showed irregularities. That was the word he used. Irregularities. It took another decade for those irregularities to matter. By then, I had been inside long enough to watch entire groups of inmates arrive and leave. Some aged quickly, some disappeared into quiet routines that looked permanent. My own case moved in slow bursts of activity followed by long silence, requests for old records, interviews with retired investigators, a review of the evidence storage logs from the original department. The pattern that emerged was not dramatic. No single discovery proved anything. Instead, there were small procedural failures scattered through the investigation like cracks in concrete. Evidence logged hours later than expected, notes that did not match official reports, a witness interview summarized differently in two separate documents. None of those details automatically meant the wrong person had been convicted, but together they raised a larger question: whether the investigation had followed the rules meant to protect the truth. The state resisted reopening the case. That part was predictable. A conviction represents finality. Courts rely on that stability to keep the system moving. Undoing a verdict decades later requires something extraordinary. My lawyers did not claim they could prove my innocence. Instead, they argued that the investigation had been compromised enough that the conviction could not be trusted. That distinction became the center of the legal battle: truth versus certainty. For years, the courts refused to reconsider. Then one judge ordered a hearing. I remember the day I returned to the courthouse. The building looked smaller than I remembered. Inside, the hallways carried the same quiet smell of paper and floor polish. The courtroom itself had barely changed, but the case had aged. The original prosecutor had retired. One of the investigators had died. Records that once sat neatly in cabinets now existed mostly as photocopies and scanned files. Experts testified about missing documentation and questionable procedures. One retired detective admitted under questioning that certain evidence logs might have been completed after the fact to organize the file. The phrase hung in the courtroom like dust in sunlight. My lawyers argued that the investigation had been shaped by assumptions too early in the process. The state responded that the jury had weighed the evidence and reached a lawful conclusion. Both statements were technically true. The judge listened for 2 days without showing much expression. At the end, he did not overturn the conviction. Instead, he suggested something else: negotiation. The agreement took months. I was not present for most of it. My lawyers explained the outlines during brief meetings in a small conference room inside the prison. The state would not declare me innocent. They would not vacate the conviction, but they would agree to release me under conditions acknowledging the doubts raised about the investigation. It was described as a practical resolution. For the state, the case remained officially solved. For me, the prison door would open. I asked my attorney whether the agreement meant anyone believed I was innocent. He paused for a moment before answering. Belief, he said, is not always part of the legal process. That was how I found myself standing at the prison gate on a gray morning, with a clipboard and a watery pen. The paperwork required my signature under several paragraphs of careful language. I acknowledged the terms. I waived certain claims. I accepted supervised release. Nowhere did the document ask whether I had committed the crime. When I finished signing, the guard slid the papers into a folder and nodded toward the outer door. The moment felt strangely unfinished, like a trial that had ended without the final argument. Life outside prison moves faster than memory. Cars passed the facility entrance while I stood on the sidewalk holding a small box of belongings collected from storage. My lawyer arrived a few minutes later and drove me into the city. During the ride, he explained the conditions of my release and the schedule for future court check-ins. His voice was calm, professional. I watched unfamiliar buildings slide past the window. Somewhere in those streets was the parking lot, where the crime had happened all those years ago. The official record still described the case in simple terms. A suspect identified, evidence presented, a jury verdict solved. But the files my lawyers had gathered told a quieter story. Documents that did not align, procedures that bent slightly under pressure, moments in the investigation where certainty appeared before understanding. None of it proved who had truly been in that parking lot that night, and after nearly 3 decades, no one seemed eager to reopen that question. Late that evening, I stood outside the small apartment, arranged for my transition. The city had changed while I was gone. Buildings were taller. Traffic sounded heavier. The sky above the streetlights looked wide and colorless. Somewhere in a courthouse file, my name still sat beside the word guilty. Somewhere else in a box of records were the doubts that had opened the prison gate. Both versions existed at the same time, sealed into the same history. I watched a car pass slowly through the intersection at the end of the block, its headlights sliding across wet pavement. For a moment, the light reflected off the street in a way that reminded me of rain on the warehouse docks all those years ago. Then the car turned the corner, and the street went quiet again, leaving only the dim glow of the lamps and the sound of distant traffic fading into the dark. The first time I noticed it, I was reviewing routine footage from the side monitor in my office, the one that covered the east fence line where the subdivision backed up to a strip of undeveloped land. It was late enough that the houses behind the fence were dark, and the only movement on the screen should have been wind pushing the ornamental grass along the property edge. I leaned closer because the figure on the display didn't move the way people move. My job was simple. I owned the property and managed security myself. The lot held a small storage facility and a detached workshop where I kept equipment for my contracting business. The neighborhood around it was quiet suburban sprawl, wide streets, evenly spaced streetlights, trimmed lawns, fences built more for appearance than defense. Most nights the cameras caught raccoons, the occasional stray dog, and sometimes teenagers cutting through the back lots after midnight. The system itself was nothing unusual. 8 fixed cameras mounted along the perimeter fence, and 2 covering the building entrances. Each one fed into a recorder in the office. Motion detection flagged segments for review. I had installed the whole setup personally 2 years earlier, and had already replaced half the wiring after a lightning storm fried the original run. By that point, I trusted it because I knew exactly how it worked. That night, a motion alert popped up for the east fence at 2:17 a.m. The clip started with the usual empty frame. Sodium streetlight glow spilled over the top rail of the fence, turning the grass pale and the gravel maintenance strip along the fence line silver gray. The timestamp rolled forward for a few seconds before anything entered the image. Then something stepped into view from the left. At first glance, it looked like a person. Human height. Upright. Dark clothing, or maybe just shadow. But the way it moved made my brain stall for a second before catching up. Instead of walking with alternating strides, the figure shifted forward in a series of angled motions that didn't match the rhythm of legs. The best way I can describe it is this. Imagine someone stepping forward without bending their knees, the body tilting slightly, then straightening again. Each movement was quick and precise. No sway, no arm swing. I replayed the clip immediately. The figure crossed about 15 feet of gravel along the inside edge of the fence. The path was completely open, No vehicles, no bushes, nothing tall enough to block the camera's view. The lighting wasn't perfect, but it was good enough to track the silhouette clearly. Halfway across the frame, the movement changed. The figure leaned forward sharply. One leg, or what I assumed was a leg, extended at an angle that looked wrong, like the joint rotated too far outward. Then it straightened in a way that made the body appear momentarily rigid. That was the point where I paused the video. I zoomed in. The resolution wasn't great, but the outline remained clear enough to see that the proportions were human. Head, torso, arms hanging at the sides, but the joints looked off. I let the clip continue. The figure took 2 more of those strange forward shifts. Then it reached the center of the frame and vanished, not behind anything, not stepping out of view. The silhouette was simply present in one frame and gone in the next while still standing in the open gravel strip. I stared at the screen for a long time before moving. The cameras were live, so I pulled up the current feed from the same location. The fence line looked exactly like it always did. Quiet, empty, the grass moving slightly in the breeze. I rewound the recording again. Same result, frame by frame. The sequence was identical every time I watched it. The figure crossed into the frame, moved with those stiff angled steps, leaned forward, straightened, then disappeared. The next frame showed nothing but gravel and grass. My first assumption was a glitch in the recording. I checked the file integrity on the system. No errors. No dropped frames reported by the recorder. The timestamp advanced normally. The clip length matched the motion event duration. I watched it again at half speed. The movement became even more unsettling when slowed down. The angles of the legs didn't follow a normal gait. There was a moment where the knee appeared to bend backward slightly before correcting. The final moment happened between frames. One frame contained the figure mid-step. The next showed an empty fence line. I left the office and walked the perimeter. The gravel strip along the fence still held shallow impressions where someone had stepped. They were faint, but visible under the security light mounted on the corner pole. The prints ran left to right across the frame exactly where the figure had moved in the video. They stopped halfway across the gravel. No exit tracks, just a partial footprint and then smooth gravel beyond it. I crouched and ran a hand across the surface. The stones were undisturbed past that point. If someone had jumped the fence or run into the grass, there would have been marks. There weren't. I finished the perimeter check and went back inside. For the next hour, I examined the footage from every other camera on the property. The figure never appeared on any of them. The east fence camera was the only one that recorded motion during that time window. I considered the possibility of someone entering from the blind spot between cameras, but that didn't explain the disappearance. The figure had been standing in the open center of the frame. There was nowhere to step out of view within a single frame interval. The recorder captured 30 frames per second. I exported the clip and watched it on another computer. To rule out playback issues, same result. A person-shaped silhouette moving across the gravel, then gone. By morning, I had convinced myself it had to be some kind of compression artifact or digital error in the video stream. I had worked with enough electronics to know strange glitches could happen, especially with low-light cameras, but the footprints bothered me. They were real. I had photographed them before the sun rose high enough to wash out the impressions. Later that afternoon, I sent the clip to a friend of mine who worked in digital forensics for an insurance firm. He handled video authentication for fraud investigations, so he knew how to spot manipulated footage. I didn't explain what I thought I saw. I just asked him to check the file. 2 days passed before he called back. He told me the recording showed no signs of editing, frame replacement, or compression anomalies beyond what the camera normally produced. The metadata lined up with the recorder's timestamps. Frame intervals were consistent. According to him, the clip was an intact, continuous recording. He also pointed out something I hadn't noticed. The figure's disappearance happened between 2 frames, where the background remained perfectly stable. No distortion, no motion blur, nothing indicating a dropped frame, which meant the camera had captured exactly what it showed. A figure in one frame, empty space in the next. After that call, I went back through older recordings from the same camera. Months of footage. Every motion event triggered by wind, animals, passing headlights. Nothing else like it appeared. I also adjusted the camera angle slightly and increased the motion sensitivity in case something small had slipped through unnoticed. Weeks passed. No repeat of the event. The footprints faded with the next rain. The gravel settled back into its usual smooth surface along the fence. Eventually, the clip became just another file on the recorder's archive drive, but every once in a while I still load it up and watch it again. The details never change. The lighting, the angle, the movement, a human-shaped figure crossing an empty stretch of gravel under a suburban streetlight, legs bending in ways that don't match normal biomechanics. Steps that look almost mechanical in their precision, and then the moment in the center of the frame where the figure simply isn't there anymore. I've checked the equipment, replaced the cables, even swapped the camera with a newer model to rule out hardware faults. Nothing has ever appeared like that again. The recording still exists exactly as it was captured that night. A permanent record produced by a system designed to observe ordinary things and store them without interpretation. It shows a person-shaped figure moving across open ground and vanishing in a place where nothing blocks the camera's view. Every technical check says the footage is genuine, which leaves only the part that doesn't fit anything I know about how movement or cameras or people actually work, and that part is still sitting there in the middle of the frame where the gravel is empty and the figure should still be standing. The first thing that woke me wasn't a sound. It was the smell. Anyone who spends enough nights in the mountains learns the normal catalog of nighttime odors. Wet soil cooling after the sun drops, pine sap warming and cooling again, the faint metallic bite of a camp stove that hasn't fully aired out. That night had all of those things when we crawled into our tents. But sometime after midnight, something new pushed through the cold air outside the nylon walls. It was heavy and sour, and sharp enough that it seemed to wake the back of my throat before my ears caught up. I lay still in my sleeping bag, breathing shallowly, trying to place it. I've been camping most of my life. My brother Eric and I both grew up hiking the Front Range with our dad, and by the time we were adults, we'd gotten comfortable with long trips into areas most people skip. That particular weekend was supposed to be routine. Just 4 of us. Me, Eric, our friend Mateo, and a guy from Eric's climbing gym named Lucas. All experienced outdoorsmen. All people who knew how the woods normally behave. We'd hiked most of the afternoon into a heavily forested stretch of mountains, where the trees grow tall and tight together, the ground thick with old needles and fallen limbs. The kind of place where sunlight barely reaches the soil even in the middle of the day. By dusk we found a small clearing beside a shallow drainage. Nothing dramatic, just a pocket of open ground where someone had camped before. We set up 2 tents near the tree line and cooked dinner over a small stove. Nothing unusual happened. No strange noises. No signs of large animals nearby. The forest felt quiet in the ordinary way it does after dark. The smell that woke me hours later was nothing like that normal quiet. It had a sulfurous bite to it, like struck matches or damp stone near a hot spring, but mixed with something organic, rotting vegetation maybe, or the scent animals leave around dens. Only stronger, strong enough that I could taste it. I unzipped my sleeping bag slightly and listened. The forest had gone still. When you sleep outside long enough, you get used to a constant background layer of sound. Insects, shifting branches, the occasional small animal pushing through brush. That night there was none of that. No wind either. Just the weight of the trees and the smell. Then I heard the movement. It wasn't loud. At first it was just a slow pressure in the forest floor, the faint compression of needles and soil somewhere beyond our tents. One step, then another, 2 legs. That's what my brain told me before I even fully processed it. Not the 4-beat rhythm of deer or elk, not the quick scatter of smaller animals. This was a measured pattern. 1 foot, then the other. Heavy. I stayed still inside my sleeping bag, staring at the dark fabric of the tent wall a foot from my face. The movement circled slowly through the trees. I couldn't see it, but I could hear the weight behind each step. The smell grew stronger. My first thought was a bear standing upright. That happens sometimes when they're curious. But bears don't move like that for long. And bears don't usually circle a campsite with that slow, deliberate pacing. Another step. The ground compressed again, somewhere near the edge of the clearing. I heard fabric shift quietly from the other tent. Mateo was awake too. Nobody spoke. Experienced campers learn not to shout into darkness unless something is already wrong. The steps came closer. There's a different quality to movement when something large walks across forest floor. The earth itself seems to flex under it. I felt that pressure faintly through my sleeping pad. The shape of something passed across the outer wall of our tent, blocking a patch of faint starlight. Just a blur. Taller than the tent. I held my breath. The thing stopped. For a few seconds, nothing moved at all. Then the smell flooded the air again, stronger than before. It rolled across the campsite like a wave, thick enough to sting my nose. My eyes watered. The thing shifted its weight. One slow step. Another. The movement passed between our tent and the other one. I heard Lucas inhale sharply through his nose. Inside the neighboring shelter, the way people do when they catch a smell that shouldn't exist where they are. Still no voices. The steps continued around the perimeter of the clearing, always outside the tents, always slow. I unzipped my bag a little more and reached for the headlamp beside my pillow. My fingers closed around it, but I didn't turn it on. Light can escalate situations with animals. Most of the time, the smarter move is to stay quiet and let them lose interest. But animals usually move with purpose. They pass through. They investigate and leave. This thing kept circling. Minutes stretched. Each pass brought the smell again. Sulfur and decay. At one point, it stopped directly behind my head where the tent wall curved down toward the ground. The nylon barely moved, but I could sense the presence through it. The way you can feel someone standing close even with your eyes closed. Something brushed the outside of the tent. Not a swipe. Not claws. More like a slow drag across the fabric, as if whatever stood there was running something along the surface to feel the shape beneath. My entire body locked. The tent pole creaked softly as the fabric shifted. I stared at the thin wall inches from my face and waited for it to tear. It didn't. The pressure lifted. The footsteps resumed. At some point, Mateo whispered from the other tent, barely audible through the nylon. Just one word asking if we were hearing it too. Eric answered quietly that he was. That was the only exchange all night. The movement continued for a long time. Long enough that the rhythm of it started to blur with the dark. Sometimes it moved farther into the trees. Sometimes it returned to the clearing, always upright, always heavy. Once it stopped again near the drainage behind camp. I heard something shift in the brush, branches bending slowly rather than snapping. Then stillness. I remember thinking that if it rushed the tents, there would be no time to react. Instead, it walked away. The steps faded into the forest. The smell lingered longer than the sound. None of us slept after that. We stayed quiet until the first gray hint of dawn filtered through the trees. When the forest finally started making normal morning noise again, the silence inside the tents broke all at once. Zippers opened. Cold air poured into the clearing as we stepped out. No one spoke at first. The campsite looked normal. Our gear was exactly where we left it. The drainage trickled quietly through stones. Light filtered down through the branches. Then Eric pointed toward the far edge of the clearing. At first, I thought the ground was just disturbed from our own walking the night before. But as we moved closer, the pattern became obvious. Footprints, large ones. They began at the tree line, where the forest thickened into shadow. From there, they crossed the clearing in a wide loop around both tents. The soil there was soft enough to hold impressions clearly. Each print had the shape of a long, narrow foot, with distinct toe marks pressed into the dirt. 5 of them, spread wider than a human foot. But the size wasn't the strangest part. The stride was. The prints were spaced like something walking upright. each one aligned in a path that circled us again and again through the clearing. Before heading back into the trees on the opposite side, Lucas crouched beside one of them. None of us said much. Experienced outdoorsmen don't jump to conclusions when the woods present something unfamiliar. But we all knew what the tracks in that soil didn't match. They weren't bear. Bears leave a very different pattern. They weren't elk or moose or any hoofed animal. They weren't human either. The proportions were wrong. Too long. Too wide through the toes. And the depth of the impression suggested weight. A lot of it. Mateo stood slowly and rubbed his nose. The smell was still there. Faint, but unmistakable. It clung to the air around the prints like a residue. We followed the trackway only a short distance into the forest. The trees closed in quickly, and the ground hardened under old roots and rock. The prints disappeared after maybe 30 yards. The woods beyond that point looked untouched. No broken branches. No hair caught on bark. Nothing that explained what had walked around our camp for hours. We stood there for a long time, listening to the normal sounds of the forest returning. Eventually, Eric said we should pack up. Nobody argued. Breaking camp took half the time it usually does. Gear went into packs quickly. The tents came down. The stove cooled and disappeared into a bag. Before leaving, I looked once more across the clearing. Morning light had reached the ground now. It filled the prints with thin shadows that made their edges even clearer. A slow path circling the place where we had slept. Then the line heading back into the forest. By mid-morning, we were miles away on the trail down the mountain. None of us found another track. None of us smelled that sulfur again. But even now, years later, the memory that returns most clearly isn't the footprints or the movement in the dark. It's the moment lying in my sleeping bag when something stood inches beyond the thin wall of that tent, breathing out that foul mineral smell into the cold mountain air, while the forest held perfectly still around it. The call came in just after the lunch rush, while I was standing behind the shop counter with a rag over my shoulder and a half-finished cup of coffee cooling beside the register. The front door of Miller's Auto stayed open that time of day to let the warm air move through, and the sound of trucks rolling down the county road drifted in and out like slow waves. I remember wiping my hands and looking out across the lot at the line of dusty pickups waiting for work. It was an ordinary afternoon in rural Colorado, the kind where nothing important ever seems to happen. I had built my reputation on a simple rule. If someone was stuck, I went. The phone on the wall rang twice before I picked it up. The voice on the other end sounded strained and winded, like someone who had been walking or pacing while talking. The man explained he had broken down near the river crossing outside town, said he'd tried flagging down drivers but nobody stopped. Said he'd heard Miller's Auto helped people when other places wouldn't. That last part sounded right. Folks around here knew me for it. If someone slid into a ditch or burned out a starter or ran dry miles from a station, my truck usually showed up before a tow company ever bothered. The man said his engine had died and he couldn't get it to turn again. He wasn't sure exactly where he was, only that he'd followed the gravel road that wound past the old cottonwood groves and dropped toward the river. He mentioned seeing a rusted cattle gate and a bend where the road dipped close to the water. I knew the stretch he meant. It was a lonely patch of land along the South Platte, where the river cut shallow curves through brush and sandbars. Ranch fences leaned at odd angles there, and the road had a habit of washing out in spring runoff. I told him I'd come take a look. After I hung up, I grabbed my tool bag and headed outside. The sun was high and bright, the kind of midday glare that flattens shadows and makes the gravel shine white. My service truck sat near the garage door with the hood still warm from the last job. I tossed the bag in the passenger seat and climbed in. The drive out of town took less than 10 minutes. After the last gas station disappeared in the mirror, the road narrowed and the fields opened wide on both sides. Late summer had turned the grass brittle and pale. The mountains stood faint and blue on the horizon like they always did. I remember thinking the whole situation sounded simple. Probably a dead battery, or a seized alternator, something easy. The gravel road to the river branched off near a leading fence post. with a faded reflector nailed to it. My tires crunched onto the turn, kicking dust behind me. The farther I drove, the quieter things got. No houses, no power lines, just cottonwoods scattered along the riverbank, and wind moving through dry weeds. I kept an eye out for the man's vehicle but didn't see anything at first. The road twisted along a shallow ridge before dipping lower toward the water. Tire ruts from earlier drivers cut 2 dark tracks through the dust. Another half-mile passed. Still nothing. I slowed the truck and rolled down the window. The smell of river mud drifted in on the breeze. That was when I noticed something strange. The tire tracks ahead looked fresh, but they stopped. Not gradually, not turning off somewhere. They just ended near the edge of a wide clearing where the road flattened beside the river. I pulled forward slowly and parked. The river moved quietly beyond a strip of brush about 20 yards away. Sunlight flickered across the water through the cottonwood leaves. Aside from that, the clearing was empty. No stalled car, no stranded driver, just dirt and weeds and wind. I stepped out of the truck and looked around, expecting the man to come walking out from somewhere. Maybe he'd pushed the vehicle farther down the road. Maybe he'd wandered off to get a signal, but the clearing held nothing. I crouched to look at the ground. The tire marks that led into the clearing were narrow, like something small had driven through recently. A sedan, maybe. They cut straight across the dirt and ended close to the riverbank. I walked toward the river, scanning the ground. That was when I noticed the slope. The dirt near the water dropped more sharply than it first appeared. The bank was soft in places, packed with loose sand where the river rose during spring runoff. At the bottom, the water ran slow and dark. I stood there a moment, listening. The wind moved through the cottonwoods with a soft rattling sound. Somewhere upstream, a bird called once and then went quiet. The place felt empty in a way that didn't make sense. I walked back toward my truck and checked the road again. No other vehicles had come down that way since the tracks I'd followed. No fresh prints. No sign anyone had been walking around recently. Just those tracks leading in and nowhere leading out. I went back to the riverbank. The sand along the edge had been disturbed. Not footprints exactly. More like sliding marks where something heavy had shifted toward the water. I looked down into the river. The current there moved slowly but steadily. The surface reflected the sky in dull gray ripples. It was deep enough in that bend to swallow a car if one had rolled in. I shaded my eyes and scanned the water. Nothing, just the reflection of clouds moving across the surface. For a moment I wondered if the driver had somehow pushed his vehicle farther downstream, maybe trying to get traction along the bank, but there was no path for it. The brush and fallen limbs would have stopped anything with wheels. I walked the clearing again, slower this time. A piece of broken glass lay half buried in the dirt near the edge of the tracks. I picked it up and turned it in the light. It looked like it might have come from a headlight. I dropped it back where I found it. The whole situation started feeling wrong, in a quiet, creeping way. Not dangerous exactly. Just off, like arriving somewhere after an accident already happened. I stood there a while longer, watching the river and listening to the wind. No one came. Eventually, I went back to my truck and grabbed the small portable winch I carried for roadside recoveries. If a car had slipped down the bank, I figured I might be able to hook onto something under the water. I carried the cable toward the edge. The sand shifted slightly under my boots. The slope down to the water looked steeper the closer I got. A thin layer of dried mud cracked under my weight. I paused and looked back toward the road. My truck sat alone in the clearing, sunlight glaring off the windshield. Beyond it, the gravel road stretched empty toward the hills. No dust trails, no approaching vehicles, just quiet. I stepped closer to the river and leaned out over the bank. The water was darker there than I expected. The bottom dropped off sharply a few feet from shore. If something heavy had rolled in, it could have sunk quickly. I tried to see beneath the surface. The reflection of the sky kept shifting, breaking apart whenever the current moved. Then something caught my eye, a faint shape below the waterline. It wasn't clear enough to identify, just a dull outline several feet down. Maybe metal, Maybe a shadow. I moved down the slope another step to get a better look. The dirt gave slightly under my weight. I planted my boot and leaned forward. The river smelled colder up close, like wet stone and algae. The sound of the current grew louder where it curled around the bend. I remember thinking that if a car was down there, someone should have reported it missing by now, and I remember wondering why the man who called hadn't come out to meet me. A small patch of mud near my foot crumbled away and slid toward the water. I steadied myself and looked back once more toward the road. The clearing looked exactly the same as when I arrived. Empty, still, waiting. Then I turned back toward the dark shape under the river and leaned closer to see what was down there. The road into the valley had not been used in years. Grass had grown through the cracks in the asphalt, and the faded center line disappeared beneath wind-blown dust long before the industrial buildings came into view. I parked beside a collapsed guardrail and walked the remaining distance with my camera and notebook, stepping over gravel and rusted bolts that must have once held something heavy in place. I had come because the place did not exist, at least not on any map I could find. I'm a historian by trade, though most people would probably call me an explorer now. My work tends to sit in the narrow space between archives and forgotten ground, when a place disappears from the official record but still leaves shadows in property filings, shipping logs, or aerial photographs. That's usually where I end up. The Valley facility had first appeared in a shipment ledger from the late 70s. Large orders of reinforced steel tanks, specialized ventilation equipment, and lab-grade filtration units delivered to a contractor that had never existed anywhere else in the paperwork. The shipping address was a mile marker on a county road that stopped appearing on state maps shortly afterward. After that, there was nothing. No permits, no closure records, no ownership transfers, just silence. By the time I reached the gate, the sun was high and the wind had started pushing dust across the empty yard in slow drifting sheets. The chain-link fence had collapsed inward years ago. Someone had cut the lock cleanly through with bolt cutters and left it hanging like a broken tooth. Beyond it stood 3 low concrete buildings and a tall cylindrical structure that might have been a processing tower. All of it was stained the same dull color as the surrounding hills. It looked abandoned the way places do when people leave quickly, not gradually. The yard still held equipment racks and metal pallets scattered in uneven rows. A forklift sat beside the loading dock with its forks lowered halfway to the ground, as if the operator had stepped off mid-task and never returned. I walked slowly through the open gate and took photographs from several angles before approaching the nearest building. The front door hung partially open. Inside, the air smelled dry and metallic. Dust coated everything, but the outlines of certain objects were still visible on work tables where they had once been stored. Clipboards lay scattered across the floor. A stack of sealed sample jars had rolled against the far wall and gathered in a corner. The lighting fixtures were intact but dead. Sunlight entered through narrow windows near the ceiling, leaving most of the interior in shadow. I began documenting the room the way I always do. Wide shots first, then close details, labels, serial numbers, wall markings, anything that could later anchor the place to a date or organization. What stood out immediately was the paperwork. Most abandoned facilities have almost none. Companies clear documents before leaving, because paper is evidence. Here, the opposite seemed true. Folders lay open across several desks. A metal cabinet had been pulled away from the wall with drawers spilling onto the floor. The papers weren't organized, but they were everywhere. I crouched beside the nearest stack and began flipping through. Typed memos, handwritten notes, diagrams printed on aging.matrix paper. Many of the pages were stamped with internal tracking numbers, but no company logo. Some documents were clearly research logs, rows of dates, followed by observation summaries written in clinical language, environmental conditions, equipment adjustments, references to containment parameters. What they were containing wasn't stated. I photographed each page carefully. At the back of the room, I found a wall map pinned beneath several layers of notes. It showed a cross-section diagram of the valley beneath the facility, marked with boreholes and underground chambers. Several were circled in red marker with arrows pointing toward the central tower structure outside. Someone had written a phrase along the margin in thick block letters. Stability window narrowing. The handwriting looked rushed. I moved deeper into the building. The next room contained a row of sealed cabinets and a heavy steel door standing open. Beyond it was a narrow laboratory corridor. Glass observation panels lined one side, though whatever equipment had once occupied the rooms behind them was gone. Every cart was empty, every workbench cleared. It felt less like abandonment and more like extraction, as if someone had returned later and removed only the most important things. I found the first sign of haste near the end of the corridor. A clipboard lay on the floor with its pages half torn free. The top sheet had been ripped sharply across the center, leaving jagged edges that suggested someone had pulled it away quickly. The remaining half read like a final entry, containment thresholds falling below acceptable margin. Recommend immediate suspension of phase trials until stabilization model recalibrated. The signature line beneath it was blank. I photographed it and placed the paper back exactly where I had found it. By midday, the sun had burned away most of the dust clouds outside. From the roof, I could see the entire site clearly. 3 support buildings, the central tower, and behind them several long trenches cut into the hillside that had since partially collapsed. Those trenches caught my attention immediately. They were too straight to be natural erosion. I climbed down and walked toward them, up close. The cuts revealed reinforced concrete walls buried beneath the soil. Sections of heavy piping ran along the trench floors before disappearing into sealed access ports. It looked like infrastructure designed to carry something underground. The pipes were thick, heavily insulated and connected directly to the tower structure. I followed them back across the yard. The tower entrance was unlocked. Inside, the temperature dropped noticeably. The structure was hollow, except for a vertical shaft lined with metal rings and ladder rungs descending into darkness. Beside the shaft sat a metal desk bolted to the floor. Most of its drawers were empty, but the bottom drawer had jammed halfway open, trapping a thin binder inside. I worked it loose slowly. The binder contained printed reports with dates that ran for nearly 6 years. Each section documented a different phase of whatever research had taken place here. The early entries described exploratory drilling beneath the valley, geological mapping, soil density readings. Later entries shifted toward containment, modeling, and environmental response patterns. The final pages were different, shorter, more urgent. One paragraph appeared repeatedly, with minor variations, surface stability decreasing, subsurface resonance increasing beyond projected tolerance. Several pages later, a final typed memo summarized the situation in stark terms. If containment fails, surface displacement may erase all structural evidence of the site within hours. The date on the memo was the last recorded entry in the binder. No closure report followed. No evacuation summary. Nothing to explain what happened after that. Tucked inside the back cover was a folded photocopy of what appeared to be a safety document, the kind used internally to guide field procedures. The heading referenced archival handling standards and narrative restrictions, and though it seemed unrelated to the research itself, the formatting made it stand out sharply from the other material. I photographed it out of habit before returning it to the binder, noting the strange reference tag printed along the margin. By the time I finished documenting the tower, the afternoon light had begun to shift toward the western ridge. I packed my equipment slowly. The place had the feeling of something unfinished, like a story cut off mid-sentence. Facilities close down all the time. Companies disappear. Research programs end, but they usually leave a trail. This one ended abruptly. I drove back down the valley road just before sunset, my camera full of photographs, and my notebook heavy with copied passages from the documents. 2 days later, I returned. I wanted additional measurements from the trench structures, and a better look at the underground shaft with proper lighting equipment. The roadblock appeared half a mile before the site. 2 black trucks sat across the pavement with hazard lights flashing. Beyond them, dust rose from the valley floor in thick gray clouds. I parked and walked forward, From the ridge above the facility, I could see the entire site clearly. Bulldozers, excavators, several men in reflective vests moving quickly between machines. One building had already collapsed into a heap of shattered concrete. The second was halfway down, its outer wall folding inward under the weight of the demolition arm. The tower still stood, but cables had been attached to its upper frame. I watched as the excavator pulled. The structure resisted for a moment, then the entire tower tilted sideways and fell with a heavy crash that echoed across the valley. Dust swallowed the site almost instantly. No markings appeared on the trucks, no company names, just blank doors and dark windows. One of the workers noticed me on the ridge. He didn't wave, he didn't signal, he simply pointed toward the road. A few minutes later, another truck drove up behind my car and waited there with the engine running. I left shortly after. The next week, I returned again, this time with copies of my photographs and printed notes in the passenger seat. The valley road had been regraded. Fresh soil covered the old entrance. Where the facility had stood was now a flattened stretch of dirt, with no visible foundations or debris. Even the trenches had been filled. From a distance it looked like empty land. If I hadn't walked those buildings myself, I might have believed the place had never existed, but the documents still sit in my archive. Photographs of abandoned desks, research logs, the final memo about containment failure, and sometimes when I review the images, I notice details that didn't stand out at first. Certain equipment markings, certain phrases repeated across multiple reports, references to measurements taken far below the surface. Whatever they were studying in that valley was never explained in the paperwork I found, and whatever response my discovery triggered was fast enough to erase the entire site within 48 hours. The only physical trace left now is a shallow depression in the dirt, where the tower once stood, barely visible when the sun hits the valley at the right angle and the wind pushes the dust aside. The desert before dawn has a way of flattening sound. Even the wind seems to pass overhead instead of through you. That morning I was outside because the generator had coughed twice during the night, and I wanted to make sure it hadn't stalled completely. Our place sits high in the desert basin, a dry shelf of pale dirt and scrub, where the sky opens wider than it feels like it should. The mountains to the west were still black outlines, and the stars were bright enough to throw faint shadows across the yard. I remember the cold first. It had that sharp edge the desert gets just before sunrise. My breath fogged a little while I checked the fuel line and the cables. The generator rattled along fine, steady as always. Nothing looked wrong. I shut the access panel and stood there for a minute listening. That was when I noticed the lights. At first they looked like stars moving. Out here you see satellites often enough that your eyes learn their pace, that slow crawl across the sky. These were different. They slid across the open dark over the eastern ridge, bright white and spaced unevenly, like 3 points drifting together but not in formation. I straightened up and watched them without thinking much of it. Aircraft sometimes cross the basin, though you usually hear them before you see them. The sky was quiet enough that I could hear my jacket move when I shifted my arms. The lights stopped. They didn't slow or arc. They simply halted in the air above the basin, fixed in place. I remember frowning at that because nothing I knew about aircraft matched what I was seeing. One of the lights moved a little higher, not climbing in a line but sliding diagonally, while the others held position. Then the radio on the porch crackled. It was an old handheld set we kept for talking with the ranch 2 miles south. The speaker burst into a burst of static, sharp enough to make me turn. I walked over and picked it up. The noise wasn't random hiss. It pulsed, rising and dropping in short waves. I glanced back at the sky. The lights were moving again. They didn't circle or drift like helicopters. They made abrupt changes in direction, straight angles that would have thrown any aircraft into pieces. One light cut downward in a sharp line and stopped again, hovering lower than before. The others followed a moment later. My first thought was some kind of drone exercise. The military runs flights out west sometimes, and the basin is empty enough that nobody would notice. Still, even that idea felt thin. The movements were too quick, too precise, like someone drawing lines across the sky. The radio hissed louder. I tried the porch light switch. Nothing happened. That was when I realized the house had gone quiet. Usually the fridge hums softly through the walls, and the heater clicks on and off as the temperature shifts before sunrise. I stood there listening and heard none of it. Just the generator outside behind me, and the faint scrape of sand moving across the ground. I stepped back into the house and flipped another switch. Nothing. The generator outside was still running, but the electricity inside had dropped out. I checked the breaker panel by the door. Every switch was still set where it belonged. The radio spat another wave of interference that vibrated through my hand. When I stepped back outside, 2 more lights had appeared over the basin. They had not flown in from anywhere I could see. One moment the sky held 3 points. The next there were 5. They were brighter now, almost too bright to stare at directly. Not blinking like aircraft markers, not shifting color. Just a steady white that seemed to hang against the darkness. The lowest one moved again. It dropped sharply toward the ground before stopping halfway down the sky. The others spread apart, each drifting outward as if marking invisible corners of something wide and silent over the basin floor. My truck sat parked beside the shed. On impulse, I walked over and tried the door. The interior light didn't come on when I opened it. I turned the key anyway. The engine didn't even try, just a dry click. I tried again. Another click. The radio in my other hand screeched suddenly, loud enough that I nearly dropped it. The sound cut off just as fast, leaving the air strangely empty. When I looked back up, the lights had rearranged themselves again. 2 had moved close together, almost touching. The others hovered farther apart, forming a loose line across the sky. I remember thinking about distance then. The basin stretches miles across, and those lights could have been anywhere from a few hundred feet up to far beyond that. The lack of sound made judging it impossible. One of the lights shifted sideways so fast that I lost it for a second against the stars. Then it stopped again. The movement had taken less time than a blink. A faint vibration passed through the truck under my hand. Not a shake exactly, more like a low tremor moving through the metal frame. I stepped away from the vehicle and felt it again through the ground. Not strong, just present. The radio spat a thin thread of static and died completely. I walked out past the porch and into the open yard, trying to see the sky without the roofline cutting it in half. The air smelled dry and cold. Somewhere far off, a coyote yipped once and then went quiet. Above me, the lights drifted slowly apart again. One began tracing a wide arc across the sky. Another cut sharply upward and stopped at a point far higher than the rest. They moved with no visible source of thrust. No blinking markers. No exhaust. Just motion. The tremor in the ground faded. I remember lifting the radio and tapping the side of it. The screen had gone blank. I looked back toward the house. The porch light flickered once, then went dark again. The lights in the sky suddenly tightened together. They moved inward toward a point above the center of the basin. Each one crossed the distance with that same abrupt speed, stopping precisely when it reached the cluster. For a moment they held there, 5 bright points hovering close together. The air felt heavier. The generator behind me sputtered once, then steadied again. Something about the lights changed then. Not their color or brightness exactly. More the way they held themselves in place, like a pause before something else. I had the odd sense that whatever influence had knocked out the electronics around the house was strongest right then. The truck sat silent, the radio dead in my hand. The lights moved again, fast. They split apart in different directions. One shot straight up into the dark sky. Another cut sideways toward the mountains. The others scattered across the basin, each tracing a clean line through the stars. Then they stopped again. Everything went still. The silence pressed against my ears. For a long moment, nothing moved at all. Then the lowest light shot upward. Instantly, the others followed. No build-up, no acceleration I could track. One moment they hung scattered across the sky, the next they streaked upward and vanished, just gone. The sky above the basin looked empty again, filled only with the same stars that had been there before. The generator behind me hummed steadily. The porch light came back on. Inside the house, the refrigerator kicked on with its familiar low buzz. I stood in the yard for a long time after that, looking up where the lights had been. The truck started normally when I tried it again. The radio powered back up too, though it only gave a faint crackle before settling into silence. At sunrise, I drove south to check with the neighbors. Their power had dropped out for a few minutes before dawn. Their radios had filled with static. One of them had stepped outside and seen the lights moving over the basin just before everything went dark. None of us could say what they were. The sky was clear that morning. No aircraft passed overhead. No explanation came over the radio bands or through the county channels later that day. The desert returned to its usual quiet, but sometimes before sunrise I still stand outside and look over the basin, remembering the way those lights moved through the sky, and how every piece of equipment around us failed at the same moment they appeared, and how the silence returned the instant they disappeared, as if whatever influence had settled over the desert had simply lifted and gone with them. The first time I saw it, I was driving the marsh road that runs north of the old ferry landing, the stretch locals use when they want to avoid the highway patrol and the glare of the coastal strip malls. It was late enough that the tide had crept into the grass and turned the whole marshland into a dark sheet of water reflecting the moon. The road there bends between the reeds and the low barrier posts, and on nights like that, you feel as if you're driving across a narrow causeway floating in black glass. I remember because I had the window cracked for the salt air and the smell of the marsh was strong, that mix of mud and ocean that never quite leaves your clothes. I'd driven that road hundreds of times before that night, and until then it had never given me a reason to slow down. I was about 10 minutes outside town, heading home after helping a friend move a small fishing skiff into storage. It was well past midnight. Traffic was non-existent, the kind of quiet where you notice your tires more than your engine. My headlights were the only light on the road. The marsh to my left stretched out flat and silver under the moon. On the right side, the ground rose slightly toward a line of scrub trees and the start of a wildlife preserve. Every few seconds, the beam of my headlights would sweep across the white reflector posts along the shoulder. Then the beam caught something tall. At first, I thought it was one of those roadside survey markers. Sometimes they stick orange flags or poles out near the marsh banks, but this wasn't a pole. It moved. The thing was standing maybe 30 yards ahead of my truck, partly in the road and partly in the grass. My headlights hit it full on as I rounded the bend. For a second, my brain tried to turn it into a person, the way your mind always does with shapes in the dark. But the proportions didn't line up. It was too tall, not towering like some storybook monster, just wrong enough that my brain kept trying to resize it. If a tall man stood on the shoulder there, he'd reach maybe to the bottom of the road sign behind him. This figure stood level with it. The first thing I noticed clearly were the legs, long, straight, bent slightly at the knee like someone pausing mid-step. It was standing upright, bipedal. That part I'm certain about. The surface of it looked dark gray or brown in the headlights. Not reflective like clothing, more like wet bark or mud. The upper body seemed narrow compared to the legs, with shoulders that sloped inward instead of outward. I slowed automatically, not because I was curious, because I didn't understand what I was seeing. The figure turned its head toward the truck. That movement was quick and smooth. Too smooth, actually. Most people shift their shoulders when they turn their head. This looked like the head moved first and the body followed a second later. My headlights washed over its face, but the features never resolved. The glare flattened everything into shadow. I could tell the head was elongated slightly, with something like a neck that seemed longer than normal. Then it stepped, one long stride across the pavement. The motion was silent. No splash in the marsh water, no scuff on the asphalt, just a shift from one side of the beam to the other. I braked harder then. My truck rolled down to maybe 10 miles an hour. The figure had reached the opposite shoulder now. It paused there, half turned toward the marsh. For a moment it just stood. That stillness is what stuck with me later. Animals rarely freeze like that in headlights unless they're deer, and deer hold themselves differently. This posture was upright and balanced like a person waiting. Then it took another step, not toward the trees, toward the marsh water. The grass parted and the thing moved into the dark reeds. My headlights followed automatically as I edged forward. The marsh water was only knee-deep in most places, but the grass grows tall and dense. When the figure entered it, the reeds swallowed most of its body. For 1 second I saw the upper half above the grass. Then it was gone. The marsh closed behind it, as if nothing had moved through there at all. I sat in the truck with the engine idling, and the headlights pointed into the reeds. The air through the open window smelled stronger now, like the tide had shifted while I wasn't paying attention. I waited. Nothing came back out. No ripples, no movement. The beam of my headlights just illuminated the tops of the grass, moving slightly in the breeze. I eventually drove on because there was nothing else to do. The road curved away from the marsh after another mile and climbed toward town. Once I reached the streetlights, the whole thing felt unreal. Like the memory of a shape glimpsed from the corner of your eye. I told myself it had been a person, someone walking through the marsh for whatever reason, but the proportions didn't sit right in my mind, and neither did the silence. The next morning I mentioned it to the woman who runs the gas station near the harbor. She's lived in town longer than most of us and hears every rumor that passes through. I described the location and what I'd seen. She didn't laugh. Instead, she said 2 other drivers had come in earlier that week with nearly the same story. Late night, same road, a tall figure crossing near the marsh. One of them had called the sheriff's office. That part bothered me more than the sighting itself. If I had been the only one, I could chalk it up to misjudging distance or lighting. Night driving does strange things to your perception, but multiple reports meant other people had seen something that made them stop and think long enough to call it in. By afternoon, the local authorities had taken it seriously enough to send a deputy down to the marsh road. He spoke with me briefly that evening after someone passed along my name. The conversation was quick and practical. He asked where exactly the figure had been standing, how tall I thought it was, whether I had seen clothing or heard anything. I told him the truth. No clothing I could recognize, no sound, just a tall, upright shape crossing the road and entering the marsh. He wrote it down without commenting. 2 days later, a small investigative team came out from the county wildlife office. That's what the deputy called them. Wildlife specialists, he said. People who knew how to track animals through wetlands. They searched the area where I'd seen the figure. I went down there again that evening out of curiosity and watched from the roadside while they worked the marsh banks with flashlights and long poles. The tide was low that night, exposing wide sections of mud between the grass clusters. If something large had walked through recently, you would expect some kind of impression in the silt, but they didn't find any. No footprints, no broken reeds, no disturbed mud deep enough to suggest something heavy passing through. One of the investigators eventually walked over to my truck and asked me to point out the exact place I'd seen the figure step into the marsh. I showed him the spot as best I could remember. He shined his light over the grass and the water line. The beam moved slowly back and forth. Then he nodded in a way that didn't reveal anything. The official explanation leaned toward a misidentified person walking through the marsh, or possibly a large bird caught in the headlights at an odd angle, but that didn't line up with the posture I saw, or the height, or the movement. Over the next week, 3 more sightings came in from drivers using that same coastal stretch late at night. The descriptions varied slightly, but the main details matched. Tall, upright, crossing the road from the preserve side toward the marsh, always late at night, always silent. The authorities expanded the search area for a while. They brought in additional wildlife staff, and even flew a small drone over the marsh flats at dawn. to check for nesting birds or hidden structures. Again, they found nothing. No animal large enough to explain the reports. No human camps or equipment in the reeds. No physical evidence of any kind. Eventually, the activity faded. The drone flights stopped. The patrols became less frequent. The reports slowed and then disappeared. People in town moved on to other things. But I still drive that road sometimes when I'm coming back late from the harbor. The marsh looks the same as it always did. The water reflects the moon, and the grass shifts with the wind like a dark ocean. Every time I pass that bend, I glance toward the spot where my headlights first caught the figure. I've never seen it again. No tracks ever appeared. No photographs surfaced. The investigators closed their notes without identifying any animal or person that could account for the sightings. All that remains is the memory of that tall shape standing in the beam of my headlights on a silent stretch of coastal road, before it stepped into the marsh and vanished into the grass. The first thing I noticed was the quiet. We had set up camp in a shallow bowl between two ridges, a place where the forest pressed in thick on every side, but the ground leveled out just enough for tents and a fire ring. I remember dropping my pack beside a fallen log and stretching my shoulders while the last light bled through the treetops. We had been hiking most of the afternoon along an old game trail that wound through the hills, and by the time we stopped, the air had cooled, and the shadows had begun to stretch long across the moss. It was the kind of spot experienced hikers learn to recognize instantly, sheltered from wind, near a narrow stream, and far enough off the main path that nobody else would wander through by accident. There were 4 of us. I'd been hiking with Mark and Elena for years, and this trip was supposed to be a quiet weekend loop through a stretch of forested hills that bordered a limestone ridge system. Nate was the only newer addition to the group, though he wasn't inexperienced. He had that calm, practical way of moving through rough terrain that told you he'd spent a lot of nights outside. By the time the tents were up and the fire started, the sun had dropped behind the ridge. The woods changed quickly after that. At dusk, the forest still holds shape. You can see trunks, branches, slopes. But once the light drains away, the landscape flattens into layers of shadow. The hills around us turned into dark silhouettes, and the tree line became a wall of black shapes against a deep blue sky. We cooked a simple meal over the fire and sat around it for a while, listening to the steady trickle of the nearby stream. Somewhere deeper in the forest, an owl called once and then again from farther away. It was quiet enough that every small sound stood out. The first thing that broke the calm was Mark standing up with a flashlight and circling the edge of camp. He didn't say anything at first. He just swept the beam across the ground where the leaf litter had been flattened by our boots earlier. Then he said something short and low, more to himself than anyone else. Elena walked over to him. I followed. The light from the flashlight angled down toward the soft dirt near the tree line. Tracks? At first, I thought they were ours. But the shape was wrong. Too narrow at the heel, too long through the front. Nate crouched beside them and brushed aside a layer of loose pine needles. The soil beneath was damp enough to hold detail. The print looked fresh. I remember that detail very clearly. Fresh? It had been made after we arrived. No one spoke for a moment. The fire behind us cracked and shifted, sending a brief spray of sparks upward. Nate finally said that it was probably a large animal, elk maybe, or a bear moving through the area after smelling food. That explanation made sense on the surface, but the print didn't look like a hoof, and it didn't match any bear track I'd ever seen. It was longer than my boot. We found several more prints leading along the edge of the trees. They didn't cross through the campsite. They circled it. That was the detail that made the air feel colder. The tracks stayed just inside the vegetation line, weaving between trunks and low brush, always a few yards from where the firelight ended, like something had walked around the clearing while we were setting up. Mark eventually said what we were all thinking. If something had been moving around out there, it had done it quietly enough that none of us noticed. We checked the area with our lights for several minutes. Nothing moved. The woods looked normal again. Branches, leaves, Empty darkness between the trunks. Eventually we returned to the fire. The mood had changed, though none of us said it directly. People shifted in their seats more. Conversation stopped halfway through. You start listening differently once you know something has been close to you without being seen. The fire burned lower as the night deepened. Wind moved faintly across the ridge above us. But down in the hollow, the air remained still. The smoke from the fire rose straight up until it vanished into the dark canopy. That was when Elena noticed the eyes. She didn't shout. She just leaned forward slowly and pointed toward a break in the trees across the clearing. Two small points of light hovered there. At first, they looked like reflections from our fire, but they stayed perfectly level, too high to belong to a small animal, too steady to be drifting sparks. The eyes blinked once, then they shifted sideways behind a cluster of branches. None of us moved. There is a strange moment in situations like that, where everyone is waiting for someone else to decide what the next action should be. Mark finally grabbed a flashlight and swept the beam across the area. The eyes vanished instantly. The beam lit up tree trunks, moss, and tangled undergrowth. Nothing stood there. We kept the light moving for a while. Still nothing. But after the beam moved away, the woods seemed darker than before. Then came the sound. It wasn't loud, just a slow movement through leaves. Somewhere beyond the trees, a step, then another. Not the quick scatter of a deer bolting away. This was measured, deliberate. I remember the exact sensation that crept through my chest at that moment. The feeling that whatever had been circling the campsite earlier had not left. It had waited. The sound stopped. A minute passed. Then from deeper in the vegetation came a low vocalization. Not quite a growl. Not quite a call. More like a long breath pushed through a throat that wasn't built the way human speech is. Elena stood slowly. Mark kept the flashlight trained on the trees. Nate added more wood to the fire without taking his eyes off the darkness. Flames rose higher and pushed the shadows farther back. The woods answered with silence. For a while, nothing else happened. Eventually, we convinced ourselves it had probably been a curious animal, pushed closer by the smell of food. Still, no one wanted to sleep yet. We kept the fire going longer than planned. Around midnight, the forest changed again. The wind died completely. The stream sounded louder, and somewhere behind our tents, something moved. Not in the distant woods. Inside the campsite perimeter. Mark turned so quickly he knocked his chair backward. The flashlight beam cut across the ground behind us. Leaves shifted, then stopped. We walked toward the spot together. The light revealed a patch of dirt beside Nate's tent. Fresh prints, the same shape, the same long front edge. They came from the trees, crossed halfway into camp, and then turned away. No animal tracks accompanied them, no hoof marks, no paw pads, just those narrow impressions pressing into the soil. A slow circuit, then retreat. We stood there for a long time looking at them. Something had stepped into the edge of the firelight. While we were all facing the opposite direction, none of us had heard it approach. None of us had heard it leave. After that, we kept the fire high and took turns staying awake. The hours stretched. Every crack of a branch sounded louder than it should have. Twice we thought we saw movement beyond the vegetation line. Once I caught the faint outline of something tall sliding between two trees before disappearing again. The vocalization returned near the darkest part of the night. Closer this time, shorter. It came from somewhere uphill behind the camp. We froze. Another sound followed. Footsteps. Slow, then faster. Branches snapped in quick succession. Something was moving toward the clearing. Fast. Mark lifted the flashlight. The beam struck the tree line just as something stopped at the edge of the vegetation. For a fraction of a second, I saw the eyes again. Higher than before. Much higher. Then they dropped out of sight. Silence fell hard over the campsite. No movement. No sound. We waited. 1 minute. Then another. Nothing emerged from the trees. Eventually, the forest settled again. The rest of the night passed with no further approach, though none of us slept. When dawn finally crept through the hills, the woods returned to their normal shape. Birds began calling. Mist hung low across the ground. We checked the edge of camp once the light was strong enough to see clearly. The prints were still there, a full line of them now. curving through the trees behind our tents. They had approached the clearing several times during the night, sometimes close enough that the edges of the impressions overlapped the ground we had walked earlier. The trail eventually led toward a narrow gap between boulders at the base of the ridge. Beyond that point, the ground turned rocky, and the tracks disappeared. We packed our gear quietly. No one suggested following the trail. Before leaving, I looked back once more at the campsite. Morning light filled the clearing. The place looked peaceful again, but just inside the shadow of the trees, the soil still held the marks where something had stood watching us through the firelight for hours before the sun finally came up. The first thing I remember about the morning I walked out of prison is the smell of wet concrete and floor polish, the kind they used in the administrative hallway where inmates almost never went unless something permanent was about to happen. For most of my life, that hallway meant bad news, transfers, hearings, disciplinary reviews, but that morning I was wearing a shirt that wasn't stamped with a number. It still felt strange on my shoulders, like borrowed clothes at a funeral. The fabric was stiff from sitting folded in a plastic bag for years while my lawyers argued over paperwork, evidence boxes, and a sentence that had once promised I would die inside that building. My name is Daniel Mercer, and I spent 23 years in prison for a murder I did not commit. At least that's what I have said every single day since the arrest. The state stopped arguing about whether I said it. What they argued about was whether it mattered. I stood outside the courtroom doors that morning with 2 deputies nearby, though the cuffs had already come off. That was one of the small signals that something unusual was happening. Prison teaches you to read signals like weather, the way someone carries a clipboard, the sound of keys, the distance guards keep from you. No cuffs meant the paperwork was already done. The hearing itself was a formality. My attorney, Harold Baines, had explained the arrangement to me 2 weeks earlier, during a visit that lasted exactly 30 minutes. He spoke carefully, the way lawyers do when the truth sits somewhere between victory and surrender. The state would vacate the life sentence if I entered what they called a compromise plea. I would not say I was guilty, but I would not say I was innocent either. Legally, it meant I accepted that a jury might convict me again if the case went back to trial. In exchange, the years I had already served would count as the full sentence. I would walk out that same day. When he first explained it, I watched a dust particle drift through the visiting room light and land on the metal table between us. 23 years. That dust moved faster than my case ever had. The state had a problem. Evidence from the original investigation had deteriorated or disappeared over the decades. Witnesses had died. Some had moved away. A detective involved in my interrogation had been disciplined in an unrelated case years later. None of that proved I was innocent, but it made another trial dangerous. For them, for me. The prosecutor didn't want to risk losing. My attorney didn't want to risk me staying in prison forever, so they built a legal bridge across the middle. A plea that ended the case without answering the question that had defined my life. I remember asking Harold only one thing. If I take it, does that mean the truth never comes out? He looked at me for a long moment and said the truth, and the law had never been the same thing. After that, the choice was mostly silence. The courtroom that morning felt smaller than I expected. I had not seen it since the original sentencing, when the room seemed enormous and bright and unreal, like a place built to hold the end of someone's life. Now it looked ordinary. A few rows of wooden benches, a flag, the judge, older than before but still steady behind the bench. The prosecutor had changed. The woman standing at the state's table was younger than the case itself. She held a file that probably weighed less than the boxes of evidence that once filled the police archive. The judge read through the terms slowly. Each line was another brick, sealing the past in place. I acknowledged that the state possessed evidence which might persuade a jury. I acknowledged that accepting the plea was in my interest. I acknowledged that I understood the consequences. What I did not acknowledge was guilt. And what the state did not acknowledge was doubt. The judge asked if anyone had forced or threatened me into the plea. I said no. That part was true. Prison doesn't need threats to make a person understand the value of a door opening. The hearing lasted less than 15 minutes. Then the judge closed the file. The case of State v. Mercer, which had once filled weeks of testimony and headlines, ended with the sound of a folder being slid across a desk. Time served. Release authorized. Case closed. No one in the courtroom applauded. No one said anything dramatic. The clerk stamped the final document. That sound was louder than the sentencing had been. Afterward, they brought me back through the administrative hallway where the smell of floor polish hung in the air. A guard walked beside me carrying the property bag that held the few things I had entered prison with decades earlier. A wallet, a watch that no longer worked, a photograph of my younger sister standing in front of a lake house that was sold years ago. My sister died while I was inside. Cancer. The prison chaplain told me in a quiet office with no windows. That was how most of the outside world reached me over the years. Through small rooms and careful voices. In the processing office, they had me sign several more forms confirming my release conditions. Technically, I was a free man. Legally, I was something stranger. Not convicted. Not exonerated. A man who had accepted punishment without admitting the crime. I stepped through the final gate just after noon. The air outside felt colder than it should have for early spring. Clouds covered most of the sky, flattening the sunlight into a pale gray that made everything look unfinished. Harold stood near the parking lot with a paper coffee cup in one hand. We shook hands. His grip felt lighter than I remembered. He told me the press had been notified about the hearing, but none had arrived yet. The case was old. The story had faded from public memory. People had moved on. That sentence carried a strange weight. I had not moved on. I had been sitting in the same place while the rest of the world rearranged itself. Harold asked what I planned to do next. I told him I wanted to see the lake. He nodded, though I could tell he didn't understand why. The lake was where everything started. 23 years earlier, a man named Victor Hale was found dead in a boathouse near that same water. He had been a contractor working on renovations around the area. The police said we argued the night he died. They said someone saw my truck nearby. They said a wrench found in the boathouse matched one missing from my garage. Most of those things were technically true, but none of them meant I killed him. I drove out there later that afternoon in a borrowed car Harold arranged for me. The roads looked both familiar and foreign at the same time. New buildings had appeared along stretches that used to be empty woods. Old diners were gone. Gas stations had changed names, but the lake itself remained the same wide gray sheet under the clouds. I parked near the gravel path that led toward the old docks. The boathouse where Hale died had been torn down years ago after a storm damaged the structure. All that remained was a section of concrete foundation, half covered with moss. I walked out along the shoreline slowly, feeling the uneven stones shift beneath my shoes. For 2 decades I had replayed that night in my head, with the precision of someone trying to remember the exact moment a machine broke. I had been at the lake earlier that evening because Hale and I were supposed to meet. He owed me money for a job. We argued. He left angry. That part the witnesses got right. What none of them saw was what happened later. The night had grown colder. I came back to the lake hours afterward because I thought Hale might still be working in the boathouse. He was known for staying late, but when I reached the structure, the lights were off. The door was partly open. Inside, the air smelled like lake water and gasoline. Hale was already on the floor. At first, I thought he had slipped. Then I saw the blood. I remember backing out slowly. The way people move when they step into something they don't understand. I remember the quiet, and I remember a sound outside the boathouse. Not footsteps exactly, more like someone shifting their weight on the dock boards. When I stepped outside, the dock was empty. The lake was dark. The police arrived later after someone reported hearing shouting earlier that evening. They found the wrench. They found my truck tire tracks. They found enough pieces to build a story, but they never found whoever stood on that dock. Over the years, I told that detail many times. Investigators always wrote it down. Then they moved on. Standing there again after all that time, I watched the water move in slow gray ripples under the wind. The dock that replaced the old one extended farther into the lake now. new wood, new metal railings, but near the far end I noticed something that made me stop. A section of the boards dipped slightly, as if one support underneath had shifted, the same place where the old dock used to creak, the same place where I remembered hearing that faint shift of weight. I walked out slowly. The boards groaned under my steps. Halfway down the dock, the wind died for a moment. The lake's surface went flat, and for a few seconds the water reflected the sky so clearly it looked like another sheet of concrete beneath my feet. I reached the dip section. The wood flexed. I looked down between the boards and saw the dark water moving underneath. Then I noticed something caught between two planks, a small metal object wedged tight, where it must have slipped years ago. I knelt and pulled it free. It was a socket wrench head, old, rusted, but the size stamped on the side matched the set that had been missing from my garage the night hail died. I stood there holding it while the wind returned across the lake. The object felt heavy for something so small. If it had been there all this time, it meant someone else had carried tools onto that dock after I left the boathouse. Someone who dropped this piece and never noticed, or never came back. The police had searched the shoreline back then, but they never dismantled the dock. They never looked between the boards. I turned the metal piece in my hand. Part of me wanted to take it straight to the nearest station. Another part understood what that would mean. The case was closed. The state had its compromise. Evidence discovered now might reopen questions no one wanted to ask, including whether the wrong man had spent 23 years behind concrete walls. The clouds shifted slightly overhead. For a moment, the water brightened. Then the wind moved again. I stood on the dock a long time, listening to the boards creak under my weight and watching the lake surface break into slow-moving ripples. Finally, I slipped the rusted socket head into my pocket, not as proof, not as evidence, just as a small piece of a night that still didn't fully belong to anyone. When I walked back toward the shore, the dock creaked again behind me. The same quiet shift of wood that had echoed in my memory for decades. This time I stopped and looked back. The far end of the dock was empty, but the boards moved once more, gently, as if someone had just stepped away and vanished into the gray water beyond the rails. The call came in just before noon, the slow part of the day when the shop usually went quiet and the sunlight sat flat across the service counter like dust. I remember wiping my hands on a rag and leaning over the desk to check the phone log. Outside the big window, the town looked exactly the way it always did at midday. 2 pickup trucks parked crooked along the curb, the hardware store sign creaking a little in the breeze, and the long empty stretch of county road leading out past the grain silos toward miles of scrub and pasture. Nothing about the moment felt unusual. Nothing hinted that the next half hour would become the last normal piece of my life anyone could account for. I've worked roadside assistance in this town most of my adult life. People around here don't think twice about calling the shop when they're stuck. Flat tires, dead batteries, the occasional truck that slides into a ditch during the winter. It isn't complicated work, but it matters. When someone calls, you go. That's the whole job. The phone rang twice before I picked it up. The voice on the other end was low and thin, like the caller was standing somewhere open and windy. I caught pieces more than full sentences. Something about a car that wouldn't start. Something about being out on County E near the old cattle gate. The caller didn't sound panicked, just tired. I asked a couple quick questions, the routine ones. Make, model, what the engine was doing. The answers were vague but believable. I remember writing down sedan and no turnover on the pad beside the register. County E runs a long way through empty land. It's not unusual for people to break down out there, especially if they cut through to save time getting to the highway. When I asked for a name, the caller hesitated. Then the line went quiet. Not a hang-up exactly, just silence. I said hello once more, waited a moment, and the call ended. It wasn't the strangest service call I'd ever taken. Some people lose signal out there. Some people just assume we'll find them. I stood there for a second, listening to the empty hum of the shop. My coworker had stepped out for lunch, and the garage bays were quiet. Through the open service door, I could see the tow truck parked under the shade awning. Helping stranded drivers isn't something we schedule for later. I grabbed the keys. The drive out of town took less than a minute. The pavement narrowed almost immediately after the last house, turning into that pale gray ribbon that threads between cattle fences and dry fields. The sky was wide and bright in that way it gets in the middle of the day, with no clouds to break the light. County E doesn't see much traffic. You can drive 10 minutes without passing another vehicle. I rolled the windows halfway down and listened to the truck engine settle into its steady rhythm. Wind pushed the smell of sun-baked grass through the cab. The caller had said something about a cattle gate. I knew the one they probably meant. There's an old ranch entrance about 6 miles out, where the road dips slightly and curves around a stand of cottonwoods. The gate hasn't been used in years, but people still mention it when they give directions. About halfway there, I noticed something small that stuck with me later. No other cars. Usually you see at least one truck coming the opposite direction, or dust rising from a distant turnoff. That afternoon, the road stayed empty. Even the farmhouses set back in the fields looked quiet. I checked the time on the dash clock. Still early afternoon. The road curved gently, and the cottonwoods appeared ahead like a dark patch against the pale grass. I slowed as I approached the cattle gate. The fence line ran straight on both sides of the road, wire pulled tight between weathered posts. The gate itself leaned crooked, chained shut. No sedan. I pulled onto the gravel shoulder and let the engine idle. Wind moved through the trees with a dry, rattling sound. I stepped out of the truck and scanned the road behind me. The pavement stretched away empty, heat shimmering above it. Sometimes drivers manage to coast off the road when the engine dies. I walked a short distance along the ditch, looking for tire tracks or a vehicle tucked behind the brush. Nothing. I checked the notebook in my shirt pocket, making sure I hadn't misunderstood the location. County EC, Cattle Gate. That was it. The wind picked up slightly, tugging at the loose chain hanging from the gatepost. It tapped against the metal with a soft, irregular clink. I leaned into the truck cab and grabbed the handheld radio. Reception out here can be spotty, but the shop antenna usually catches something if you're patient. I tried calling in. Static answered. I waited a moment and tried again, adjusting the channel dial. More static. The strange part wasn't that the radio struggled to reach town. That happens out here. The strange part was the feeling that settled in while I stood beside the truck, listening to the wind move through the cottonwoods. It felt like arriving somewhere I hadn't meant to be. I walked farther down the road, scanning the fields on either side. The grass rolled away in pale waves toward distant fences and low hills. Nothing moved out there except the wind. No stalled car, no driver waiting beside the road, just the empty county line stretching toward the horizon. I remember thinking the caller must have given the wrong landmark. Maybe they were farther down the road. I climbed back into the truck and drove another mile, then another. The land out there becomes flatter the farther you go. The fences continue in long straight lines, and the sky seems to press down harder on the road. I slowed at every bend, expecting to see a car pulled onto the shoulder or a person waving from the ditch. Nothing appeared. At one point I stopped the truck again and shut off the engine. The silence out there was enormous. No traffic, no machinery from distant farms, not even birds moving overhead, just wind passing through dry grass. I tried the radio once more. This time I heard a faint burst of sound, something like a voice trying to break through, but it dissolved back into static before I could make out words. I waited a while, then I turned the key and kept driving. About 3 miles past the cattle gate, the road dips slightly through a shallow draw. A line of scrub trees grows along the bottom where rainwater sometimes collects in the spring. As I approached the dip, I noticed something on the pavement ahead. A car. It sat angled across the shoulder, as if someone had coasted to a stop without fully pulling off the road. From a distance, it looked like a dark gray sedan. I slowed the truck and pulled in behind it. The engine in the sedan wasn't running. No exhaust. No movement inside. The driver's door was closed. I stepped out and walked forward, gravel crunching under my boots. Up close, the car looked older than I expected. Faded paint, dust covering the windows, the kind of wear you see on vehicles that have spent years on back roads. I tapped lightly on the driver's window, no response. I leaned closer and shaded my eyes against the glass. The interior looked empty. No driver in the seat, no keys in the ignition, just a thin layer of dust across the dashboard, like the car had been sitting there longer than a simple breakdown would explain. A small breeze pushed through the draw, carrying the smell of dry earth and weeds. I stepped back and looked up and down the road, still empty. Something about the scene didn't fit together. A stranded driver would usually stay close to the vehicle, walk toward the road, wave down the first truck that passed, but there was no sign anyone had been here recently. No footprints in the dirt shoulder, no open doors, no belongings left behind. I walked around the sedan once, slowly. The tires were intact. The hood was closed. Through the rear window, I saw a single object on the back seat. A folded piece of paper. I opened the passenger door. It creaked slightly. Inside, the air felt stale, warmer than the outside wind. I leaned across the seat and picked up the paper. It wasn't folded exactly, just creased once down the middle. On the inside was a short line written in dark ink. No name, no explanation, just a location. County E, Cattlegate. For a long moment, I stood there holding the paper while the wind moved quietly through the trees at the edge of the draw. Then I heard something behind me, a faint sound, like gravel shifting under a slow step. I turned toward the road. No one stood there. The fields stretched away in both directions, exactly as they had before, empty. But the feeling returned, stronger now. The sense that someone had been waiting for the moment I stopped paying attention. I set the paper back on the seat and closed the car door. The wind carried another small sound from somewhere beyond the trees. Not a voice, just movement. I walked a few steps toward the edge of the draw, scanning the brush. The ground sloped gently downward, thick with dry weeds and scattered branches. For a moment I considered getting back in the truck and driving straight to the sheriff's office. Something about the whole situation felt wrong enough to justify it. Then the wind shifted, and I saw fresh tire tracks cutting away from the road behind the trees. Wide tracks from a vehicle much larger than the sedan. They disappeared down a narrow path, into the brush where the ground dipped out of sight. I stood there listening. The road behind me remained silent. The cottonwoods rustled softly in the distance, and somewhere beyond the line of trees, deeper in the draw, something moved again. Slowly this time, like weight shifting in loose dirt. I remember stepping forward to get a better look. The ground was uneven, the weeds tall enough to brush my knees as I moved toward the tracks. The truck idled quietly behind me on the road. The sedan sat motionless at the shoulder, and the path through the trees led down into a place the sunlight didn't quite reach. I took another step into the shade and looked toward the bottom of the draw. That was when I heard the engine start somewhere out of sight, low and sudden, like a machine waking up after waiting a long time. I turned toward the sound and realized the path behind me was no longer empty. I first heard the sound just after midday, when the heat had settled into the granite like a held breath, and the flies started circling in tight, lazy spirals. I was walking a narrow ridge above the fractured face. Locals refuse to name directly, the place we only refer to as that side when tourists aren't listening. The rock there is split into deep seams, as if something enormous had tried to pry the mountain apart and failed halfway through. I had been hired to guide 2 visitors along a safer perimeter trail, but I kept drifting closer than I should have, drawn by a noise that didn't belong in daylight. It wasn't wind. I've lived around these formations long enough to tell the difference. Granite sings sometimes low, hollow tones when the temperature shifts, a kind of natural expansion and contraction. That's what the geologists say, and I've repeated it myself to keep people calm. But this sound rose and broke unevenly, like something trying to shape itself into a human scream, and not quite managing it. It stretched, snapped, then died in the cracks before echoing back thinner, distorted. The 2 hikers behind me had gone quiet. They'd been asking questions all morning about trails, about snakes, about whether anyone had ever gotten lost out here. When the sound came, they stopped walking. I didn't turn around right away. I just stood there with my hand resting on the warm rock, feeling for vibration, telling myself it was nothing but the usual shift. It came again, longer this time. One of them muttered that it sounded like a person. I told them it was the rock cooling unevenly, that the fractures acted like pipes. My voice sounded steady, the way it always does when I'm working. That's part of the job, keeping things ordinary. But I didn't believe what I was saying. Not fully. The locals don't walk that ridge after noon. That's one of those quiet rules you grow up with and don't question until someone from outside asks why. The indigenous families around here have older stories, ones they don't tell in full to people like me. But the warning is always the same. Don't go near the fractures when the mountain starts to call. They don't say scream, they say call, like it's trying to get your attention. I turned back and told the hikers we were cutting the route short. I said the heat was getting dangerous, which was true enough, but not the real reason. They didn't argue. The second sound had unsettled them more than they wanted to admit. We started down a sloping path that angled away from the broken face. The ground there is loose, scattered with thin slabs that shift underfoot. I kept us moving at a steady pace, not rushing, not lingering. The sound didn't come again for several minutes, and for a while I almost convinced myself it had been a trick of the air. Then it came from below us, not echoing down, but rising up through the cracks. One of the hikers stopped completely. I heard gravel slide as he lost his footing for a second. When I looked back, he was staring at a narrow fissure cutting into the slope, maybe half a meter wide but dropping out of sight almost immediately. The sound seemed to come from inside it, compressed and strangled, like it had traveled a long distance through tight spaces. He asked if anyone had fallen down there before. I didn't answer right away. There's a list of missing people associated with this place. Hikers, climbers, even a pair of surveyors years back. Most of them disappeared near the fractures. Search teams go in, rope down where they can, map what's accessible. They always come back with the same conclusion: unstable rock, hidden drops, disorientation, the kind of terrain where a misstep is enough, but they never find much. No bodies, no gear beyond the occasional scrap that could have come from anywhere. It's as if the mountain closes around whatever enters it. I told him there had been accidents. Yes, but nothing recent. That part was true, technically. The last disappearance had been months ago, just before the wet season. A solo hiker who had ignored the warnings and gone exploring deeper into the fractures. They found his vehicle at the trailhead and nothing else. We kept moving. By late afternoon, we reached a flatter section dotted with scrub and low trees. The granite there rises in rounded domes instead of sharp breaks, and the air feels different, less confined, easier to breathe. The sound didn't follow us, or at least we didn't hear it anymore. The hikers relaxed enough to start talking again, though they kept their voices low, as if the mountain might still be listening. We made camp before sunset. It wasn't part of the original plan, but I didn't want to guide them back in fading light, not with the way things had felt earlier. I chose a spot well away from the fractured face, where the ground was solid and visibility was clear in all directions. I've always believed in keeping distance from that side once the light starts to go. The night came quickly, the way it does out there. 1 minute the rock is glowing orange, the next it's cooling into shadow. The temperature dropped, and with it came a kind of silence that presses in on your ears. Even the insects seemed to pull back. We ate without much conversation. The hikers were tired, and I could see the earlier unease settling back into them, now that there was nothing to distract from it. One of them asked in a quieter tone if the sounds happened at night too. I told him sometimes. That was when the first one came. It cut through the dark so sharply that I felt it in my chest before I fully heard it. Longer than before, more defined. It rose in a wavering arc and then broke into something that resembled a human cry, so closely that my body reacted before my mind could catch up. I was on my feet, turning toward the direction of the fractures, scanning the darkness for movement. There was nothing to see, just the outline of the distant rock against a sky crowded with stars. The second hiker whispered that it had sounded closer. I listened. The echo rolled back a few seconds later, thinner, as if the mountain were repeating the sound to itself. Then it faded. We stayed awake after that. No one suggested sleep. The fire burned low, more for comfort than warmth. Every so often, one of us would glance toward the dark shape of the ridge we had left behind. The sounds came irregularly, sometimes minutes apart, sometimes longer gaps, each one slightly different. Some higher, some rougher, some trailing off into a kind of broken vibration. I kept trying to match them to something natural, shifting rock, air pressure, even animals. But none of it fit cleanly, around what I guessed was the middle of the night. One of the hikers said he thought he heard something between the sounds. Not the scream itself, but something underneath it, like movement. I told him it was probably the echo distorting. He didn't look convinced. I didn't feel convinced either. At some point, I realized the sounds weren't coming from a single direction anymore. They still originated from the fractured side, but they seemed to shift along it, as if traveling through different channels within the rock. One would start low, another higher up, overlapping just enough to create the illusion of distance changing. Then one came from much closer than the rest, not from the ridge we had left, but from somewhere below the slope near our camp. We all heard it at the same time. There was no mistaking the direction. The firelight threw uneven shadows across the ground, and for a moment I thought I saw something move at the edge of it. Not a shape I could define, just a disruption in the pattern, like the darkness had shifted slightly out of place. I grabbed my torch and stepped away from the fire, angling the beam down the slope. The light caught on rock scrub, nothing unusual, but the ground there dips toward a series of smaller fractures. Nothing as dramatic as the main formation, but still deep enough to hide a person. The second hiker moved closer to me. He didn't say anything, but I could feel the tension in him, the way he leaned forward as if trying to see more than the light allowed. Another sound came, shorter this time, almost cut off. It echoed up from below us. I told them to stay by the fire while I checked it out. That's the part I still think about the most, how automatic that decision felt. It was my job to assess risks, to make sure there wasn't someone injured nearby, someone who needed help. That's the reasoning I held on to. I started down the slope carefully, placing each step with intention. The beam of the torch shook slightly in my hand, enough to make the shadows jump. The air felt cooler as I descended, the heat of the day fully gone now. The fractures ahead opened into narrow gaps between large slabs of granite. Some were shallow, others dropped into darkness. I kept to the edges, sweeping the light across each opening. "Hello," I called once, keeping my voice controlled. The sound didn't come back immediately. For a few seconds there was nothing but the faint hum of the night. Then it came from directly in front of me, from a crack no wider than my shoulders. It wasn't loud, not like before. It was thinner, strained, as if whatever produced it was right at the limit of what it could push through. The shape of it was unmistakable this time. There was a pattern to it, a rise and fall that mirrored a human attempt to shout. I stepped closer before I could stop myself. The light hit the inside of the crack, revealing smooth, worn stone descending at an angle. It looked like a natural chute, something water might have carved over time. It disappeared into darkness after a few meters. The beam unable to reach the bottom, the sound came again, softer, almost swallowed. I crouched, angling the torch further in. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, something shifting just beyond where the light faded. Not a clear form, just a suggestion of motion against the rock. I called out again, louder this time. There was no response. Not in any way I could recognize as an answer. Behind me, up at the camp, one of the hikers shouted my name. His voice sounded distant, stretched thin by the terrain. I turned halfway, about to respond, when the sound came again from the crack sharper, closer. It made me flinch, and in that brief moment, the light shifted. I saw something then. Not clearly, not enough to describe with certainty, a shape that didn't match the contours of the rock, positioned at an angle that suggested depth where there shouldn't have been any. It withdrew as quickly as it appeared, slipping back into the darkness beyond the reach of the beam. I stood there longer than I should have. Long enough for the night to settle back into its quiet. Long enough for the absence of the sound to feel deliberate. When I finally stepped back, I realized how close I had gotten to the edge of the crack. One more step and I might have lost my footing entirely. The ground there was loose, the angle deceptive. I returned to the camp without saying much. The hikers didn't press me for details. They could see enough in my face to understand that whatever I'd gone to check hadn't made anything clearer. We didn't sleep at all after that. At first light, we packed up and left. I kept us moving steadily, choosing a route that avoided the fractured side completely. The sounds didn't follow us in the morning. In daylight, the mountain looked like any other solid, silent, almost ordinary. We reached the trailhead by late morning. The hikers thanked me, their voices carrying a kind of forced normalcy. They didn't mention the sounds again. Most people don't once they're away from it. I filed the trip report the way I always do. Weather conditions, route taken, no incidents. There's no official category for what we experienced. Nothing that fits cleanly into the kind of language those reports require. A few days later, I heard that another group had gone missing near the fractures. Tourists, not locals. They had left the marked paths according to the initial search notes. The teams went out again, ropes and equipment, mapping, calling down into the cracks. They reported hearing sounds during the search. Not consistently, not enough to document as anything other than environmental noise. That's how it's always written, environmental noise. I haven't been back to that side of the mountain since. Sometimes late at night when the air is still and the temperature drops just enough, I think I hear something carried on the wind from that direction. It's never clear, never close enough to be certain, but it has the same shape, that same broken rise and fall, like a voice trying to force its way through stone. I reached the station just after dawn, when the tide slackened enough for the launch to nose into the lee side of the rock. The tower was already lit, its lantern revolving with a steady, indifferent rhythm that made the rest of the place feel staged, as if someone had left the mechanism running and stepped out of the scene. The air smelled of salt and cold iron. Gulls circled but didn't land. We were the relief crew, 2 of us sent to rotate the keepers off their post after a standard stretch. The schedule was precise out here because it had to be. The rock didn't forgive lapses, and the shipping lanes depended on that light burning without interruption. From the charts and the coastal office, everything had been normal. No storm warnings, no missed transmissions, just a routine changeover. But the closer we came, the more the routine thinned. The door to the station building was closed, latched from the outside as it should be, but there were scuffs on the threshold that didn't match the usual wear. I noticed them before anything else. Thin arcs like something had been dragged and then set down again. My partner busied himself with the mooring line, calling out the usual checks in a low voice. More habit than necessity. The sea was calm, too calm for the stories that would come later. Inside, the station felt occupied in a way that didn't align with absence. The clock on the wall ticked. The kettle sat on the stove, still half full. A plate was set at the table with bread cut and butter spread, but the knife lay beside it untouched, the butter beginning to film over. Another place had been laid opposite, cup and saucer, tea leaves measured out. The water never poured. It looked like someone had been interrupted mid-motion and had not returned to finish even the smallest act. I remember thinking then that interruptions don't usually erase people. We moved through the rooms as procedure required, calling out, checking for injury, for any sign of distress. No one answered. The beds in the sleeping quarters were unmade, but not in a way that suggested haste. The blankets were thrown back as if the men had risen in the night and intended to come back. Boots were by the door, 1 pair missing. Oilskins hung on their pegs, 2 still there, 1 gone. That was the first count that didn't settle in my head. 3 keepers assigned, 3 sets of gear accounted for in the wrong proportions. The lantern room was the only place that felt exactly as it should. The light mechanism hummed, gears meshing cleanly. the glass panes wiped free of salt. The logbook lay open on the narrow desk beneath the window. I turned to it out of reflex, expecting routine entries, fuel checks, visibility notes, minor maintenance. What I found didn't fit the day. The entries described a storm that had not happened. The handwriting was familiar enough, steady, practical, the kind of script you get from men who write only when they must. The first note mentioned a sudden shift in wind at nightfall, a drop in pressure that made the lamps flicker. The next entry, written hours later, recorded heavy seas striking the rock with unusual force, spray reaching the upper windows. There were details about securing loose items, about checking the fog signal, about one of the men going outside to verify the moorings. I paused there, reading the line twice. Going outside in that kind of weather wasn't standard unless something was already wrong. But the coastal records showed no storm, no barometric drop. The sea that morning had been calm enough for us to make the approach without difficulty. The last entry was written in a tighter hand, the letters pressed harder into the page. Sound persists even when wind drops. Not in the instruments, heard in the walls. There was no signature beneath it, no time noted, just that line, and then nothing. My partner came up behind me, glanced over my shoulder and let out a breath. He tried to keep even. He said it might be a misreading, that the men could have exaggerated a squall, that sometimes out here the weather plays tricks on perception. He was right in the way that explanations often are. Right before they fail, we check the exterior next. The rock sloped sharply down to the water on all sides, leaving little room for anything to remain hidden. There were no signs of a fall, no broken railings, no equipment out of place beyond the scuffs I had seen earlier. The mooring lines were secure. The small outbuilding where supplies were kept was locked, its contents undisturbed. What we did find, near the edge of the rock where the spray would reach in heavier weather, was a length of rope coiled in a way that didn't match the usual storage. It had been uncoiled and then wound again, but not tightly. The end was frayed as if it had been under strain and then released. There were marks on the stone nearby, shallow grooves that might have been made by something pulled across it. Though there was nothing there now, we stood there longer than necessary, both of us looking out over a sea that gave nothing back. Back inside, the sense of interruption deepened the longer we stayed. It wasn't just the meal left unfinished or the beds left open. It was the small things, a book face down on a chair, a pen uncapped beside the logbook, a jacket draped over a railing as if its owner had stepped away for a moment. These are the traces of presence that usually resolve into absence when enough time passes. Here they felt suspended, as if time had stalled at the point of departure. We went through the logbook again. Slower this time. The entries before the storm notes were unremarkable. Steady observations of visibility, routine maintenance, minor repairs. There was no hint of strain, no indication that the men had been anything but competent and composed. The shift in tone was abrupt, contained entirely within those last few pages. I tried to align the written storm with the physical state of the station. If the seas had been as heavy as described, there would have been damage, or at least signs of it. Salt deposits, displaced equipment, something out of place, but the station was intact. The only marks were those scuffs at the door and the rope by the edge. My partner suggested we might be dealing with a shared misperception, something that can happen in isolated conditions. He didn't use the word, but I knew what he meant. A break, not in one mind but across several. It was a possibility that fit the lack of physical evidence, the mismatch between the logbook and the records. It didn't explain the rope or the way the light had continued to operate without interruption. We checked the mechanisms next, running through the maintenance routines, as if the act itself might restore a sense of normalcy. The fuel levels were within expected ranges. The clockwork had been wound recently. There was no sign that the light had faltered. If the keepers had experienced distress, it had not extended to neglecting their primary duty. That, more than anything, unsettled me. As the day wore on, the absence began to take on a shape. It wasn't empty in the way an abandoned place is empty. It was precise, bounded by the last actions of the men who had been there. They had prepared a meal. They had written in the logbook. They had maintained the light, and then at some point that was not recorded, they had left the interior of a safe structure and not returned. There are protocols for this kind of situation, though they are rarely needed. We signaled the mainland, reported the absence, described the state of the station. The response was measured, procedural. A search would be organized. Additional personnel would be sent. We were to remain on site, maintain the light, and preserve the scene as much as possible. Evening came without incident. The sea remained calm, the sky clear. There was no sign of the storm the logbook described. No shift in pressure, no change in the wind. The light continued its rotation, cutting across the water in steady intervals. It was after dark that I first noticed the sound. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even distinct at first. More a suggestion than a noise. A low presence that seemed to sit just below the threshold of hearing. I dismissed it as the usual collection of mechanical hums and distant surf. The kind of background that fades until you focus on it. But when I stood still, when I let the other sounds settle, it remained. My partner didn't comment on it and I didn't ask. There are things you don't introduce into a situation like that unless you have to. Instead, I moved through the station again, listening as I went. The sound wasn't localized. It didn't come from the lantern room or the engine or the walls themselves. It seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once, a constant that didn't align with any visible source. I found myself back at the logbook without remembering the path I had taken to get there. The last entry sat where I had left it, the ink dry, the indentation of the pen visible where the writer had pressed harder. Sound persists, even when wind drops. Not in the instruments, heard in the walls. I read it again, and this time it felt less like a record and more like a warning that had not been delivered in time. The night passed without further incident, if you can call it that. The sound did not grow, did not change. It remained a steady undercurrent that resisted definition. We maintained our duties, checked the light, recorded our own entries with a precision that bordered on insistence. We noted the calm sea, the clear sky, the absence of weather that would justify what had been written before. Morning brought the same stillness. The relief vessel that was supposed to bring additional personnel did not arrive as scheduled, delayed by some minor issue on the mainland. We were alone on the rock, the two of us, the station, and the traces of the men who had been there before us. By midday, the sense of routine had begun to erode. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't announce itself. It was a gradual shift, a misalignment between what we were doing and why we were doing it. The tasks remained the same, but the context had thinned. We were maintaining a light for ships that we could not see, in a place where the last record contradicted the reality in front of us. The sound remained. I noticed my partner pausing more often, standing in the same place for longer than necessary, as if listening for something he wasn't naming. When he did speak, it was about practical things, the level of fuel, the timing of the next check. He did not mention the logbook. He did not mention the rope. In the late afternoon, I went back to the edge of the rock where we had found it. The rope was still there, coiled loosely, the frayed end resting against the stone. The grooves beside it seemed deeper in the angled light, more defined. I crouched to examine them, tracing their path with my eyes. They led toward the water, then stopped. There was no indication of what had been pulled, or why. I stood there for a long time, the sound present even out in the open air, where it should have dissipated if it were tied to the structure. It didn't. It remained constant, unaccounted for. When I turned back toward the station, I had the distinct impression that something had shifted behind me. Though the sea was unchanged, the horizon flat and empty. That evening we prepared a meal and did not eat it. It wasn't a conscious decision. We set the table out of habit, boiled water, cut bread. We sat down, and then we didn't proceed. The act of eating seemed out of place, as if it belonged to a sequence we had stepped out of without realizing it. The plate sat there, the food cooling, mirroring what we had found on our arrival. I became aware of the parallel as it was happening, the way our actions were aligning with those of the missing men. It didn't feel like imitation. It felt like continuation. We left the table as it was. Night fell again, and with it, a tightening of the space around us. The station felt smaller, the rooms closer together, the walls more present. The sound was no longer something I had to focus on to perceive. It was there as immediate as the ticking clock, as the turning of the light. At some point, without discussion, we both moved toward the door. I remember the latch under my hand, the cool metal, the slight resistance as it lifted. I remember the way the air outside felt no different from the air inside. The same salt, the same cold. There was no storm. There was no wind. Beyond a light breeze, the rock was as we had left it. The rope lay coiled near the edge. The grooves in the stone caught the lantern's sweep, appearing and disappearing in the rhythm of the light. We stepped out. I can account for everything up to that point with the kind of clarity that comes from repetition and training. After that, the sequence becomes less precise. There are impressions rather than events, fragments that don't align into a continuous record. The sound was still there, but it seemed to have direction now, a pull rather than a presence. It drew us toward the edge where the rope lay, toward the grooves that led nowhere. I remember thinking that if there had been a storm, if the seas had been as described, this would have been the place to secure something, to hold against a force that could pull a man from his footing. But the sea was calm. We moved closer. There is a point in any account where the line between observation and inference becomes difficult to maintain. I am aware of that as I try to set this down, to keep to what can be stated without extension. We were at the edge. The rope was between us. The grooves were underfoot. The light passed over us in steady intervals, illuminating then leaving us in shadow. The sound persisted. I recall looking back at the station, at the open door, at the table inside, with the untouched meal. I recall the sense that we were repeating something that had already happened, that the sequence had been set and we were moving through it without deviation. After that, there is a gap. When I regained a clear sense of sequence, I was inside again, standing in the lantern room, the logbook open in front of me. My hands were on the desk. The pen lay where I had left it earlier. There was a new entry on the page. The handwriting was mine. It described the calm sea, clear sky, the absence of any weather that would justify what had been recorded before. It noted the condition of the station, the untouched meal, the rope by the edge. It mentioned the sound briefly, without elaboration. At the end of the entry, there was a line I did not remember writing. Went outside to verify. There was no signature beneath it. I do not know how long I had been there, or how much time had passed since we had stepped out. My partner was not in the room. I called out, moved through the station, checked each space as we had done upon arrival. He was not there. The rope by the edge was gone. The grooves in the stone remained, but they seemed shallower, less defined, as if whatever had made them had been removed. The sea was unchanged. The light continued to turn. The meal sat on the table, untouched. I wrote the report that was expected, the one that would be sent back to the mainland when the vessel arrived. I recorded the facts as I could verify them: the absence of the keepers, the state of the station, the discrepancy in the logbook. I did not include the parts that could not be aligned with anything outside of my own experience. The relief vessel came the following morning. They asked the questions that are asked in these situations, moved through the station with the same procedures we had followed. They noted the absence, the untouched meal, the logbook entries that described a storm that had not occurred. They did not mention any sound. I left the station with them, stepping back onto the launch, watching the rock recede as we pulled away. The light continued to revolve, steady and indifferent, as it had when we arrived. In the days that followed, the official record settled into a form that could be filed and referenced. 3 keepers missing, 1 relief crew member unaccounted for, no signs of struggle, no evidence of severe weather. The station found in working order. The logbook entries remained part of the record, noted as anomalous but not explained. I have read those entries since, compared them to my own, traced the progression from routine to something that did not fit. There is a consistency in the shift, a pattern that suggests a shared experience rather than isolated incidents. I do not claim to understand it. What I can state is this: The light did not fail. The duties were maintained up to the point of absence. The interior of the station was left in a state that suggests interruption rather than abandonment. The only recorded indication of distress is contained within the logbook, describing a storm that did not occur and a sound that was not present in the instruments. I still hear it sometimes, in places where there are no walls to carry it, no mechanisms to produce it. It does not change. It does not grow. It persists, even when everything else is still. When it does, I find myself thinking of the rock, the grooves in the stone, the rope that was there and then wasn't, and the way the light kept turning as if nothing had happened at all. I remember the way the guideline felt in my hand before I dropped below the lip of the sinkhole, a taut nylon certainty running from my reel into the dark water, the one promise you trust more than your own sense of direction when the light dies. I checked it twice, clipped it clean, and slipped under with the kind of calm that comes from doing the same sequence 100 times without incident. The entrance shaft was narrow but familiar from the survey notes, a straight descent that opened into a sloping tunnel. My primary light cut a clean cone through the water, bright enough to flatten the silt on the floor into a pale ribbon. I kept my trim steady and my fins slow, careful not to stir anything up this early. There's a way your breathing settles when everything is right, a steady draw and release that you can feel in your chest and hear in the regulator, like a metronome set to the work. I ran the line along the right wall as planned, placing arrows at intervals that made sense for a return under stress. The cave took a gradual turn, then dipped again. My backup lights were secured where they should be, tanks balanced, valves open. I remember touching each piece of equipment in sequence, a habit I picked up after watching someone miss a simple switch in a much easier dive. I wasn't going to be that person. At around the first major restriction, the tunnel pinched down to a slot just wide enough for my shoulders. I paused there, letting my breathing slow, angling my body so the tanks cleared without scraping. The rock felt close on both sides, the kind of proximity that amplifies small mistakes. I guided the line through and pulled myself gently along, careful not to snag anything. On the other side, the passage opened again, and I let out a small stream of bubbles that drifted up and vanished into the black. I checked my time and gas, noted the distance in my head. The plan was conservative: turn early, leave a wide margin. There's no room for improvisation in a place like that, not if you intend to come back. Further in, the cave branched into a low, flat corridor with a layer of fine silt that looked undisturbed. I felt a small lift of curiosity, the kind that pushes you a little deeper, but I stayed on the main line. I placed another marker, confirmed direction, and kept moving. The walls here were smooth in places, eroded into shapes that caught the light and threw it back in soft, uneven reflections. It was quiet except for the constant rhythm of my breathing and the occasional tick of gear. The first hint that something was off came as a subtle change in the way my fin kicks felt. The water seemed heavier, as if I were pushing through something thicker. I slowed, watched the beam of my light, and saw faint motes lifting from the floor where my fin wash reached. I adjusted my position, raised my knees, tried to minimize disturbance. It settled for a moment. Then the tunnel dipped again, and the ceiling lowered enough that I had to angle my head to keep from knocking my light. I followed the line by touch more than sight, my glove brushing it at regular intervals. The visibility dropped a notch, not enough to worry me, but enough to sharpen my focus. I remember thinking that I should mark a turn soon, even though my gauges still showed plenty of margin. I stopped at a slight widening, secured a directional marker pointing out, and took a second to reassess. My breathing had quickened without me noticing. I forced it back into rhythm, counting the draw and release without actually counting, just feeling for that even pace again. The cave ahead looked similar to what I'd already passed. Another stretch of low ceiling and silt. I turned. On the way back, the cave felt different. It always does, but this was more than the usual reversal. The shapes seemed less distinct, the line less obvious in the beam of my light. I kept a hand on it, sliding along, trusting the markers I had placed. The first one appeared where I expected, confirming I was on the right path. I moved past it, careful not to kick up more silt. Somewhere between that marker and the next, my fin brushed the floor harder than I intended. It was a small mistake, a slight loss of control as I adjusted my trim under the low ceiling. But in that environment, small mistakes don't stay small. A cloud of fine silt billowed up instantly, a pale curtain that swallowed the light. I stopped, froze in place, and waited for it to settle. It didn't. Instead, the cloud spread, thickening until the beam from my primary light reflected back at me. A white wall inches from my mask. I switched to a tighter beam, tried to cut through it, but it only illuminated more suspended particles. The water had turned opaque. I tightened my grip on the line, reassuring myself that I still had a physical reference. This is what the training is for, I told myself. Lost visibility. Follow the line. Slow movements. No panic. I could do this blind if I had to. I started forward again, one hand on the line, the other tucked in to avoid snagging. My fins moved in small, controlled motions. The cave ceiling brushed the top of my tank, reminding me of how little space there was. I focused on the tactile feedback, the line sliding through my fingers, the occasional roughness where it crossed a rock. After what felt like a short distance, my hand found a marker. I felt the shape, confirmed the direction, and moved on. My breathing was louder now. The regulators inhale a sharp pull, the exhale a rush of bubbles I couldn't see. I forced myself to slow it down again, to keep from burning through gas too quickly. The next stretch seemed longer, without visual cues. Time stretched in strange ways. I measured progress by the feel of the line, the subtle changes in tension. At one point it went slack, then taut again as if it had shifted slightly. I paused, traced it back a few inches, then forward, making sure it was still anchored where it should be. It felt secure. Then my hand slipped off. It was a momentary thing, a loss of contact as my glove slid over something smooth. I reached out immediately, sweeping in a small arc where the line should have been. My fingers met only water. I widened the search, careful not to move too much, keeping my body as still as possible to avoid worsening the silt. My other hand stayed close to my chest. I traced outward again, a little further this time, then back, trying to relocate the line by feel. Nothing. I told myself it was just a matter of inches, that I had drifted slightly and the line was still there. I extended my arm more, sweeping a broader area. My fin brushed the ceiling, sending a faint vibration through my body. I froze again, then resumed the search, slower, more deliberate. The line was gone. I switched to my backup light, hoping a different angle might cut through the silt enough to give me a hint of direction. It made no difference. The water remained a solid wall of suspended particles, reflecting everything back. I reached for my reel, the safety spool I carried for exactly this scenario. My fingers found it clipped to my harness. I unclipped it, secured the end to a point on the wall I could feel, and began to pay out line in a slow circle, searching for the main guideline. The circle expanded gradually, my body pivoting in place. The spool unwound between my fingers, a thin line marking my path back to the starting point of the search. I kept the radius small at first, then larger, careful to maintain orientation. Still nothing. My breathing accelerated again despite my efforts. I could feel the increased resistance in each inhale, the way my chest tightened slightly. I checked my gauges by bringing them close to my mask, angling the light to read them through the haze. The numbers were lower than I liked, but not yet critical. There was still time. If I could find the line, I continued the search. Expanding the circle further, the spool line grew longer, a tether to a point that might not even be useful if I couldn't reconnect to the main path. My fin clipped something solid, and I felt a jolt through my leg. I reached down, confirmed it was just rock, then resumed. At some point, the spool jerked in my hand, a sudden tension that pulled my wrist. I followed it back, thinking I had snagged something, maybe even the main line. My fingers traced along until they reached the anchor point I had set. The line had looped around a projection, tightening on itself. I freed it, but the brief hope it gave me faded quickly. I adjusted my approach, moving slightly forward while maintaining contact with the spool line, trying to cover new ground. The cave here felt unfamiliar without sight. The walls closer or farther than I expected. My shoulder brushed rock. Then my tank scraped lightly against the ceiling. I corrected, but the sense of orientation was slipping. I paused again, forced myself to think. The last marker I had felt was behind me, somewhere in the cloud. The main line had been straight, more or less, following the right wall. If I could find that wall, I might be able to trace it back to the line. I reached out to my right, feeling for rock. My hand met empty water. I moved slightly, extended further, and finally touched a surface. It felt smooth, slightly curved. I followed it with my hand, keeping my body close, moving slowly along its contour. For a few seconds it worked. The wall gave me a reference, something to orient against. I moved hand over hand, hoping to intersect the line where it ran along this surface. Then the wall ended. My hand slid into open space again. The sudden absence of contact more disorienting than the darkness. I pulled back, tried to relocate the edge, but the geometry of the cave here was irregular. The passage must have widened or split, creating a pocket where the wall fell away. I checked my gas again. The needle had dropped further, the margin shrinking. My breathing was now a problem I couldn't fully control. Each inhale deeper than it should be. Each exhale a rush. I could feel but not see. I made a decision to move in, what I believed was the direction of the exit, using the faint memory of my approach and the orientation of the last marker. It was a calculated guess, the kind you try to avoid but sometimes can't. I held the spool line in one hand and moved forward, letting it pay out behind me. My other hand reached ahead, feeling for obstacles. The cave seemed to narrow again, the ceiling dropping. My tank bumped lightly, then harder as I misjudged the clearance. I adjusted, but the movement stirred more silt, thickening the cloud even further. At some point, my fin caught the spool line, wrapping it briefly around my ankle. I stopped, reached down and freed it, but the delay cost me both time and composure. My breathing spiked again, and I could feel the regulator struggling slightly to keep up with the demand. I tried to slow down to regain that steady rhythm from the beginning, but the environment pressed in from all sides. The absence of sight, the tight space, the knowledge of the overhead rock, all of it compounded into a pressure that was hard to ignore. I remember bringing the camera up at some point, more out of habit than intention, angling it forward even though there was nothing to see. The red indicator light glowed faintly, a small steady point in the darkness. I don't know why I kept it running. Maybe because it was something familiar, something routine. My movements became less precise. I felt it in the way my fins kicked, in the way my hands searched ahead. The cave offered no feedback beyond the occasional hard contact with rock. The spool line dragged behind me, a thin connection to a place I could no longer visualize. My gas was low now, the gauge needle hovering in a range I had never intended to reach in an overhead environment. Each breath felt more urgent, the regulator's resistance more noticeable. I tried to conserve to take smaller breaths, but my body pushed back, demanding more. I slowed to a stop, hovering as best I could in the confined space. I closed my eyes for a moment, even though it made no difference, and focused on the feel of the water around me, the slight movement of my own body, the tension in the line behind. I reached out one more time, sweeping my hand in a controlled arc, searching for anything that could guide me. Rock, line, any change in texture. My fingers met only the same thick, unyielding cloud. The last clear memory I have is of my hand drifting in front of my mask, the glove outlined faintly by the light, then disappearing as the beam scattered back at me. The sound of my breathing filled everything, loud and uneven, a reminder of time passing in a place where time had lost its usual meaning. The cave pressed close, unseen but unmistakable, and the line I had trusted was somewhere beyond reach, running through the dark without me. I woke to the smell before I understood the heat, a bitter, oily smoke that didn't belong to wood or winter kindling, and I remember thinking something was wrong with the stove, even as the ceiling above me flickered orange. By the time I swung my legs out of bed, the hallway was already breathing smoke. It moved low and fast, like it had somewhere to be. I called out for the kids as I pulled on my boots, my voice catching in my throat from the first lungful. No one answered. That wasn't unusual at that hour. It was late, well past midnight, the kind of quiet where the house settles into itself and every small noise sounds larger than it is. I stepped into the hall and felt the heat push back. It wasn't gradual, it was immediate, like opening an oven. The far end, where the living room met the front door, was glowing through the smoke, a pulsing, angry light. I turned the other way toward the bedrooms. Their doors were closed. That detail has never left me. I reached the first one and grabbed the knob. It was warm but not burning. I opened it and shouted their names. The room was empty. The bed was made the way it had been hours earlier, blanket tucked, pillow dented from earlier that night. No sign of anyone getting up in a hurry. No clothes on the floor. No window open. I moved to the next room. Same thing. Empty bed. Still air. No movement. By then, the smoke was thick enough that I had to crouch. I remember thinking I must be wrong, that they must have gotten up for water or gone to the bathroom together. Kids do that, cluster up when they're half asleep. I called again, louder this time, my voice breaking as I went room to room. Nothing. Behind me, something in the living room gave way with a sharp crack. The sound ran through the house like a warning. I could feel the fire growing, not just hear it. The heat changed, deepened, like it had found something bigger to feed on. I turned toward the bathroom, my last hope inside those walls. The door was ajar. I pushed it open with the back of my hand. Empty. The mirror was fogging from the heat. The light was still off. I don't remember deciding to leave the house. I just remember the next moment being outside, coughing hard enough to taste metal, the cold air cutting into my chest. The front of the house was already burning through the windows, flames licking out like they'd been waiting for oxygen. My wife was standing in the yard, barefoot, wrapped in a coat she must have grabbed on her way out. Her face was gray with ash, her eyes fixed on the house like she could still see through the walls. "They're not inside," I said, or tried to say. It came out in pieces. She shook her head once, fast, like she was rejecting the words before they settled. Then she moved past me, toward the door. I caught her by the arm. The heat was too much now. Even standing 10 feet away, it felt like standing too close to a bonfire. The roof over the living room sagged inward, with a slow, terrible bend. "They're not in there," I said again, more clearly this time, because I needed it to be true. She looked at me then, really looked, and I saw the same realization forming in her eyes that had been forming in mine. If they weren't in the rooms and they weren't in the bathroom, then they had to have gotten out. But we hadn't seen them, and the yard was empty. The neighbors started arriving after that, drawn by the glow. Someone called the fire department. Someone tried to get closer with a hose, but it didn't matter. The fire had a hold on the place in a way I'd never seen. It moved too quickly, like it had started in more than one place. I remember one of the neighbors asking if everyone was out, and I said yes without thinking. It felt easier in that moment to say it than to explain the other thing. The absence, the not knowing. The trucks came, lights cutting through the smoke, men moving with purpose. They worked the fire until there was nothing left to burn but the frame, and even that gave in before dawn. We stood there the whole time, my wife and I, watching our house turn into something unrecognizable. Every now and then, I would scan the edge of the property, the road, the line of trees beyond it, expecting to see small figures standing there, confused, waiting for us to notice them. No one was there. When the fire was finally out, and the sun started to come up, everything looked smaller. The house was a blackened shape, collapsed inward, the windows gone, the roof flattened. Steam rose from the debris in thin, twisting lines. That's when the questions began. At first they were simple. Where were the children? Had anyone seen them leave the house? Did they have a place they might have gone? We answered as best we could, which wasn't well. They searched the yard, then the immediate area. They called out names. They checked with neighbors. No one had seen anything. No one had heard anything beyond the fire itself. Then someone mentioned the phone. It was a small thing, easy to overlook. The line ran from the house to a pole near the road. One of the firefighters had noticed it hanging loose, not burned through but cut clean. The ends separated by a few inches like someone had taken their time. I walked out to look at it myself. The cut was smooth, not frayed, not melted, deliberate. That was the first moment something colder than the night air settled into me. They asked about our vehicles next. We had one parked near the side of the house, another closer to the road. The one near the house was too close to the fire. The paint was blistered, the windows cracked. The other looked untouched. When I tried to start it, the engine turned once, then stopped with a hollow click. I tried again, same result. A mechanic later said something about the distributor cap being out of place. I didn't know what that meant at the time. I only knew the car hadn't worked when we needed it. More people arrived as the morning went on. Officials, investigators, they moved through the remains of the house with careful steps, marking areas, taking notes. They were looking for bodies. They didn't find any. That fact became the center of everything that followed. In a fire like that, they said, there should have been something. Bone fragments. Teeth. Something to indicate that anyone had been inside when it burned. There was nothing. They explained it in ways that sounded reasonable when you heard them quickly. High heat can do things. Fires can burn hotter than people expect. Structures can collapse in ways that scatter remains, but every explanation seemed to require an extra step, an assumption that didn't sit right when you held it too long. The rooms where the kids had slept hadn't been the origin of the fire. That much was clear. The worst of the damage was toward the front of the house, near the living room and entryway. The bedrooms had burned, but not in a way that suggested the fire had started there, and still, there was nothing, no trace. As the days turned into weeks, more details surfaced. Small things, at first. A neighbor who thought they'd seen a car idling near the road earlier that night. Someone else who mentioned hearing a noise, not an explosion, not exactly, but something sharp. Before the fire was visible, there was a man who came forward and said he'd been passing through the area hours before, that he'd noticed our house because of the decorations we'd put up for the holiday. He said he saw shadows moving inside when it should have been quiet. Shapes that didn't match the rhythm of a sleeping household. He couldn't describe them clearly, just movement where there shouldn't have been any. The investigators took all of it down. They followed what leads they could. Most of them went nowhere. The official line settled into something that sounded final but felt incomplete. Accidental fire. Possible electrical issue. Children presumed lost in the blaze. But that word presumed never sat right because there was no proof of it. We stayed in the area. People asked us why, and I never had a clean answer. Part of it was practical, part of it was something else, something harder to put into words. Leaving felt like closing a door I wasn't ready to close. We rebuilt. Not on the same spot, but close enough that I could still see the place where the old house had stood. The ground there never quite returned to normal. The grass grew unevenly, patches of it thinner, like the soil remembered. Every now and then we would go over the events again. My wife and I, not out loud, but in the way you do when you've shared something that doesn't make sense. We would check the details against each other without speaking. The doors closed, the empty beds, the cut line, the car that wouldn't start, the absence of sound from the rooms where there should have been voices. Years passed, but the questions didn't soften. If anything, they sharpened. There were moments, small, quiet ones, when something would surface that felt like a clue. A reported sighting in another town. A name that matched one of theirs on a list somewhere. We followed each one as far as it would go. None of them led back to us. I started keeping notes at some point. Dates, names, places, anything that might connect. It became a way of holding on to something solid, A record that the search hadn't stopped even when everything else had. Sometimes, late at night, I would walk out to the edge of the property and look toward the road. It's a quiet stretch. Not much traffic, especially at that hour. The trees line up in a way that makes the darkness feel deeper than it is. I would stand there and listen, not for anything specific. Just listen. There were nights when I thought I heard something beyond the usual sounds. A faint movement. A shift in the leaves that didn't match the wind. Once, I thought I saw a shape near the tree line. Something small and still. I walked toward it. Slow. Careful. Not wanting to scare off whatever it might be. There was nothing there when I reached the spot. I don't tell many people about that. It sounds like the kind of thing you say when you're trying to force meaning onto empty space. But I know what I saw, or what I thought I saw, and I know what we didn't find in that house. The fire took everything it could. It left behind ash, twisted metal, the outline of a life that had been there hours before. What it didn't leave were the children. That absence has a weight to it. It sits in the background of every day, not always at the front of my mind, but never fully gone. People have asked me over the years what I think happened. They want a conclusion, something they can hold on to, a way to file the story away. I don't give them one, because every explanation I've heard requires ignoring at least one fact that I know to be true. The doors were closed. The beds were empty. The phone line was cut. The car wouldn't start. And there was nothing in the ashes. Sometimes when I'm out by the road, I think about how quickly it could have happened. How little time it would take for someone to move through a house like ours, late at night, when everything is quiet and predictable. I think about the fire starting after that, not before. I think about the way it burned, fast and focused, like it had a purpose. And I think about the fact that even now, all these years later, there has never been a single piece of evidence to prove that they died in that house. Only the assumption, only the story people settled on, because it was easier than the alternative. I still go out there some nights, stand at the edge of the dark, and listen for something that might close the distance between then and now. The trees don't answer. The road stays empty, and the place where the old house stood never quite feels like it's done holding its breath. I first saw him on a terminal monitor that wasn't meant for passengers. A grainy split screen tucked behind a half-open door near gate C-17, where the morning light comes in flat and colorless, and everything looks like it's already been handled by someone else. The feed showed a man in hospital scrubs running barefoot across polished tile, one sock half peeled off, the other missing entirely, his steps uneven but fast enough to outpace the security officer entering frame. Seconds too late. There was no luggage, no phone in his hands, nothing but the thin fabric clinging to him, and the look on his face, wide and fixed, like he'd already decided something irreversible. I wasn't supposed to be back there. I'd stepped away from my own gate after a delay announcement, drawn by the hum of equipment and the flicker of motion on a screen that didn't belong to the public-facing side of the airport. The door had been propped open with a wedge of folded cardboard, and inside was a narrow room with 2 plastic chairs, a desk, and 6 monitors stacked in a grid. 5 showed normal things: escalators, baggage belts, empty corridors. The 6th was different. It was labeled with a code I didn't recognize, and the timestamp lagged by a few seconds compared to the others. On that screen, the man slipped on the tile, caught himself with one hand, and kept going. Behind him, a pair of medical staff in pale blue scrubs entered from the left, moving with urgency but not panic as if they'd done this before. One of them gestured ahead toward the exit doors that led out to the service road between the terminal and the long, low industrial buildings that sit just beyond the fence line. The camera angle shifted as he passed under it, and for a moment the frame lost him entirely. I remember noticing how clean everything looked. No blood, no broken glass, no sign of a struggle, just motion and the absence of anything that would slow him down. A voice sounded behind me, sharp and close, and I stepped back from the monitors. A security officer asked what I was doing in there. I said I'd taken a wrong turn, that I was looking for a restroom, and he pointed me back toward the concourse without raising his voice. Before I left, I glanced once more at the sixth screen. The man had reappeared, pushing through a set of double doors marked for staff only, the metal handles swinging hard enough to bounce back against the frame. Out on the concourse, the normal noise of an airport morning pressed in. Rolling suitcases, boarding calls, the steady flow of people moving with purpose. It felt disconnected from what I'd just seen, like the two spaces existed on different layers that didn't quite align. I checked the departure board out of habit, even though I already knew my flight was delayed. The time had shifted again, another hour added without explanation. I told myself it wasn't my concern. People run in airports for all kinds of reasons. Missing flights, personal emergencies, things that don't require anyone else to get involved. But the image of him stayed with me, the way his head turned slightly as he ran, as if he was listening for something behind him that wasn't visible on the screen. I walked toward the windows that look out over the service road. From there, you can see the chain-link fence that separates the controlled area from the strip of land leading to the warehouses and maintenance buildings. It's not a high fence, but it's topped with angled wire and spaced with cameras at regular intervals. Beyond it, the ground shifts from concrete to packed dirt and gravel, with tire tracks that crisscross in no clear pattern. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. A catering truck idled near a loading bay. A baggage cart moved slowly along a marked path. Then, at the far end of the road, near a section of fence partially obscured by a row of utility boxes, there was movement. A figure in pale fabric, small at that distance, moving faster than anything else in that space. He reached the fence and didn't hesitate. He grabbed the metal links with both hands and pulled himself up in a single motion that looked practiced, or at least driven by something that overrode hesitation. His bare foot slipped once on the lower rung, but he adjusted and kept climbing. The wire at the top caught the fabric of his scrubs, tearing it along the seam, but he forced himself over, dropping hard on the other side. No one was close enough to stop him. The nearest security vehicle was parked at the opposite end of the road, and by the time it started moving, he was already running again, heading toward the industrial buildings where the ground dips slightly, and the line of sight breaks. I watched until he disappeared behind a long, low structure with no windows on the side facing the fence. The vehicle slowed as it approached the spot where he'd crossed, then stopped. Two officers got out and looked over the fence, scanning the area beyond. One of them spoke into a radio, his posture rigid, controlled. There was no visible urgency, just a shift in attention. I left the window and returned to my gate. Boarding was still delayed, the crowd thinner now as people drifted to find food or a place to sit. I took a seat near the charging stations and tried to focus on something else. My phone buzzed with a notification I didn't open. The overhead announcements blurred into a background pattern that didn't carry any specific meaning. After a while, curiosity pushed me back toward the corridor where I'd seen the monitors. The door was closed this time, the cardboard wedge gone. A small sign had been placed at eye level, stating that the area was restricted. I stood there for a moment, listening to the faint hum from inside, then moved on. Near the restrooms, I saw one of the medical staff from the video. The pale blue scrubs were the same, the posture slightly forward, as if still in motion even when standing still. He spoke quietly to a security officer, gesturing with one hand in a way that suggested explanation rather than alarm. I couldn't hear the words, only the cadence. The officer nodded once, then twice, and wrote something down on a small notepad. I passed by without slowing, catching only a fragment of their exchange as I moved out of range. The word transfer surfaced, then disappeared under the ambient noise. It didn't fit with what I'd seen. There had been no orderly movement, no preparation, nothing that resembled a controlled transfer from one place to another. Back at the gate, a new announcement came through, this time confirming a boarding time. People gathered their things, forming a loose line that tightened as the minutes passed. I joined them, my mind still returning to the image of the man at the fence, the way he'd climbed without looking down. As we moved forward, I noticed a pair of airport security officers positioned near the jet bridge entrance. Their presence wasn't unusual, but their focus seemed directed outward toward the concourse rather than the boarding process. One of them held a tablet, occasionally glancing at it before scanning the crowd. When it was my turn to board, I handed over my pass and stepped onto the jet bridge. The enclosed space amplified the sound of footsteps and rolling bags, creating a steady rhythm that carried us forward. Halfway down, I paused briefly to look through one of the small windows. From that angle, the service road was partially visible again, but the area near the fence was out of sight. On the plane, I took my seat and fastened the belt, the routine actions grounding me in something predictable. The cabin filled gradually, the overhead bins closing one by one. A flight attendant moved through the aisle, checking that everything was secure. The door closed with a muted thud, and the plane pushed back from the gate. As we taxied, I leaned slightly toward the window, trying to catch a glimpse of the industrial area beyond the terminal. The angle wasn't right, the buildings blocking most of the view. What I could see looked unchanged. No visible commotion, no cluster of vehicles or personnel that would suggest an ongoing search. We took off into a pale sky, the ground dropping away in a smooth, controlled ascent. The airport shrank beneath us, the patterns of runways and roads flattening into lines that lost their individual meaning. For a moment, I thought about how quickly someone could disappear in a space like that, how the scale of it allowed for movement that didn't register unless you were looking at the exact right place at the exact right time. I tried to sleep, but the image of the man running kept surfacing. Not the act itself, but the expression on his face, the way it didn't shift even as he moved through different spaces. It wasn't panic in the way I understood it. It was something more focused, more directed, as if the fear had a specific shape he was trying to outrun. When we landed at my destination, the day had shifted into afternoon, the light warmer and more forgiving. I went through the motions of arrival, disembarking, walking through the terminal, collecting my bag. The events of the morning felt distant, like something I'd seen in a clip that would eventually be explained or forgotten. It wasn't until later, in a hotel room with the television on low, that I saw it again. A brief segment on a local news channel framed as a minor incident at an international airport. The footage was the same angle I'd seen on the monitor. The man in scrubs running across the tile, the medical staff entering behind him. The clip cut just before he reached the exit doors. The anchor's voice described it as an unusual occurrence involving a patient who had left a medical facility connected to the airport. There was mention of ongoing efforts to locate the individual, a statement from airport authorities emphasizing that there was no threat to the public. The language was controlled, measured, designed to close the loop without providing detail. There was no footage of the fence, no mention of the industrial area, nothing about the point where he had actually left the secured space. The narrative ended at the doors, as if everything beyond them fell outside the frame of what needed to be reported. I turned off the television and sat in the quiet that followed, the room's air conditioning humming steadily. I thought about the gap between what I had seen and what was being shown, the way the story had been trimmed to fit a shape that didn't include the most critical part. Over the next few days, I checked for updates when I had the chance. There were none. The initial report faded from the rotation, replaced by other stories that held attention more easily. No follow-up, no confirmation of his location, no indication that he had been found, or that the search had concluded. What stayed with me wasn't just the disappearance, but the sequence that led to it. The sudden shift from containment to open space, the lack of any visible obstacle that could have explained the urgency, the presence of medical staff who moved with purpose but without visible alarm, the way the official account stopped short of the point where he actually left the controlled environment. Weeks later, back home, I found myself replaying the moment at the window, the figure climbing the fence. I tried to map out the area in my mind, to imagine where he could have gone once he reached the other side. The industrial buildings form a grid of corridors and blind spots, places where someone could move without being seen from the main road. Beyond that, there are service paths that lead to larger access roads, and from there the network expands. It's possible he kept running until he reached a point where the structures thinned out and the open land began. It's possible he found a place to hide, to rest, to reconsider whatever had driven him to that point. It's also possible that the initial perception of threat that caused him to flee didn't dissipate once he was outside, that it continued to shape his actions in ways that would have taken him further from any place where he could be easily located. I don't know what he thought he was escaping from. I only know that he moved as if staying in place was not an option, as if every second of delay increased the risk in a way that outweighed everything else. His belongings, his safety, the barriers that should have slowed him down. The last clear image I have is of him dropping from the top of the fence, landing hard and immediately pushing forward, not looking back, not checking his footing, just committing to the direction he had chosen. There are no answers attached to that image, no resolution that ties it to a known outcome. Just a sequence of events that begins with a man running through a controlled space and ends with him crossing a boundary that once passed, removes him from the frame entirely. I first heard the mountain before I saw it, a low, hollow crack that rolled across the scrub like distant thunder, and then cut off too clean to be weather. I had been walking since mid-morning along a dry creek bed, following a line of pale stones that locals said would eventually point me toward the black heap. They all avoided naming directly. The air was still, heavy in a way that made every sound carry farther than it should, and yet the noise from ahead seemed to come from inside the ground rather than across it. By the time the granite rose into view, it didn't look like a mountain so much as a collapsed wall of the earth itself. Huge slabs leaned against one another at angles that felt unstable even from a distance, stacked in a way that suggested they had been thrown there rather than formed. The surface was darker than I expected, stained in places with a slick green sheen that caught the light like wet glass. I stopped walking without deciding to. Listening again, nothing came. The silence that followed the earlier crack was thicker than the heat. People in town had given me reasons not to come. They kept them practical at first. Bad footing, sudden gaps, heat stroke. But the warnings always drifted into something less measurable. They spoke about people who went missing without a trace, about search parties that turned around after hearing things they couldn't place, about the way sound behaved strangely among the stones. One older man had traced a rough outline in the dust with his boot, and told me the mountain wasn't hollow but full of wrong spaces. He had shrugged after saying it as if he'd already said too much. I wasn't alone that day, not at first. 2 guides from a nearby community had agreed to take me as far as the outer edge of the boulder field. They walked ahead of me in a steady line, never stepping directly into the shadow of the rocks. Their pace slowed as we approached, and eventually one of them stopped and pointed to a break between 2 slabs where the ground dipped out of sight. He didn't look at me when he gestured. He just said we would go no farther. We stood there for a while, the 3 of us, the heat pressing down and the mountain giving nothing back. I could feel their attention on me without turning. When I finally stepped forward, choosing the path they had indicated, neither of them followed. I didn't hear them leave, but when I glanced back a few minutes later, they were already gone from the edge of the scrub. The first thing that struck me inside the boulder field was the temperature. It dropped sharply, not enough to be cold, but enough to raise goosebumps along my arms. The light fractured as it filtered through the gaps overhead, breaking into narrow bands that shifted whenever I moved. Underfoot, the ground wasn't solid. It gave slightly a thin layer of smaller stones and debris hiding deeper pockets I couldn't see. Each step required testing. Weight held back until I was sure it would hold. The green sheen I had noticed from a distance was more obvious up close. It clung to the rock faces in irregular patches, damp to the touch. When I brushed my fingers against it, it left a faint residue that smelled faintly metallic, like wet iron. I wiped my hand on my shirt and kept moving. Sound behaved differently there. My footsteps came back to me a fraction of a second late, as if someone else were walking just out of sync behind me. When I paused, the echo paused too, but not perfectly. There was always a slight lag, a suggestion of movement continuing after I had stopped. I told myself it was the shape of the rocks, the way the gaps and angles trapped and released sound. The first scream came in the early afternoon. It was distant, high and sharp, and it cut through the maze of stone in a way that made direction impossible to judge. But it didn't echo the way my footsteps did. It seemed to arrive from everywhere at once, then collapse into nothing. I froze, one hand braced against a slab, waiting for it to repeat. It didn't. In the silence that followed, I could hear my own breathing too loudly, the scrape of fabric as I shifted my weight. I moved toward where I thought it had come from. choosing a narrow passage between two leaning boulders that forced me to turn sideways. The rock pressed close on either side, rough against my shoulders. For a moment, the sky disappeared entirely, replaced by a thin strip of light ahead. When I stepped through, the space opened into a shallow basin surrounded by higher slabs. In the center of that basin, the ground dropped away. It wasn't a dramatic cliff, just a sudden depression about 2 meters across, its edges softened by loose stone. When I crouched and looked down, I couldn't see the bottom clearly. The light didn't reach far enough, and the sides curved inward slightly. Swallowing what little brightness there was, I picked up a small rock and dropped it. It fell for longer than it should have, then struck something with a dull, hollow sound that echoed up in a way that made it difficult to judge depth. As I leaned closer, I heard it again. Not a scream this time, but something lower, like a voice carried through a wall. It wasn't clear enough to make out words. It rose and fell, a murmur that seemed to come from below my feet. I held still, trying to isolate it to decide if it was wind moving through the gaps or something else entirely. Then it stopped, replaced by a sharp crack that reverberated through the basin. The sound was close this time, immediate, like a stone snapping under pressure. I jerked back from the edge, heart pounding, and scanned the surrounding rocks. Nothing moved. The slabs stood as they had before, heavy and unmoving. I stayed in that basin longer than I should have, circling the depression, testing the ground around it. There were no footprints but my own, no signs that anyone had been there recently. And yet the memory of the scream, the murmur from below, made it impossible to believe the place was empty. By late afternoon, the light had shifted enough to deepen the shadows between the rocks. The temperature dropped further, and a faint breeze began to move through the gaps, carrying with it a smell that reminded me of damp stone and something older, harder to place. I realized then that I had lost my sense of direction. The path I had taken in seemed straightforward at the time, left at a split, then right through a narrow passage, then straight across a sloping section. But from where I stood now, every route looked the same. The slabs formed repeating patterns, similar angles and shapes that made each turn feel familiar even when it wasn't. I tried to retrace my steps, marking a rock with a small scratch as I passed it. But within minutes, I came across a mark identical to the one I had just made, in a place I was sure I hadn't been. The second scream came as the light began to fade. It was closer than the first, sharp enough to make me flinch. This time, it was followed by a series of shorter sounds, almost like calls rising and falling in quick succession. They didn't sound human anymore. Not entirely. There was a rhythm to them that felt mechanical, like something repeating a pattern it didn't fully understand. I moved faster then, choosing a direction at random and sticking to it. The ground grew more uneven, the gaps between the slabs deeper. In one place, I had to jump across a narrow fissure that dropped into darkness, the far side crumbling slightly under my weight as I landed. I didn't look down. As the sky darkened, the mountain seemed to come alive with sound. Cracks and pops echoed through the stone, some distant, others so close they felt like they were happening inside my chest. Occasionally, there was a deeper boom, like a muted explosion, followed by a long, low rumble that faded into the background. I tried to match them to natural causes, thermal stress, shifting rock, but the timing was irregular, the intensity unpredictable. At one point, I heard footsteps that weren't my own. They came from behind me, out of sync with my pace, crunching lightly over the loose stone. I stopped. They stopped. I turned slowly, scanning the narrow corridor I had just come through. Nothing. The shadows had deepened enough to obscure the finer details, but there was no movement, no shape that didn't belong to the rock itself. I told myself it was echo, the same delayed reflection I had noticed earlier. To test it, I took a step forward, then another. The sound followed, a fraction of a second behind. I stopped again. It continued for one more step before falling silent. I didn't run, but I moved as quickly as the terrain allowed, choosing wider passages when I could, avoiding the tighter squeezes that blocked out the sky. The last of the daylight drained away, leaving the mountain in a dim, diffuse glow that made everything look flatter than it was. My depth perception slipped. Edges appeared closer or farther than they should have, and more than once I caught myself just before stepping into a drop I hadn't seen. The voices started after full dark. They were faint at first, scattered fragments of sound that rose above the constant background of cracks and rumbles. As I moved, they seemed to gather, overlapping in a way that made them impossible to separate. Some were low, others higher, all of them just beyond comprehension. They came from different directions at once, shifting as I turned my head. I tried to focus on one, to follow it, but it dissolved as soon as I gave it attention. Another would take its place, slightly clearer, then fade in the same way. The effect was disorienting, like trying to listen to a conversation through a wall while the speakers moved constantly from room to room. At some point, I realized I was circling the same area. A distinctive slab with a long vertical crack appeared for the third time, then a fourth. Each time I approached it from a different angle, but the surrounding formations were unmistakable. The marks I had made earlier were there too, faint scratches catching what little light remained. I stopped near that slab, pressing my back against it, forcing myself to stay still. The sounds continued around me, but without movement, they seemed to settle into a pattern. The deeper rumbles came at irregular intervals, the cracks more frequent but less intense. The voices, or whatever they were, wove through both, rising and falling without ever resolving into anything clear. I don't know how long I stood there before the final sound came. It wasn't a scream, it was a single sharp report, louder than anything I had heard before, followed immediately by a rush of air that seemed to pull toward the ground. The loose stones at my feet shifted, sliding slightly toward the depression I had seen earlier, though it was nowhere in sight now. The pull lasted only a moment, then released, leaving the air still again. In the silence that followed, all the other sounds stopped. No cracks, no rumbles, no voices. Even the echo of my own breathing seemed to vanish. The absence was so complete it felt unnatural, like a space where sound itself had been removed. I pushed away from the slab and moved, choosing a direction without thinking. The darkness made it impossible to see more than a few steps ahead, but something in the air had changed. The heaviness I had felt earlier had lifted slightly, replaced by a faint current that seemed to guide me. I followed it, stepping carefully, one hand trailing along the rock to keep my bearings. After what felt like hours, a faint grayness appeared ahead, growing slowly into the outline of open sky. The slabs thinned, the gaps widened, and then I was out, standing at the edge of the boulder field with the scrub stretching away in front of me. The guides were gone. The place where they had waited was empty, the ground undisturbed. The night was quiet in a way that felt normal again, filled with distant insects and the soft movement of air through dry grass. I didn't go back the next day. I didn't try to find the basin, or the depression, or the marked slab. I left the area entirely, carrying with me only the memory of the sounds and the knowledge that I had been somewhere I didn't understand. Weeks later, I learned that another hiker had gone missing around the same time I had been there. He had entered from a different side with no guides and never came back out. Search teams found no trace of him, not a pack, not a footprint, nothing to suggest where he had gone. People still talk about the mountain in practical terms. They mention unstable ground, hidden gaps, the way sound travels unpredictably through the stone. They point to erosion, to algae, to the natural processes that shape and reshape the landscape over time. But sometimes when the wind is right and the air is still, they also mention the sound's cracks, like distant explosions, voices that don't resolve, and the occasional scream that seems to come from everywhere at once. I don't argue with any of it. I just remember standing in that basin, looking down into a space that didn't reflect light the way it should, and hearing something move far below where no one should have been. And I know that whatever explanation exists doesn't account for all of it. Not the timing, not the silence that followed, not the way the ground seemed to pull for a moment, as if something beneath the stone had shifted and taken something with it, leaving the surface untouched and the air empty, except for the echo of a sound that never quite finished. I didn't think much of the text when it came through. just that it was out of character enough to make me stop what I was doing and read it twice. It was the middle of the afternoon, heat sitting heavy over the industrial stretch by the tracks, the kind that makes the air shimmer above metal. I remember that because I was outside the shop when my phone buzzed, leaning against a dented railing and watching a freight train idle farther down the line. The message from Shiar was short, no punctuation, no emojis like she always used. Just a flat line of words that didn't explain themselves. Something is wrong, I need a minute. That was it. No follow-up, no answer when I called. At first I told myself it was nothing. She worked nearby sometimes, picking up shifts at a warehouse office that backed up to the rail yard. The signal out there was bad. People got distracted, phones died. There were 100 normal explanations, and I cycled through all of them in the space of maybe 2 minutes. Then I called again. Straight to voicemail. I sent a message back asking where she was, if she was okay, if she needed me to come get her. I watched the screen, waiting for the typing dots that never showed up. The heat pressed harder, or maybe I just started noticing it more. The train engine coughed somewhere down the track, a low mechanical sound that carried through the still air. 10 minutes passed, then 20. By the time I got in my car, I wasn't thinking clearly anymore. I drove toward the rail area she worked near, cutting through service roads and gravel lots, places where the pavement broke apart and weeds pushed through. It wasn't a place anyone lingered unless they had a reason. I found her car before I found anyone else. It was sitting at an angle across the tracks, not fully blocking them, but close enough that it didn't make sense. The driver's door was open. The engine was off. There was no one inside. I pulled up too fast, tires crunching over loose gravel, and left my own door open when I got out. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it felt, even with the distant hum of machinery. The second was that her bag was still on the passenger seat. I called her name out once, then again, louder. Nothing answered back. I walked around the car, checking the back seat, the trunk, like she might be hiding or playing some kind of joke that didn't fit her at all. Her phone wasn't there. Her keys were gone. There were no obvious signs of a struggle. No broken glass. No marks on the ground that I could make sense of. The driver's door creaked slightly as it shifted in the heat. I stepped away from the tracks and looked down the line in both directions. Empty. No train coming. No movement except heat distortion and a few distant figures near the warehouse buildings. That's when I noticed someone watching me. A man in a reflective vest stood maybe 30 yards away, near a stack of pallets. He didn't wave or call out. He just looked at me, then at the car, then back at me again. I walked toward him. He met me halfway, slow, like he wasn't in a hurry to be part of whatever was happening. "That your car?" he asked. "It's my girlfriend's," I said. "Have you seen her?" He hesitated, and that hesitation settled into something heavy in my chest. "I saw someone," he said finally. "A woman, walking away from it." "Where?" I asked. He pointed past the tracks toward a narrow strip of land that sloped down into a drainage area, overgrown with brush and weeds. Beyond that, more fencing, more industrial lots, nothing that looked like a place you'd choose to go. "She didn't look right," he added. "What does that mean?" He shrugged. Uncomfortable now. Just off. Like she wasn't paying attention to anything, she didn't look back. I didn't wait for anything else. I went in the direction he pointed, stepping over the tracks and onto the uneven ground beyond. The heat felt different there, thicker somehow, like it didn't move. I called her name again, louder this time, my voice catching on the dry air. No answer. The ground dipped into a shallow drainage ditch, mostly dry, lined with concrete in some places and dirt in others. There were patches of standing water further down, dark and still. The grass along the edges was tall and unkempt, bending slightly where something had passed through recently. I followed that disturbance, if that's what it was, pushing through the brush. It scratched against my arms, left faint lines on my skin. I kept expecting to see her ahead, standing there, confused, maybe embarrassed about the whole thing, but there was nothing. Just the sound of insects and the distant clank of metal from the rail yard. I don't know how long I searched before I went back to the car. It could have been 15 minutes or an hour. Time didn't move normally after that point. It stretched and folded in ways that made it hard to keep track. More people had gathered by then. Another worker, a supervisor, someone had already called it in. The police arrived quickly. Or maybe it just felt that way because everything else had slowed down. They asked me the same questions over and over, each time with slight variations, like they were trying to catch something I might say differently. When was the last time you saw her? What did the message say? Did she seem upset earlier? Did you argue? Did she have any reason to leave? I answered everything as clearly as I could. I showed them the text. One of them wrote it down in a small notebook, then read it back to me, like hearing it out loud might make it make more sense. It didn't. They searched the area more thoroughly than I had, spreading out along the ditch and the surrounding land. They checked nearby buildings, talked to anyone who might have seen something. More witnesses came forward, each with small pieces that didn't quite fit together. One person said they saw her walking steadily, not running, not looking around. Another said she seemed like she was talking to herself, though they couldn't hear anything from that distance. Someone else thought she might have been injured based on the way she moved, but they weren't sure. None of it formed a clear picture. Her mother arrived before the sun started to drop, and I remember wishing she hadn't had to see it like that. The car, the open door, the empty space where Chihar should have been. She didn't cry right away. She stood there taking it in, her eyes moving over everything like she was trying to memorize it. Then she asked me what happened, and I didn't have an answer that felt like one. Days turned into weeks. Search teams combed the area again and again. They extended the radius, checked nearby roads, canals, abandoned structures. They brought in dogs at one point, but the trail didn't hold. It faded out somewhere past the drainage ditch, like she had simply stopped being there. The case shifted from urgent to ongoing, to something quieter, a word I hated hearing even when no one said it directly, unresolved. The only new thing they found came weeks later, a single shoe. Maybe it was hers. There was no question about that. Her mother confirmed it before anyone even asked. It had been lying in the drainage ditch, caught in a cluster of debris where water sometimes collected after heavy rain. There was no matching shoe nearby, and no other items, no additional clues, just that one piece, out of place, like everything else. I went back to the tracks more times than I can count. At first it was to help, to look, to do something instead of nothing. Later it became something else, something harder to explain. I would stand near where the car had been, trying to reconstruct it in my head. The angle of the vehicle, the open door, the direction she walked. I replayed the text over and over, looking for something hidden in it. Something is wrong, I need a minute. A minute for what? To think? To get away? To follow something only she could see? I talked to the witnesses myself a few times. Outside of the official statements, I wanted to hear it in their own words without the structure of a report. One of them told me something they hadn't mentioned before. Not because it was important, but because they weren't sure it meant anything. They said she paused once, just briefly near the edge of the ditch. Not long, just enough to shift her weight, like she was deciding whether to keep going. Then she did. That detail stuck with me more than anything else. Not the car, not the text, not even the shoe. Just that small pause, because it meant there was a moment, however brief, where she could have turned back, and she didn't. I still have her last message saved on my phone. I haven't deleted it, haven't changed the thread, haven't done anything that might make it feel less immediate than it did that day. Sometimes I open it just to make sure it's still there, exactly the same. The area by the tracks hasn't changed much. The same rusted rails, the same heat in the afternoon, the same empty stretches where nothing seems to happen until it does. Every time I go back, I walk a little farther along the ditch than I did before, like I might eventually reach the point where something becomes clear. I never do. There's just a place where the ground flattens out and the brush thins, And beyond that, more of the same. No markers, no signs, nothing that explains how someone can walk away from a car in the middle of the day and leave everything behind without a trace. Nothing that explains why. I stand there until the light starts to fade, until the shapes around me blur into something less defined, and I try to picture her still moving somewhere ahead of me, just out of sight. But there's never anything there, only the tracks behind me, the empty ground in front of me, and that last message sitting unchanged on my phone, like it's waiting for a reply that never came. I drove out to my mother's place on Mother's Day with a grocery bag sliding on the passenger seat and a knot in my chest I couldn't explain. The road out there always felt longer than it was, a narrow stretch cutting through fields and a thin line of trees that pressed in close near her property. By the time I turned into her gravel driveway, the sun was high and the house sat the way it always did. Quiet, blinds half drawn, no movement behind the glass. I remember noticing the front door first. Closed, like always. No sign of forced entry, no broken windows, nothing that suggested anything had gone wrong. That's what stuck with me later. The normalcy of it. I knocked, waited, knocked again. No answer. I tried the handle out of habit, knowing she kept it locked. It didn't budge. That wasn't unusual. My mom, Echo, was independent to a fault and careful in ways that bordered on rigid. She had routines for everything. Locking doors was one of them. I stood there longer than I needed to, listening. No footsteps inside. No television. Not even the hum of movement. Just wind in the trees behind the house. I told myself she must have stepped out. Maybe she went to the store. Maybe she took a drive. She did that sometimes when she couldn't sleep. I left the grocery bag on the porch with a note tucked under the handle. Happy Mother's Day. I stopped by, call me. Simple, normal. I drove away, trying not to let the unease settle in. It wasn't until later that afternoon that something started to feel wrong. She didn't call. She always called. I went back just before evening, the sky dimming into that gray blue that flattens everything. The bag I left was still there, untouched. That's when the feeling in my chest sharpened. I knocked again, harder this time. Walked around the side of the house, checked the back door. Locked, windows all shut. I pressed my face to the glass, trying to see past the reflection. Inside looked off. Not wrecked, not obviously disturbed. Just wrong in a way I couldn't name. I stood there long enough to convince myself to leave again. I told myself I was overreacting. She was probably out somewhere with bad reception. I went home with that excuse repeating in my head. That night, I didn't sleep. The next morning, I came back with a spare key. The air felt heavier when I stepped onto the porch again. The grocery bag had shifted slightly, like something had brushed it, but it was still unopened. The note was still tucked under the handle. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The smell hit me first. Not overwhelming, not rotten, just stale, like something had been left out too long. The kind of smell that builds slowly when a house is closed up and something inside is being ignored. My mom didn't ignore things. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. The living room looked mostly the same. Furniture in place, surfaces clear, but there were small things that didn't belong. A cup on the coffee table with a ring dried into the wood beneath it. A blanket draped halfway off the couch, like someone had stood up in a hurry and never came back to fix it. I called out for her, my voice sounding smaller than I expected. No answer. The kitchen was worse. There were dishes in the sink. Not just one or two enough to notice. Food left out on the counter. Some of it already turning. A carton of milk sitting warm. The sides slightly bloated. Trash in the bin that should have been taken out days ago. I stood there staring at it, trying to reconcile it with the woman I knew. My mom didn't leave dishes. She didn't let food spoil on the counter. She wiped surfaces clean after every meal. It was part of who she was. Seeing it like that felt like walking into someone else's house. I moved slowly, checking each room, bedroom, bathroom, laundry room. Everything in place, but with that same layer of neglect creeping in. Not chaos, just abandonment. Her purse was on the chair by the door. I remember picking it up and opening it, my hand shaking. Wallet inside, ID, cards, everything. Her phone wasn't there. That didn't make sense either. She never went anywhere without it. I checked the bedroom again, more carefully this time. Her bed was made. Not slept in recently from what I could tell. The closet door was open slightly, clothes hanging in neat rows like always. Then I noticed the pill organizer on the nightstand. Open. Empty compartments for days that hadn't passed yet. My mom took her medication on a strict schedule. She set alarms for it. Missing doses wasn't something she did. I stood there holding that plastic case, trying to understand how it could be empty while everything else about the house suggested she hadn't been there to maintain anything. That was when I called the police. They arrived later that morning, 2 officers who walked through the house with the same careful attention I had, but with a distance I couldn't manage. They asked me questions when I last saw her, when I first noticed something was wrong, whether she had any reason to leave suddenly. I kept coming back to the same answer. No, she didn't have a reason. One of them asked about the purse. I showed him where it was. He looked inside, nodded, then made a note. Another checked the kitchen, the trash, the food left out. I watched his expression change slightly, just enough to tell me he saw what I saw. This wasn't normal. Later, they asked if she had gone anywhere recently. I told them about my visit the day before, how the house had been locked, how I assumed she was out. That's when one of them mentioned the receipt. They found it on the counter, partially tucked under a stack of unopened mail. A Walmart receipt with a timestamp from the afternoon I had first stopped by. She had gone out, and she had come back. The realization settled in slowly, like something sinking through water. She was home after I left. Something happened after that. The officers started asking more focused questions then. Neighbors, visitors, anyone who might have seen her. I gave them what I could, but the truth was my mom kept to herself. The nearest house was a distance down the road, separated by trees and open land. The neighbors didn't report anything unusual. No loud noises, no cars coming or going that stood out. Nothing. The house showed no signs of forced entry. No struggle, no broken locks, no shattered glass, just a woman who came home, put her purse down, and then disappeared. Days passed, then weeks. Search teams combed the wooded area behind the house. I walked with them once, the ground uneven under my feet, branches catching at my clothes. They moved in line, scanning the forest floor, calling out occasionally to keep track of each other. I kept expecting to find something, a piece of clothing, a dropped item, any sign that she had been out there. There was nothing. The police kept coming back to the same points. The missing phone, the medication, the receipt confirming she returned home, the untouched purse. They said it indicated a sudden event, something that interrupted her routine completely, but they couldn't say what. And I went back to the house often after that. At first it was to clean, to restore it to the way she kept it. I threw out the spoiled food, washed the dishes, took out the trash. I wiped down surfaces until the smell faded and the rooms felt familiar again, but it never fully came back. There was always something underneath, something I couldn't scrub away. I started noticing small things I hadn't seen before. The back door had a faint scuff near the bottom, like something had pressed against it. Not damage, just a mark that didn't belong. I couldn't tell if it was new or if I had just never noticed it before. The kitchen window had a slight smear on the outside, at a height that didn't quite make sense. I stood there once trying to match it with my own reach, but it didn't line up cleanly. None of it was enough to mean anything on its own. That was the worst part. Everything about it sat just inside the line of explanation, close enough to dismiss, too incomplete to prove anything. I stopped staying there overnight, after a while, not because I was afraid of something specific, but because the silence changed after dark. The house would settle, the wood creaking as the temperature dropped, and every sound felt like it carried more weight than it should. I would lie awake in her bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the timeline. She leaves for Walmart. She comes back. She puts her purse down. She does something. Maybe starts to make food. Maybe plans to clean later. Then something interrupts that. Something sudden enough that she leaves dishes in the sink, food on the counter, trash in the bin. Something urgent enough that she doesn't take her purse, but she takes her phone and her medication. That part never made sense to me. If it was sudden, why take anything at all? If it wasn't, why leave everything else behind? The police never found answers to those questions. The case stayed open, but it stopped moving. Leads dried up. Reports came in that went nowhere. Tips that sounded promising until they weren't. People stopped calling. Time moved forward in a way that felt wrong. I still go back to the house sometimes. I stand in the kitchen where I first saw everything out of place and try to picture the last moments before whatever happened. I look at the counter, the sink, the window. I try to line up the sequence in a way that makes sense. I never can. The last time I was there, I noticed something I hadn't before. The grocery bag I left that first day. I had taken it inside eventually, unpacked it, used what I could, but the bag itself had been folded and set aside near the door. When I picked it up, the note I had written slipped out from between the folds. The paper was creased, the ink slightly faded, but the words were still there. Happy Mother's Day. I stopped by. Call me. I stood there holding it, looking at the door she never opened while I was there, knowing she came back after I left, knowing she might have seen that note, knowing she might have reached for that door, and then something stopped her. I put the note back in the bag and set it down exactly where it had been. The house was quiet again, the same way it had been that first day. Nothing moved. Nothing explained itself. I locked the door when I left, the same way she always did, and stood on the porch for a long moment before walking back to my car. The trees behind the house shifted in the wind, branches rubbing together in a slow, uneven rhythm. I listened to it longer than I should have, trying to catch something else inside the sound, something that would finally make it make sense. There was nothing. Just the house, just the silence, and the space where she should have been. I noticed the quiet first because it didn't belong there. Michelle's place always carried a low hum in the evenings. The window unit fighting the heat, the television murmuring in the background, her son's toys chiming when you brushed past them. That night when I pulled into the lot, the air sat still. The light in her living room was on, but it looked like a staged thing. A lamp left burning for no one. I told myself it was nothing. People step out. People forget to turn things off. But Michelle didn't forget things. Not important ones. She was the kind of person who kept lists folded into her wallet, who set alarms for other alarms. A devoted mother, always a step ahead, always making sure the next day had a place to land. I climbed the stairs with my phone in my hand, already composing a message I didn't send. The hallway smelled like detergent, and someone else's dinner. Her door was closed. No sound behind it. I knocked once, then again, harder. The wood gave a dull echo that seemed to travel deeper than it should have. I waited, listening for movement, for the quick shuffle I expected. Her bare feet on tile, the click of the lock, nothing. I tried the handle. It turned. Inside, the apartment felt paused, like a scene caught mid-breath. The lamp in the corner cast a warm circle over the couch, where a blanket was folded neatly, too neatly for a normal evening. Her purse sat on the chair by the door. Keys inside. I checked without thinking, the habit of years. Her wallet was there too, cards lined up, cash untouched. The television was off, but the remote lay on the cushion as if it had just been set down. A glass of water on the coffee table, half full, a ring of condensation marking where it had been a while. I said her name once, quietly, then louder. The sound didn't settle right in the space. It felt like it slid off the walls. Her bedroom door was open. The bed was made, not just pulled up. made tight corners, pillows aligned. That wasn't how evenings ended for her. There was always something left undone. A shirt draped over a chair, a phone charger trailing off the nightstand. In the bathroom, the light was off. Her toothbrush sat dry in the holder. I stood in the doorway for a long moment, trying to assemble a version of events that made sense. Maybe she'd stepped out quickly. Maybe she'd felt better and gone to the store. Maybe, but her phone was on the kitchen counter, plugged in, screen dark. Michelle didn't go anywhere without her phone. That was the first time the quiet shifted from odd to wrong. The last person who claimed to see her was her boyfriend. He said she'd been sick the night before. Something like a flu, that she'd gone to bed early. He told it like a simple story, like the kind of detail that closes a door. Sick, resting, nothing to see. But the apartment didn't look like a place someone had been sick. There were no tissues, no medicine out, no signs of a restless night. Just that careful stillness, as if everything had been reset. I called our mother from the kitchen, my eyes moving from object to object, searching for anything that broke the pattern. She answered on the second ring. I told her what I saw, or what I didn't see, and I heard the change in her breathing before she said anything. We agreed it was probably nothing. We said it out loud like it might become true if we heard it enough, but she told me to stay there just in case. And she said she'd start calling around. I sat on the couch with Michelle's phone in my hand, watching the screen stay black. Every few minutes I looked at the door, expecting it to open, expecting her to walk in with an apology, a simple explanation that would make the last hour feel ridiculous. Time stretched in a way that made it hard to track. The light outside shifted, the orange glow of evening fading into the dull blue of night. The apartment stayed exactly the same. At some point, I stepped outside and checked the lot. Her car was parked in its usual spot, straight between the lines, a thin layer of dust along the hood that hadn't been disturbed. I ran my fingers across it anyway, leaving a mark that felt like an intrusion. Back inside, I opened the fridge. Not because I needed anything, but because I didn't know what else to do. Food was arranged in containers, labeled with dates in her handwriting. She had plans. Meals prepared for days she expected to be there. On the counter, near her phone, was an envelope. I hadn't noticed it at first. It was thick, official looking, her name printed cleanly across the front. I didn't open it, but I knew what it was. She had been waiting for that settlement check for months, talking about what it would change. Not anything extravagant, just stability, a cushion, something she could rely on. She hadn't even opened it. That detail sat heavier than the rest. People don't walk away from something they've been waiting for. Not like that. Not without a reason that leaves a mark somewhere. The boyfriend stopped answering calls sometime after that night. At first he picked up, repeating the same version. She was sick. She went to bed. He left early in the morning. He didn't know anything else. Then the calls went to voicemail. Then the messages stopped delivering. When the police came, they moved through the apartment with a kind of practiced neutrality. They took notes, looked at the same objects I had already memorized. They asked about her habits, her routine, whether she had ever talked about leaving. I told them no. I told them about the list, the alarms, the way she planned everything down to the smallest detail. I told them about the check, still sealed on the counter. They nodded, wrote things down, and said it didn't immediately look like foul play. Adults leave sometimes. People have reasons they don't share. It sounded reasonable when they said it. It always does when it's abstract. But nothing in that apartment felt like a departure. It felt like an interruption. Days turned into a pattern of small, repetitive actions. Calling her phone, checking the apartment, walking the lot, talking to neighbors who had seen nothing, heard nothing. The quiet of that first night seemed to have spread, settling over everything. Our mother started keeping the television on all the time, the volume low just to fill the space. Danielle and me. I kept going back to the apartment even after there was nothing new to find. I would stand in the doorway and look at the same arrangement, as if something might shift if I watched long enough. The police classified it the way they often do when there's no clear sign of force. No witness, no immediate evidence that points one way or another. Unlikely to involve foul play. An adult who left voluntarily. We disagreed. Not loudly, not in a way that changed anything on paper, but in the quiet insistence of our routines. We kept looking. We kept asking. Weeks passed. The envelope stayed where it was until it was finally taken as part of the investigation. I remember the absence of it more than its presence. The way that one empty space on the counter made the room feel different. Her car remained in the lot for a long time, until it didn't. I wasn't there when it was moved, but I noticed the empty space the next time I came. It felt like losing something a second time. The boyfriend never came back into the picture. His silence became its own kind of answer, though it didn't point to anything specific, just another piece that didn't fit. Sometimes I would sit on the couch and try to reconstruct that last evening. Michelle feeling unwell, going to bed early, the apartment quieting down around her. The ordinary end to an ordinary day, then morning. Light coming in through the blinds, and then nothing I could place. No sound, no movement, no clear point where things changed. Just the result, an apartment left intact. A life paused mid-step. I started noticing small things I hadn't before. The way the air felt different at certain times of day. The faint hum of electricity in the walls, when everything else was still. It wasn't anything I could point to as evidence. Just the mind trying to fill in gaps that refused to be filled. People offered explanations. She could have left early, before anyone was awake. She could have planned it. She could have needed space. But none of those explanations accounted for the things she left behind. Not just the phone or the keys, but the structure of her life, the plans she had set in place. It wasn't just that she was gone. It was how completely she had vanished from the pattern she had built. Time didn't resolve anything. It just added distance. The apartment was eventually cleared out. I helped pack it, moving through the rooms with a careful detachment. Each item went into a box, labeled, sealed. It felt like closing something that had never been fully opened. Her lists were still tucked into places I didn't expect. Inside books, between folded clothes. Small, precise handwriting, mapping out days that no longer had an owner. I kept one of them without thinking. It was a grocery list. Nothing unusual. Milk, fruit, something for her son's lunches. Ordinary things. I still have it. Every now and then I take it out and look at it, tracing the lines of her handwriting, trying to find something in it that explains what happened. There's nothing there, of course. Just a record of a day she expected to have. The last time I went back to the apartment, it was empty. No furniture, no personal items, just the bare walls and the echo of my steps. The quiet had returned, deeper than before. I stood in the center of the living room and looked at the place where the lamp had been, where the light had first caught my attention. There was a faint mark on the floor, a circle slightly darker than the rest. I don't know how long I stood there. Long enough for the light outside to shift, for the room to change color as evening approached again. When I finally left, I closed the door behind me and listened to the latch click into place. The hallway was the same as it had been that first night. The same smell, the same distant sounds from other apartments where life was continuing as expected. I walked down the stairs and out into the lot. The space where her car had been was just another empty rectangle of asphalt, indistinguishable from the rest. I stood there for a moment, looking at it, trying to hold on to some detail that would make it mean something more than it did. But it was just a space. And the quiet, when I noticed it again, felt exactly the same as it had that first evening. Like something that had always been there, waiting to be heard. I took the photograph because the house felt too still. The kind of stillness that makes small sounds seem arranged on purpose. The hum of the refrigerator, the soft ticking from a hallway clock, the faint shift of old wood adjusting to the night. I had been sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea gone cold, watching the baby monitor more out of habit than worry. The little boy upstairs had settled hours earlier. My friend trusted me to handle nights like this. I'd done it 100 times in other homes, But this place held on to silence differently. It was just after 2 in the morning when I stood up and walked toward the hallway. The light above the stove stayed on behind me, casting a pale strip across the tile, and everything beyond it looked dimmer than it should have. I remember thinking the hallway seemed longer than it had earlier in the evening. That wasn't true, of course. The measurements don't change, but distance can feel elastic when you're alone in someone else's house. I told myself I was only checking on things, making sure doors were locked, windows sealed, nothing out of place, routine. That's how I've always handled unease. You move through it with small, sensible actions. You prove to yourself that everything has a reason. The baby monitor showed the crib from above, the child curled under a blanket with one arm thrown out. The image was steady. No interference. I listened for breathing and heard it, soft and regular. That should have been enough, but there was a doorway at the end of the hall I didn't remember noticing before. It wasn't hidden. It was just easy to overlook. A narrow frame leading into what I assumed was a storage room or a spare bedroom. The door itself was open a few inches, and the darkness inside looked thicker than the rest of the house. Not black, exactly. More like something dimming the light that tried to enter. I stood there longer than I meant to. The clock behind me ticked on, steady as ever. I could have turned around. I should have. Instead, I took out my phone. I didn't plan anything dramatic. I only meant to take a quick picture, to see how the space looked through a lens. Sometimes that helps, like holding a mirror up to something that feels off. This separates you from it. I raised the phone, lined up the doorway in the frame, and tapped the screen. The flash went off. For a moment, everything snapped into sharp clarity. The walls, the baseboards, the edge of the door. And then it was dark again, just as before. I lowered the phone and stared at the doorway. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. I almost laughed at myself then. A quiet, embarrassed breath. I told myself I'd look at the picture in the kitchen where the light was better. I didn't get that far. I glanced down at the screen as I turned, and I stopped mid-step. There was something in the doorway. At first, I thought it was a trick of light, a reflection, or a blur from the flash. But the shape held. It wasn't smeared or distorted. It was distinct. A figure, tall, narrow, standing just inside the room. It looked human in outline, but the edges were wrong. Not solid, not entirely there. The figure seemed to carry its own faint glow, like a thin layer of light wrapped around it. And in its arms, I leaned closer to the screen, my breath catching in a way I couldn't control. In its arms was something smaller, an infant. I stood there with the phone held inches from my face, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The image didn't shift or resolve into anything ordinary. The figure remained, cradling the smaller shape against its chest. The posture was unmistakable, protective, familiar, but there had been no one in that doorway. I was certain of it. I turned back slowly. The hallway looked exactly as it had before. The door at the end remained slightly open. The darkness inside it was unchanged, empty. I walked toward it, each step deliberate, my hand tightening around the phone. The floor didn't creak as much as I expected. The air felt cooler the closer I got, though I couldn't say by how much. Enough to notice. Not enough to explain. I pushed the door open with my fingertips. The room beyond was small, barely furnished. A narrow bed against one wall. A dresser with nothing on top. A window covered by drawn curtains. No one stood there. No child lay in the bed. There was no glow, no movement, nothing out of place. I stepped inside anyway. The air carried a faint smell I couldn't place. Not unpleasant, just old, like fabric that had been stored too long. I moved the curtains aside and let a bit of streetlight in. It revealed dust along the edges of the floor, the kind that gathers when a room isn't used often. I checked the closet. Empty. I turned in a slow circle, looking for anything that could explain the image. A reflection from glass, maybe. A trick of the flash bouncing off something I hadn't noticed. There was nothing. I went back to the hallway and closed the door behind me. I didn't latch it. I just let it rest against the frame. The rest of the night stretched out in a quiet I couldn't shake. I stayed in the kitchen with the lights on, the phone face down on the table. I didn't want to keep looking at the image, but I couldn't forget it either. Every so often I checked the baby monitor. The child slept without stirring. Morning came slowly, pale light pushing through the windows. The house looked smaller in daylight, less imposing. The hallway shortened back to its proper size. The doorway at the end seemed ordinary, almost unremarkable, when my friend returned. I told her everything, not all at once. I started with the feeling, the unease, the photograph. I showed her the image last. She didn't react the way I expected. There was no immediate disbelief, no laugh or dismissal. She studied the screen quietly, her expression tightening in a way that made me uneasy for a different reason. Then she told me about the house. It hadn't come up before. There had never been a reason. To her, it was just a place she and her husband had bought a few years back, renovated enough to make it comfortable for their family. But before that, the house had belonged to a doctor. He had lived there with his wife and their infant child. This was years ago, long before my friend ever saw the property. The details weren't something she had gone looking for. They came up during the purchase. Bits of local history mentioned in passing. The doctor's wife had been ill, something prolonged, something that kept her mostly confined to the house. The child had been born during that time. There weren't many records, she said, just fragments, enough to suggest that both the wife and the infant had not lived long after. I remember the way she said it, carefully, as if choosing words that wouldn't make the story heavier than it already was. I asked her about the room at the end of the hallway. She nodded. That had been the nursery. We stood in the kitchen for a long time after that, the photograph between us on the table. In daylight, the image didn't lose its clarity. If anything, it seemed sharper. The figure remained exactly as it had appeared in the moment the flash went off. Not fully solid, not transparent enough to dismiss. And the smaller shape in its arms was still there, held close, positioned in a way that spoke of instinct more than intention. We tried to find another explanation, a reflection from something in the room, a trick caused by the phone's camera processing. We even recreated the shot from the same angle, at the same time that night. The new images showed nothing unusual, just an empty doorway. I took the original photo home with me, stored on my phone where I could look at it whenever I needed to remind myself it was real. I showed it to a few people I trusted. Most of them hesitated before offering explanations that didn't quite fit. Light artifact, motion blur, pareidolia. I listened. I considered each possibility, but none of them accounted for the way the figure held the infant. That detail stayed consistent, no matter how long I studied it. It wasn't random. It wasn't vague. It was specific. A routine night, a simple photograph, a house with a history that aligned too closely with what appeared in that single frame. I still babysit. I still move through unfamiliar homes with the same practical habits, but I don't take pictures to reassure myself anymore. And I don't linger in hallways when something feels off. Sometimes late at night I open the image again and look at the doorway. The figure never changes. It stands where the nursery once was, holding what it lost, as if the moment never ended and never will. I was alone on the third floor when I decided to check the cameras. That decision is the only thing I can point to as a beginning. The courthouse at that hour is too bright for what it is. Every hallway hums with overhead lights that never quite warm up, the kind that make paper look gray and skin look sick. I'd been mopping outside courtroom B, watching the water dry in streaks, when I noticed it again, that small slipping movement at the edge of my vision. Not in front of me, always just to the side, like something stepping out of the way before I could catch it. I told myself it was the reflection off the waxed floor. Or fatigue. I work nights, and by 2 a.m, the building feels longer than it is, like the corridors stretch a little further each pass. You get used to odd things in a place like that. Files fall when no one's near them. Doors don't latch right. Sometimes there's a burst of laughter from the old holding area, even when it's empty, thin and wrong, like it doesn't belong to any one person. That's what the daytime staff says anyway. They joke about it in the break room. I don't joke about it because I'm there when it's quiet. I finished the hallway and wheeled my cart toward the janitor's closet, but the feeling followed me that something had crossed behind me without sound. I stopped once, turned fully around, and stared down the length of the corridor. Nothing moved. The benches along the wall were empty, polished wood reflecting the lights above. The security camera dome sat in the corner, dark and indifferent. I remember thinking, not for the first time, that the cameras see everything we miss. That thought stayed with me longer than it should have. By the time I got to the closet, I wasn't focused on the mop or the bucket. I was thinking about the monitors downstairs. There's a small room near the entrance where all the feeds come in, and we're allowed to check them if something looks off. Mostly it's for spills or broken fixtures, but it's there. I stood there with my hand on the closet door, listening. The building has layers of sound even when it's empty. Ventilation, distant electrical clicks, the low static of lights. But beneath that, I thought I heard something else. Not a voice. More like a shift in weight. A presence adjusting itself. I closed the closet door without going in. It wasn't panic, it was a decision. Simple and clean. If something was off, I would check the cameras. That was the practical thing to do. The stairwell down to the main floor felt colder than the rest of the building. Not dramatically, just enough to notice the change on your arms. I took the steps slow, not counting them, just keeping my eyes on the landing below. The lights flickered once overhead and steadied. I didn't look up. When I reached the bottom, the lobby opened in front of me. Wide, polished, empty except for the security desk and the row of benches along the far wall. The monitors were behind the desk, a grid of small screens showing every angle of the building. I set my cart aside and walked around to the chair. The first thing I noticed was the timestamp, 2 a.m. It sat in the corner of each screen, steady and exact. I scanned through the feeds out of habit. Hallways, courtrooms, stairwells, the holding area. Everything looked as it should. Still, empty, bright. Then I paused on camera 3F Hall East, the same hallway I had just come from. At first, nothing stood out. The benches were where they always were. The floor shone under the lights. The camera angle caught the stretch between courtroom D and the stairwell door. It looked exactly as I remembered leaving it. Then, I saw it. There was someone sitting on the far bench. I didn't understand what I was looking at right away. My mind filled in the shape automatically. A person, seated, facing forward, dark clothing, hands maybe in their lap, head slightly tilted down. I leaned closer to the screen. The figure didn't move. That alone wasn't unusual. People sit still, but at that hour there shouldn't have been anyone there. The building was locked. I had checked the doors myself. No hearings ran that late. No staff stayed behind without notice. I looked at the timestamp again. 2 a.m. I had been in that hallway minutes before. I would have seen someone sitting there. The benches weren't hidden. There was nowhere to miss it. I scrubbed the footage back a few minutes. The hallway rewound in silence, the timestamp ticking backward in small jumps. The bench was empty. Empty. Then, without transition, the figure was there. No approach, no blur of motion, just present, as if it had been placed between frames. I felt something tighten in my chest. I played it forward again. Nothing changed. The figure remained in the same position, head lowered, body still. No shift in posture, no visible breathing. The lighting didn't flicker, the camera didn't glitch. It just sat there. I checked another camera that covered the opposite angle of the same hallway. That feed showed the back of the bench. The figure was visible there too. A dark outline against the polished wood. Still. I watched for a long time, longer than I realized. I expected something to happen. A turn of the head, a hand moving. Any sign of life. There was none. The building around me felt different then. Not louder or darker, just more aware, like the silence had direction. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Someone had come in without me noticing. Maybe security had let them in. Maybe I had missed them in the hallway somehow. But that didn't account for the footage. I rewound again, slower this time, watching the exact moment the figure appeared. There was no distortion, no flicker, nothing to suggest a recording error. One frame, empty bench. Next frame, occupied. I sat back in the chair. My first thought was to call someone, but I didn't know who to call. Security wasn't on site overnight. The number posted by the monitors was for emergencies, and I couldn't explain this in a way that sounded like one, so I did the next practical thing. I decided to go back upstairs and check. The idea formed quietly, without drama. If someone was there, I would see them. If the bench was empty, then the cameras were wrong. Either way, I needed to know. I stood up and hesitated only once, my hand resting on the edge of the desk as I looked back at the screen. The figure hadn't moved. I left the monitors on. The stairwell felt colder on the way up. My footsteps echoed more than before. Or maybe I was just listening harder. I kept my eyes on the door at the top, focusing on the familiar details, the push bar, the scuffed paint near the handle. When I opened it, the hallway lights hit me full in the face. Everything looked exactly the same as it had earlier. Bright, clean, empty. The bench at the far end was clear. I stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust, waiting for them to catch something I had missed. The space between me and the bench was unobstructed. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. I walked down the hallway slowly, my shoes making soft sounds on the floor. The closer I got, the more certain I became that it was empty. There was no shadow on the bench, no outline, no indication that anything had been there. I reached it and stopped. The wood was smooth under my hand when I touched it, still slightly cool. I looked at the seat, at the space where the figure had been sitting on the screen. Nothing. I turned and looked back down the hallway toward the stairwell door. The perspective matched what I had seen on the monitor. Same angle, same light, empty. A sound came from behind me. Then, not loud, but clear enough to separate from the hum of the lights. It was like a short burst of laughter, cut off too quickly to belong to a conversation. I froze. The sound didn't repeat. It didn't echo, it just ended, leaving the hallway exactly as it had been. I didn't turn around right away. I focused on the bench in front of me, on the grain of the wood, on the reflection of the overhead lights. My hand was still resting on it, fingers spread. When I finally looked back over my shoulder, there was nothing there. I told myself it came from another floor. Sound carries in that building in strange ways. It could have been anything, but I didn't stay to figure it out. I walked back to the stairwell, not rushing, not running, just keeping a steady pace. I didn't look into the other hallways as I passed them. I kept my focus narrow, on the door, on the steps down. When I reached the monitor room again, the screens were unchanged. Camera 3F Hall East still showed the bench, and the figure was still there, in the exact same position. I felt something shift then, something deeper than fear. It wasn't about what I was seeing anymore. It was about the mismatch. The fact that two versions of the same place existed at once, and I was standing between them. I stepped closer to the screen, my reflection faint overlaid on the image. The figure didn't move. I studied the details more carefully this time. The outline of the shoulders, the angle of the head, the way the hands seemed to rest together in its lap. It looked almost like someone waiting, but not for anything in the hallway. I glanced up at the small dome camera mounted in the corner of the monitor room. It was angled down toward the desk, recording everything in front of it. On impulse, I looked for that feed. Camera lobby desk. The screen showed me, standing there, facing the monitors. My posture was tense, shoulders slightly raised. The glow of the screens lit my face. And behind me, on the bench along the far wall of the lobby, there was a dark shape sitting perfectly still. My throat tightened. I didn't turn around. I couldn't make myself do it. On the screen, the figure in the lobby was positioned the same way as the one upstairs. Head lowered, hands together, No movement. The timestamp read 2:07 a.m. I watched my own image on the monitor, waiting for some delay, some sign that it wasn't real time. But when I shifted my weight slightly, the movement matched instantly on the screen. The figure behind me did not react. I became aware of the space at my back, in a way I hadn't been before. The distance between me and the bench, the open air, the possibility of something occupying it. Very slowly I leaned forward, bringing my face closer to the screen, narrowing my focus until the rest of the room fell away. The figure upstairs and the figure behind me were identical. Same posture, same stillness, same absence of any small human adjustments. I reached out and adjusted the angle of the lobby camera feed, zooming in slightly. The image sharpened. The figure's outline became clearer, but not more detailed. It was as if the darkness that made it up didn't resolve into fabric or features. It remained a shape, defined by where the light stopped. I noticed then that the bench it sat on wasn't casting a proper shadow beneath it. Everything else in the frame had one. The desk, the chairs, even my own legs. But under the figure, the light seemed to flatten. I don't know how long I stood there like that. At some point, a small object fell in one of the other feeds, a file sliding off a desk in an empty office. The sound came through the monitor speakers, a sharp, isolated noise. I flinched and looked away for a second. When I looked back, the lobby bench was empty. My image stood alone on the screen. I turned then, fast enough that the chair behind me shifted. The bench along the wall was clear. Nothing sat there. Nothing moved. The lobby was exactly as it had been when I first came down. I checked the hallway feed again. The bench upstairs was empty too. No figure, no trace, just the same bright, sterile corridor. I didn't go back up there for the rest of the night. I stayed in the monitor room, watching the screens, waiting for something to change. Nothing did. When my shift ended, I wrote a report. I kept it simple. Unusual activity on camera. Possible system issue. I didn't include everything. I didn't know how. Later that day, one of the clerks mentioned, in passing, that things had been falling again in the records room. Another joked about hearing laughter near the holding cells. I didn't join in. I went back to the monitor room that night, and the next, and the next. I checked the feeds at the same time, 2 a.m. Most nights there's nothing, but sometimes when I'm mopping the third floor hallway, I catch that movement again at the edge of my vision. A shift that stops the moment I try to see it directly, and now I know where to look when it happens. I don't always check right away, because the last time I did, the bench was empty in front of me, and on the screen the figure was already sitting there, facing forward, waiting in a place where no one had walked in or out, as if it had always been part of the building and I had just finally learned how to notice it. I was standing at the curb with a trash bag in my hand when the notification came through. A small vibration against my palm that didn't match anything I could see in front of me. The street was quiet in that late morning way, sunlight flattening everything into stillness, the kind where you can hear a sprinkler 2 houses down ticking in perfect intervals. I remember looking up and down the block before I even checked my phone, just to confirm what my eyes were already telling me. No one was there. The alert said motion detected front door. I turned immediately. My front walk was empty. The porch, the steps, the mailbox post, nothing moved. The wind was light enough that even the hanging plant beside the door barely shifted. I stood there longer than I needed to, expecting someone to round the corner or step out from behind a car, but the street stayed as it was, ordinary. Still, I opened the app anyway. The video loaded in cleanly. No buffering, no distortion. Daylight exactly as it was around me. The angle was familiar, slightly tilted down, catching the path from the sidewalk up to my front steps. And then from the left edge of the frame, she walked into view. At first I thought it was just someone dressed differently, maybe for a photo shoot or some themed event. But the longer I watched, the more the details refused to settle into anything modern. Her dress fell below the knee, structured in a way that felt stiff even through the screen. the fabric moving less than it should with each step. Her shoes were closed, low-heeled, and her hair was set close to the head in soft, controlled waves that didn't match anything I'd seen outside of old photographs. She walked like she belonged there, not cautiously, not looking around, not reacting to anything unusual. She moved up the sidewalk toward my house with a natural pace, her gaze forward, her posture straight. When she reached the midpoint of the frame, she adjusted something in her hands, a small purse I think, and continued without hesitation. I lowered the phone and looked up again. The sidewalk in front of me was empty. The exact same stretch I had just watched her cross existed in front of me without interruption. There was no gap in time where I could have missed her. No car passed. No door opened or closed. Nothing changed. I raised the phone again and replayed it. She was still there. The camera captured her with a clarity that made it impossible to dismiss as a glitch. The shadows aligned correctly with the sun. The movement of her dress matched her steps. Even the faint sway of the shrubs along my walkway responded as she passed them. Like the air displaced around her was real enough to register. I stood there longer than I should have, the trash bag hanging loosely from my hand, trying to align what I was seeing on the screen with what existed in front of me. The timing didn't make sense. The position didn't make sense. If she had been there, I would have seen her. There was nowhere else to look. I checked the timestamp. It matched the current time down to the minute. I walked back toward the house, slower than usual, watching the screen as I moved. I half expected the video to change as I approached, like I would step into frame and see myself intersect with her path. But nothing like that happened. The clip ended just before she reached my front steps. There was no recording of her leaving, no second motion alert, nothing after that moment. When I reached the porch, I paused and looked down at the exact spot where she should have been standing seconds earlier. The concrete was warm under the sun, unmarked, ordinary. I set the trash bag down and opened the door, checking inside out of habit more than reason. Everything was where I left it. I closed the door and went back to the video again, this time slowing it down. Frame by frame, her movement held together. There were no jumps, no distortions, no signs of editing or interference. The camera had recorded her as clearly as it had recorded me hundreds of times before. I checked the camera's history. No previous clips showed anything like this. Deliveries, neighbors walking dogs, the occasional car pulling into the driveway, all normal, all consistent with what I remembered seeing in real time. There was nothing else that didn't match. I went back outside and stood at the edge of the walkway, placing myself roughly where she had first appeared in the frame. From that angle, I could see my own porch exactly as the camera did. I tried to imagine someone walking toward it without me noticing, but the space was too open. There were no obstructions, no blind spots large enough to hide a person moving at that pace. I stayed there for a while, watching the street again. A car passed this time, slow enough that I could see the driver glance toward me. A neighbor stepped out of their house across the way and bent down to pick up a package. Everything behaved as it should. People appeared where they were supposed to be. Movement matched observation. I opened the app again. The clip was still there. I replayed it from the beginning, this time paying attention to the edges of the frame, looking for anything that might explain it. Reflections in windows, shadows cast from something off-screen, any indication that what I was seeing was layered or distorted, but there was nothing. The image held steady, consistent with every other recording the camera had ever captured. When she reached the center of the frame again, I noticed something I hadn't before. Her eyes didn't move, not in the way you'd expect someone walking down a suburban street to glance around, to take in their surroundings. She looked straight ahead the entire time, not at the house, not at the camera, not at anything in particular. It wasn't unnatural exactly, just like she wasn't aware of the environment in the way I was. I lowered the phone and turned in a slow circle, trying to reconcile that detail with the street around me. The houses, the parked cars, the faint sound of a television somewhere behind a closed window. All of it felt anchored, present. Whatever the camera had recorded existed within the same space, but not within the same experience. I went inside and sat down, keeping the video open. I watched it again and again. Each time, I expected something to shift, some small inconsistency to reveal itself, but it never did. The clip remained unchanged, a complete and self-contained moment that didn't align with anything I had perceived while standing just a few feet away. After a while, I checked the camera's live feed. The porch was empty, the same stillness from before. No trace of her, no indication that anything had passed through that space, except what existed in the recording. I switched back to the clip one more time. She entered the frame, walked the length of the path, and disappeared just before reaching the steps. The motion was smooth, uninterrupted, and entirely ordinary within the bounds of the video itself. I paused it at the last frame where she was visible. For a moment, I held the image there, comparing it to the view through the window beside me. The alignment was exact. The angle, the lighting, the position of every object, it all matched. The only difference was her presence. I stepped back outside and stood on the porch, placing myself where she should have been at that final moment. I looked down at the spot, then back up at the street, then at the phone in my hand. There was nothing there. I replayed the clip one last time while standing in that exact position. She walked toward me on the screen, closing the distance step by step, her expression unchanged, her movement steady. When she reached the point where I was standing, the video ended. I remained there for a long time after that. The phone still in my hand, the street unchanged, the air unmoving. Nothing else appeared on the camera that day, but the clip never went away. Even now, when I stand on the porch in the same daylight, I can still line up the frame perfectly, still match the shadows and the angle and the quiet of the street. And every time I do, I know exactly where she should be, exactly how close she came to the door, exactly how real she looks moving through a space where I was already standing and seeing nothing at all. I took the photo because the trail narrowed into something that felt older than the map suggested. A shallow corridor cut between rock faces that held the cold like a memory. It was mid-morning, but the light never quite reached the ground. Mist sat low, not drifting so much as resting, as if it had weight. I remember thinking the air looked layered, the way glass does when it's thick enough to bend what's behind it. I raised my phone and framed the path, the curve of it, the way the rock on the right bulged outward like a shoulder. I didn't notice anything else at the time. Hocking Hills had been on my list for years. I go where the trails are marked but not crowded, where the ground feels like it still belongs to itself. That winter had been unusually dry, which made the cold sharper. The mud was frozen into a rough skin, and my boots clicked softly where the frost held. I'd started early to beat the weekend crowd, though even later in the day that section didn't see many people. The ranger station had a laminated board with a few historical notes pinned beneath the trail map. One of them mentioned a hermit who'd lived in the area in the late 1800s. No name, just a reference to a man who had kept to a rock shelter along one of the less traveled paths. It was the kind of detail that makes a place feel occupied even when it's empty. I followed the markers anyway. The trail dipped, rose, then narrowed. The rock walls leaned in, their surfaces damp where the sun couldn't dry them. There were pockets in the stone where water had collected and frozen into thin lenses that magnified whatever sat beneath them. I stopped at a bend where the path angled left around a prosciutto, the right-hand wall pushing close enough that I could touch it without stepping off the trail. That was when I took the photo. I remember steadying my hand against my jacket to keep it from shaking in the cold. I remember thinking I'd use it later, maybe print it, maybe not. It was just a record of a place that felt quieter than it should have. I stayed there for a minute, listening. There's a difference between silence and the absence of noise. This was the latter. I could hear my own breath, the faint creak of branches somewhere above, and something like a drip that never resolved into a drop. Then a gust moved through, just enough to stir the mist. It didn't clear. It shifted, revealing the path for a second before settling back. I moved on. I didn't find any obvious shelter that matched the note about the hermit. There were shallow recesses and overhangs, but nothing that looked like a place someone could have lived without leaving a mark. No fire rings, no soot. I told myself that time erases things. I finished the loop, got back to my car, and drove home with the heater on high. The photo stayed on my phone for years. I'm not someone who goes back through old pictures often. I keep them because it feels wrong to delete them, not because I revisit them. It was my cousin Mara who found it. She was visiting one weekend, and we ended up scrolling through old hikes, comparing spots we'd been. She paused on that image, pinched to zoom, then held the phone closer to her face. She didn't say anything at first. I remember the way her posture changed, a small shift forward like she was trying to enter the frame. She asked me where it was, and I told her. She asked if I'd seen it before, and I said no, because I hadn't noticed anything worth seeing beyond the composition. She angled the phone toward me and tapped the screen near the right-hand rock. There was a shape there that didn't belong to the rest of it. At first glance, it looked like a trick of shadow, the kind that forms when light grazes an uneven surface. But the more I looked, the less it behaved like a shadow should. It had a boundary that was too clean in some places and too irregular in others. It suggested a profile without committing to it. A brow, a nose, the hollow where an eye would sit. The lower portion broke apart into the texture of the rock, but the upper contour held. It was as if something had pressed itself against the stone and left an impression that wasn't an impression. I took the phone and zoomed further. Pixels broke it down, but the outline remained. The mist in the background softened everything else, but that area seemed to resist it. It didn't blur the same way. The lighting in the photo came from behind me, a diffuse gray that cast almost no directional shadows. The left side of the frame was evenly lit, the path visible, the ground detail clear. On the right, where the wall curved, there should have been a gradient of light, a smooth transition. Instead, there was that shape, darker than it should be, with edges that didn't follow the rock's contours. I told Mara it was probably pareidolia, the brain making faces where there are none. She didn't argue. She just handed the phone back and said it felt like something was looking out. I laughed it off, but I saved a copy of the image to my laptop that night and opened it on a larger screen. The bigger it got, the less comfortable I felt. Not because it became clearer, but because it didn't. The ambiguity stayed intact. If it had resolved into a definite pattern or dissolved into noise, I could have dismissed it. Instead, it held that in-between quality, like a word on the tip of your tongue that never arrives. I started comparing it to other photos from that day. I had a handful from earlier on the trail, a few from a lookout where the valley opened up. The light in all of them was consistent. The sky had been overcast, the kind of blanket cloud that flattens everything. No direct sun, no strong shadows. In those images, the rock surfaces behaved as expected. Highlights and lowlights followed the shapes. Nothing pooled in a way that suggested depth where there wasn't any. In the trail photo, the dark area didn't align with any ridge or depression. It cut across the surface, ignoring the small ledges and cracks. I adjusted the exposure, the contrast. I flipped it horizontally. I tried to make it disappear by changing how I looked at it. It stayed. I went back a few weeks later. The weather had shifted by then. The ground was softer, the frost gone, the air carrying that early hint of spring that feels out of place in a place that holds cold so well. I followed the same path, counting landmarks in my head without meaning to, matching turns and rises. When I reached the bend where I'd taken the photo, I stopped at the same spot and looked at the rock. In person, there was nothing that matched the image. The wall was the same, the bulge on the right still pushing into the path, but the surface was continuous. No distinct shape, no darker patch that held its form. The light was different, though. There was a break in the cloud cover and a thin shaft of sunlight angled in from above, catching the upper edge of the rock and leaving the lower portion in a softer shade. I waited for the light to shift, for a cloud to pass and return the scene to the same flat illumination as the day of the photo. It took a while, but eventually the sun was gone again, and the light evened out. Still nothing. I took another photo from the same position, trying to match the framing as closely as I could. When I compared them later, the new image lacked the anomaly. The rock was just rock. The mist that day was thinner, more mobile, It didn't sit in layers the way it had before. I told myself that conditions matter, that small changes in moisture and light can produce effects that don't repeat, but there was something else. On my way back, I noticed a shallow recess further along the right-hand wall, partially hidden by a cluster of fallen branches that had been dragged there by weather or people. It wasn't visible from the trail unless you stepped off and looked back. I pushed the branches aside and found a space just large enough for a person to sit in, knees drawn up, back against the stone. The ground inside was packed dirt, darker than the surrounding soil, as if it had been disturbed and settled again many times. There was no sign of a recent fire, no litter, nothing to suggest modern use, but the shape of it, the way it fit a human body, made it feel intentional. I stood there longer than I meant to, listening to the same absence of noise I'd noticed the first time. The air in the recess was still, the temperature slightly colder than outside it. I ran my hand along the wall where the rock curved inward. It was smoother than the surrounding surface, not polished, but worn in a way that suggested repeated contact. I thought about the note at the ranger station. On the drive home, I tried to keep my thoughts anchored to reasonable explanations. Old rock formations can create optical effects. Moisture can alter how light is absorbed and reflected. The brain fills in gaps, finds patterns. A hermit living in a place like that would have left some trace, but time and weather could erase it. The recess could be natural. The sense of something being off could be my own expectation, feeding back into my perception. That night, I opened both photos side by side again, the old one with the anomaly, the new one without. I toggled between them, focusing on the area where the shape had been. In the older image, the dark area seemed to sit slightly forward as if it occupied a different plane than the rock behind it. That wasn't something I could measure, just a sense created by the contrast and the way the edges held. I zoomed in until the image broke into blocks. Even there, the pattern persisted, the suggestion of a profile intact at a scale where it should have been meaningless. I started to notice something I hadn't seen before. The eye area, the hollow that suggested a socket, wasn't just darker. It had a depth to it that didn't correspond to any visible indentation in the rock. It was as if the darkness extended inward beyond the surface. A pocket that didn't exist physically but read that way visually. I checked the metadata of the photo, the time, the exposure settings. Everything was consistent with the other images from that day. I closed the laptop and left it alone for a while. Weeks passed, then months. The image would come back to me at odd times, not as a clear picture but as a sense of being observed from a place I couldn't locate. It wasn't constant. It didn't interfere with anything. It was just there. A background thought that surfaced when I wasn't focused on something else. Mara asked about it once, casually, like she was checking on a story we'd half told. I told her I'd gone back and hadn't found anything. She nodded and changed the subject. I printed the photo eventually. On paper, it felt different. The texture of the print added a layer that made the image feel more fixed, less subject to the tricks of a screen. The anomaly held there too. The same shape, the same refusal to resolve into something definite. I pinned it above my desk for a while, not because I wanted to look at it, but because I wanted to see if it changed. It didn't. What changed was how I felt about it. The more I tried to place it within a framework that made sense, the more it resisted. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't demand attention. It just existed in that image, a detail that shouldn't have been there and couldn't be reproduced. I went back to Hocking Hills one more time. Later in the year when the leaves had fallen and the branches were bare, the trail was more open, the canopy gone. Light reached places it hadn't before. The recess was easier to see, the branches no longer obscuring it. I stepped inside again, sat where someone might have sat a long time ago, and looked out at the path. From that angle, the bend where I'd taken the photo framed the view in a way that hid anyone standing there from sight until they moved. The rock on the right blocked the line of vision just enough that you could be close to someone without being seen. I stood up and walked back to the spot, turned, and looked toward the recess. It was a dark opening in the rock, nothing more. From there, the path looked like a corridor, A place people pass through without stopping. I took another photo, this time facing the recess. When I reviewed it later, there was nothing unusual, just rock, shadow, and the suggestion of depth where the recess began. I still have the original image. I don't show it to people anymore. Not because I think there's something in it that can harm anyone, but because the act of pointing it out seems to fix it in a way that makes it harder to ignore. It's easier to let it be what it is. A photograph of a mist-covered trail with a detail that doesn't fit. Sometimes when I'm not thinking about it, I remember the way the air felt that day, the weight of the mist, the way the light refused to cast shadows. I remember the sense of the place holding something back, not revealing it, just keeping it out of reach. And I remember that I stood there long enough to take a picture without realizing I might not have been alone. The image doesn't prove anything. It doesn't show movement or change. It's a single frame, a fraction of a second captured and stored. But it altered the way I think about what a photograph can hold. Not evidence, not answers, just a record that something was present in a way I didn't perceive at the time. I haven't been back since that last visit. The trail is still there. The rock hasn't moved. The recess remains a shallow indentation that could mean nothing. The note at the ranger station might have been replaced or removed. The hermit, if he existed as described, left no trace I could find beyond that line of text and a space in the rock that fits a human body too well to ignore. When I look at the photo now, I don't try to define the shape anymore. I let it sit as it is, an interruption in an otherwise ordinary scene. The longer I look, the more it feels like the interruption isn't in the rock, but in the act of looking itself. Like I caught something that doesn't belong to the surface of things. And sometimes in the seconds before I look away, I get the impression that the shape isn't just there in the background, but aligned with me. As if the place I stood that day wasn't empty, just occupied from an angle I couldn't see, waiting for the moment I would leave and take the image with me, so it could remain where it had always been, unobserved except for that one fraction of a second that still hasn't settled into anything. I can explain. I remember the exact moment we decided to take the photograph, because it felt like the last rational thing left to do. We had already swept the upper tier of Lake County Jail, twice that night, documenting drafts, wiring faults, anything that could explain the cold pockets that kept forming in the same stretch of corridor. The place held on to the dark differently than other buildings I'd worked in. It wasn't just the lack of light. It was the way sound seemed to settle instead of travel. Like every noise lost momentum a few feet from where it started. I was leading the team then, and by that point I had built a reputation on staying longer than anyone else would. We didn't abandon cases, we explained them, or we proved they weren't worth explaining. That was the job, but the jail resisted us from the start. The first hour passed in routine silence. We logged temperatures, mapped airflow, checked doors for loose hinges. Around midnight, the first sound came. Metal against metal, faint and irregular. It wasn't loud enough to echo, just a small, deliberate contact that repeated without rhythm. We traced it to a row of empty cells on the second tier, but when we reached them, the noise stopped so completely it felt staged. I noted the time and location. One of my colleagues muttered that it was probably expansion in the old bars. I agreed out loud, because that explanation made sense. Still, I kept my recorder running longer than necessary. The temperature drop followed not long after. It wasn't gradual. 1 second the air was stale and neutral. The next, it pressed cold against the skin like a surface you hadn't realized you were touching. My breath didn't fog, but my hands reacted instantly, stiffening around the equipment. We measured a sharp drop, far outside what the building should allow, without a clear source. No open windows, no active ventilation, nothing that justified the change. We stayed. That was the decision point, though I didn't recognize it at the time. In hindsight, everything that came after felt like a continuation of that single choice. We moved deeper into the corridor, toward the old administrative wing. The lighting there was worse, limited to the spill from our equipment. Shadows gathered in the corners, not unusual for a structure like that, but they seemed to hold their shape longer than they should. When we shifted our lights, the darkness didn't immediately break apart. It lagged. I remember stopping and watching one corner in particular. There was no movement, not in any conventional sense, but the outline of the shadow felt defined in a way that didn't match the surrounding surfaces, as if it belonged to something that wasn't fully present. I didn't say that out loud. We heard the metal sound again, closer this time. Not from behind us where the cells were, but ahead, somewhere deeper in the wing. It carried differently now, less like impact, more like pressure being applied and released. One of the teams suggested we document the area visually and move on. It wasn't a retreat, just a shift in method. We had cameras ready, high-resolution stills capable of catching details our eyes might miss. I agreed. We set up near the intersection of two narrow hallways. I positioned myself slightly ahead of the others, framing the shot toward the darker corridor. There was nothing visible at first glance, just the worn walls, the barred door at the far end, and the uneven texture of the floor. But the air changed again. It wasn't colder this time, it was heavier. There's a difference you learn to recognize after years in the field. Cold can be measured. Weight in the air cannot. Not directly. It's something you feel in your chest, in the way your breathing adjusts, without your consent. I steadied the camera anyway. Through the lens, the corridor looked flatter than it should have. Depth collapsed slightly, like the space wasn't aligning correctly. I adjusted focus, thinking it was a mechanical issue. The settings were fine. Then, something interrupted the frame, not by entering it in a clear physical way, but by distorting it. The center of the image bent, subtly at first, like heat rising off pavement. Except there was no heat. The distortion tightened into a vertical shape, roughly human in proportion, but not stable. It wavered, edges pulling inward and outward in slow, uneven pulses. I didn't lower the camera. I remember thinking that if I broke line of sight, whatever I was seeing would resolve into something explainable. A trick of light, a reflection, anything. Instead, it clarified. The shape didn't gain detail in the way a person would. It didn't develop features, but it became more defined in its absence, like a negative imprint pressed into the space in front of me. The background behind it seemed wrong, stretched thin, or pulled too far away, and then I had the distinct, undeniable impression that it was oriented toward me, not moving, not advancing, just aware. That was the moment I took the photograph. The flash didn't fire, we had it disabled, but the capture itself felt like an interruption. The distortion flickered, just once, like a skipped frame. Then the corridor was empty again, completely empty. I lowered the camera slowly. No one spoke for a few seconds. I could hear my own breathing, steady but louder than it should have been. One of the team asked if I got anything. I told them I wasn't sure yet. That was true in the narrowest sense. We reviewed the image on the spot. The photograph showed the corridor exactly as I had framed it, except for the center. There, occupying the space where the distortion had been, was a figure. Calling it human-like is the closest accurate description, but it doesn't convey the problem. The proportions were off in ways that didn't resolve cleanly. The torso seemed elongated, but not consistently. The limbs existed, but their placement didn't match the perspective of the hallway. It was as if multiple angles had been captured at once and compressed into a single outline. The edges weren't blurred. They were wrong. In the position facing the camera, there were no discernible eyes, no face in the traditional sense, but the orientation was unmistakable. It was directed at us, at me. One of the team stepped back immediately after seeing it. Another leaned in closer, as if proximity might clarify what we were looking at. It didn't. The longer we stared, the less stable the image felt. Not physically changing, but difficult to hold in a fixed interpretation. My mind kept trying to correct it, to force it into a recognizable form, and failing. We checked the surrounding frames. There were none. This was a single capture, no motion blur, no double exposure, no environmental factors we could point to, just the figure. We stood there longer than we should have. No one suggested continuing the investigation. No one suggested deleting the image either. The usual process catalog, cross-reference, test variables didn't come up. Instead, there was a shared unspoken understanding that something about the situation had shifted beyond our working model. The metal sound started again. This time it came from directly behind us. We turned as one. The corridor we had just walked through was empty, but the sound continued for a few seconds after we faced it, then stopped abruptly. I remember feeling a sharp, specific certainty then. Not fear in the usual sense, but a conclusion. We were no longer observing something passive. I closed the camera case. We left the wing without collecting additional data. Equipment remained set up in other parts of the building, but we didn't return for it until daylight. The rest of the night passed in controlled withdrawal. No running, no panic, just a deliberate exit. Outside, the air felt normal again, measurable, predictable. We didn't review the image again until we were back at our office, in proper lighting, on a calibrated screen. The photograph was even worse. Details that had been hard to parse in the field became clearer, but not more logical. The figure's outline intersected with the environment in impossible ways. Sections of the wall appeared displaced where it overlapped. The floor beneath it showed no shadow, but the lighting suggested there should have been one, and the orientation remained unchanged. It was still facing the camera. We ran every analysis we had available: pixel structure, compression artifacts, lens distortion models. Nothing accounted for the figure. There was no evidence of manipulation, no sign of interference in the hardware. The image existed as captured. That should have been the point where we escalated, brought in external reviewers, expanded the investigation. Instead, we stopped, not gradually, completely. The decision wasn't voted on. It didn't need to be. Each of us reached it independently, almost at the same time. There was no practical path forward that didn't involve returning to that space and attempting to replicate the conditions, and none of us were willing to do that. I archived the file under restricted access. No publication, no release. We documented the core facts and closed the case as unresolved. In the months that followed, the team dissolved. Not formally, but effectively. Projects were postponed, then canceled. Communication tapered off. I've reviewed the photograph exactly 3 times since that night. Each time, the same detail stands out more than anything else. Not the distortion, not the impossible geometry, the sense of alignment. Every element in the image, the corridor, the perspective, the position of the figure leads back to a single point of focus: the camera. To me, as if the moment of capture wasn't just observation, but acknowledgement. I no longer work investigations. The equipment is packed away. The files are sealed. There are no plans to revisit the site. But sometimes, when I think back to that corridor, I don't remember the shape of the figure first. I remember the fraction of a second before I pressed the shutter, when the distortion tightened and held, and the space in front of me felt occupied in a way that didn't depend on sight. That is the part I can't reconcile, because it didn't feel like we discovered something. It felt like something allowed itself to be seen, just once, and made sure we understood it was aware of being recorded,